was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers down, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers down, lost in time with one another.
It's time for the European Open number 3 here in the Rocket League Championship Series, our last stop before Boston. With 3 spots still open and 6 teams fighting for position, it's gonna get tight. So we'll keep you updated on the scenarios. We've got a pre-show to get through, and thankfully, speaking of scenarios, we've got Gibbs with us, also Johnny and Stumpy. Gibbs, we're gonna be racking your brain today.
It's my favorite day of the year. I'm so excited. It's only my second day working for this calendar year. We're already on tiebreakers, stuff like that. I'm pumped.
Love it.
I'm excited.
I love it. Johnny, we were just talking before this. You had the watch party yesterday. Early thoughts on what we're expecting coming in this weekend.
Oh, a lot. I mean, the European show today is going to be packed with all kinds of scenarios, all kind of action tomorrow as well, hopefully. But the world of Rocket League, everybody except North America is playing, and there's a bunch of regions, OCE, SSA, might go down to the grand final to decide who goes to the majors. So tomorrow especially is going to be outrageous across the Rocket League globe.
Stumpy, I don't have a specific question for you. I'm just happy to see you, man.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's been nice. It's my first one of the year. You guys obviously had a great time for Open 2. I'm now hopping in onto the desk, onto the casting booth as well. It's going to be good. And yeah, Gibbs, like you were saying, we got like tiebreakers potentially for this weekend. There's a whole load of things that could happen. We don't know our major teams. It's exciting. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, I just mentioned we're on our way to Boston. Let's take a look at the schedule. So you know where we are in the year right now. We're on Open number 3. We've done 1 and 2. We had that kickoff weekend. That was a blast. Stumpy at least hung out with us there. But then now we're putting you back to work here in Open number 3. It's online. I'd love to be able to run around with you again. But we have that Boston Major, Stumpy, so close now.
Yes, it is like right around the corner. A week after my birthday, which is very exciting. So I'm going to be watching that as a little late birthday treat. Not yet, Leaf. Hold that for later.
I'm going to forget on the actual day, so I'm getting it out now.
Goodness me. But yeah, over in Boston, I absolutely loved seeing Boston. The crowd was fantastic. So I'm looking forward to watching that, being able to sit on my sofa, a little bit of popcorn, seeing what you guys get up to. It's going to be a very good event. And the American crowd is always really, really good over in Boston too. So yeah, they're going to absolutely show up.
It's not even that. I mean, you're going to want to be there. There's some history here. Gibbs, we were also talking about this before. This is where we saw that infamous speech from a certain coach that turned the crowd around.
Yeah, Farah. So Zen's going hometown hero in Boston. We'll see if Zen can pull that off. He still has to qualify for the Boston Major. Very likely Vitality does, but it should be a fun time.
Yeah, it's overall going to be fun because it's Rocket League. Let's get through some of the talk in here so we can get to the games. We're going to talk no matter what. The games don't start for another 27 minutes. So let's get you caught up on yesterday. Let's start looking at Group A. I think overall, Johnny, we're not looking at anything crazy. I think the match some people are pointing out is maybe that Caliente over Novo, but beyond that, kind of expected results here.
Yeah, definitely expected more from Novo there after taking a game off KC and uppers, but disappointing end to their split that started so well. And like I said, everything else pretty much went as expected. Vitality, again, losing to Carvey Corp for the 500th time in a row. But
no, Johnny,
they did look good in game 1.
I have the numbers now.
Oh, you have the number.
Oh, you got
can you guess how many times Vitality has lost in a row to K-Corp in the RLCS?
Did I aim low? Is it 600?
It's a little under that. It's actually 10 times in a row.
Oof,
now
that's
Vitality
insane,
has lost
man.
to K-Corp in the RLCS. So Zen just can't get over that hump. We'll see. Maybe today, maybe they make a run, but it's not looking likely for.
Wait, so for the audience,
10.
when was the last time that Zen was able to beat Vatira?
That was the World Championship run that they had. That was the last time in the semifinals of that World Championship. What was that, 2024? Right?
Yeah.
Years are hard, or 2023? But yeah, so it's been a very, very long time.
Oh, 23, yeah.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, 2023. Yeah,
That's
long
insane.
time ago.
Yeah, I wonder if that's at the back of his mind. Yeah, that's absolutely wild. Maybe we see it, this weekend here, but it's not looking good for him at this point. But Group B, a little bit different here. I think there was just a good chunk, Gibbs, of matches that realistically you should have been watching here.
Yeah, very important games too, like GK and Ninjas Pajamas, very important. Manchester City versus Magnifico, both incredibly important to determine if you're going to Boston or not. Besides that, those were your top 4 teams, and I think we expected those 4 to make it out, and they did. But now some are in the lower bracket, some are in the upper bracket, which is very important because it's an extra 2 points for some of these teams.
Right. Now let's start off with this first match here: Ninjas in Pajamas versus GK Stumpy. Both of these teams, I think, a good fan base behind them here. What a match this was.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and I think it was mostly that showing for NIP. It was, in my opinion, you saw Jorius come out and play what a series against Jack that he just always seems to do. Like, Jorius always seems to show up against Jack, his former teammate, and GK, they really struggled to get much going past NIP. It kind of felt like it was GK getting the occasional goal through. They didn't, it just sort of happened, whereas NIP were like, yep, routine, we pass it in, we get a goal, we kind of move on, and they ended up sweeping them 3-0. The overtime in the middle, obviously the closest game out of all of these. And I was looking at their placements because I was going to say GK, really disappointing seeing how they've done so far. I mean, they're currently in joint fourth. Like, they're not in dire straits by any means, and they're still in this competition now. To me, it just always feels like whenever we kind of mention GK, I kind of at least hold them to what they are on paper, and they've not necessarily held up to that despite their position in the table currently.
Yeah, it's so tough because they're a hot and cold team, right? But they did get hot at the perfect time in Open 2, made it all the way to a grand finals that got them a lot of points. So that's good for GK. But Ninjas in Pajamas, with that win, they also clinched the Boston Major with K-Corp. So huge congrats to them. They can take it a little bit easier this weekend.
Yeah, no, hey, that grand finals position is looking good last weekend. We got to talk about these two teams. Gibbs kind of touched on this, Johnny, a moment ago here, but Man City versus Magnifico. This was a tight points race.
Yeah, this was match of the day, Man City versus Mag United, and the orange Mag United a bit too strong. They were going back and forth all series long though. Man City always do well early stage of these tournaments. They've yet to really put together a Champ Sunday that they could be proud of this season, but they've got all the potential. Yeah, Magnifico, that extra bit of experience paying dividends down the stretch. They had to come back from 2-1 down, and they did so, but not, there were multiple comebacks in the series to speak of.
Yeah, two teams that love to play a lot of defense when they go up against the Tier 1 teams of Europe, but the last two games, high scoring 3-2 and 4-3, and it ended on a 0-second goal by Magnifico to get them the much-needed 2 points, but also 2 chances to make it to the top 4, which is huge, while Man City now has to win 2 games in a row to make it to a top 4. So huge implications here throughout this match. Very high pressure moment for both these teams because these are your 2 dark horses, right? These are the 2 teams that no one expects to be a top 5 for Boston, but if you're gonna pick an underdog, it's one of these 2, and this time Magnifico, they come out on top.
Hey, let's say, again, it was a tight race here. Why don't we quick glance at them? Gibbs, settle down. We'll unleash you in a few moments here, but I just want a quick glance at where that left us in the points race, really, because again, now 2-point difference for those 2 teams. Johnny, I love that it's coming down to this. I mean, we have 6 teams still fighting for these 3 spots.
Yeah, and Magnifico being in that upper bracket means that they've got those 2 chances to put another 2 points on the board, and maybe even more if they can go to semifinals. And you'd probably even say they're favorites to make it, because now GK would have to be the team doing work in the lowers, and they've not got an easy bracket today. So Magnifico, despite the fact they're outside, they've got good odds. They've got very good odds today.
Well, let's move it on here to the best of the best from yesterday. Let's start moving on to our progressive top 5 plays. Hey, Gibbs, why don't you start us off?
All right, here we go. Let's go number 5. Let's go with Rezi, and we're going to talk about a team pass and play that involves just one player. Rezi passes to himself off the backboard. He passes it again off the backboard, pulls a Devo shot going off this. He doesn't need teammates. He's going to do a 1-2-3 pass and play by himself and secure the goal.
It's a great goal, but we're gonna keep the focus on team plays for most of today after a quick 1v3 here from Race Fox, and this was to make it 2-0, so they weren't, they didn't need a goal here, but always good to get an extra goal when it's as pretty as this one. Race Fox with the triple tap and a ceiling reset involved.
And over at number 3, it's going to be between Edgeby and Tempo. Tempo ends up trying to just go onto the ceiling, giving Edgeby a couple more chances to either shoot it or pass it. Ends up going for that pass, and what a position this ends up being. We see it from his POV now. Waits and lurks, sees what Edgeby can do, and the opposite side gets struck with the ball. Stunning team play. Abjack, however, again, does not need any teammates. Apart from maybe Joyo going to be going rat mode on the floor. He gets the ceiling reset, then musties it opposite far post. It's a beautiful car design, it's a beautiful play, and Joyo doesn't get the bump, but does force the man into the net, opens it for Jack with mechanical brilliance.
Well, let's end it with a team play from BSK. Great goal on the counter-attack here. Growly resets it one way, Pisky forwards, and then Reese Fox bangs it in. So we got a double redirect here down the line. and this, just a beautiful full team play out of BSK, who are one of the more exciting up-and-coming teams in Europe, and these kind of plays will keep them that way.
Yeah, I love mechs, but I do have to say I do side on the team plays. I love when all three players can, especially when it's a banger like that. So like to see that at the #1 spot there. Some great plays. Hopefully we'll get some better ones today. Okay, Johnny Stumpy, if you can get a word in, go for it. Otherwise, grab a pillow. It's time to start talking about scenarios. Gives Robin his hands. Let's hear it. Have at it.
All right, so as Johnny said, almost every single region is playing this weekend outside of North America, so we're going to clinch a lot of Boston spots.
Okay.
We will start with the smaller regions and work our way up to the bigger ones. So we'll start in the APAC region. Pretty simple here. We're going to look at the points.
Yeah.
Project Dela Cruz sitting at 37 points. They've already won the first 2 opens. They've already clinched their spot. It's pretty easy for this. Yeah. They don't have to really do too much. They're playing for prize money for this last one. And also for World Championship points is always nice to get a bigger lead. So Project Dela Cruz will be your representative from the APAC region. Here you can see their playoff bracket. And of course, Project Dela Cruz, they're already into the top 4 round. Not too much here.
Yeah, Gibbs, we already had them. I think when we did our way too early, I don't think you were here for this, but we did the.
No, I was there.
Oh yeah, you were there. Yeah, way too early predictions for Worlds, I think it was, and Dela Cruz was kind of that just slotted right in there.
Yeah, but when we were talking about SSA, we also were just like, it's probably Pioneers, right? Well, now we got to hold up a bit. Pioneers and Five Fears have traded opens so far, so they are tied at 30 points apiece. So very, very likely it's going to come down to the grand final of this last open to determine who gets the 1 spot for SSA. And as we look at the bracket, what can you expect? Well, we can expect that probably both those teams, Pioneers and Five Fears, will make it through the upper bracket and play in that grand final. So one of those 2 teams will make it through. And my question to Johnny and Stumpy, since you're sitting there falling asleep, who's going to make it?
You've jolted me awake there. I'm going to go, to be honest, out of those
Pioneers.
2. Oh, I had Pioneers as well, you brat.
That's why I jumped in. I wanted to get it in first. I can't copy Stumpy.
Pioneer. Well, I'm copying you, but my logic's probably very different. Pioneers have got Kronovi and Lawler. How can that team lose? That seems brilliant. That's Kronovi sub, Lawler coach. I love to see it. And they've obviously both got imports on both sides with Tekos and Lewis P. But yeah, give me Pioneers. I think Pioneers, my guys there.
Yeah. I think honestly it's a good pick. I mean, just looking at the roster too, for anyone that didn't have their Wikipedia open, to die for Louis P and Sweaty against Tekos Snowy and Guns. I feel like you look even just on paper, who's backing them as well, but even on paper, the players, Pioneers feels like a solid pick. I think across the board you have to.
Hey, I'm just saying 5 Fears won Open 2, and Open 1 was like 3 months ago at this point. So, hey, I'm just saying 5 Fears have a real shot here. So we'll move on.
Yeah.
Let's go over to OCE, and now they only have 1 spot going to the majors, and I'm going to say Power and Wildcard are definitely not happy about that because they have also traded Open 1 and Open 2, and they have a command and lead, and very likely, yet again, it's going to come down to a grand finals between Power versus Wildcard to determine who gets that spot. So yet again, we see them already in the top 4. I think everyone expects them to meet in that grand finals. So will Torsos do it again? Will Wildcard make it?
Yes. Yes.
I've written in my notes for all the old heads out there, I need Torsos to make it. I need the wild card to continue making it to these lands, keep him going to these events. And it must be really hard for both Power and Wildcard thinking, we've had these 2 slots for such a long time. There's been maybe 3 teams that can go to them. And typically, obviously, it's one of these 2 plus another, and they'll kind of switch out. It must be really hard now thinking we've only got the 1. We really need to lock in. Hopefully it inspires them a bit more. But yeah, I think to me, I'd love to see Torsos make yet another land.
Yeah. Like Johnny, you got to believe in the B-head.
I believe in them because they've got the momentum right now. They did dominate the last regional, and they haven't lost a game yet in this one. They're definitely one of the stronger. These are the strongest teams. So the fact they haven't dropped a game isn't all that crazy. They are dominating the region for years now. But yeah, they absolutely smashed their upper bracket quarter yesterday. So I think, actually it was earlier today. So I think they're going to win. Yeah,
All right, Gibbs, what else? What else?
All right, we're going to move over to South America. Probably the weirdest one so far. Maybe MIBR, probably the big surprise of the entire year outside of maybe Redacted. So, Made in Brazil, they're in first place right now. Everyone expected it to be Furia and then very likely Team Secret, but Made in Brazil was kind of in the run-in for that next spot. But Made in Brazil, they won Open 2. They have taken the lead. A 3-point gap over Furia. Very likely they'll make it. Team Secret, though, they are alive at this point. They're only 5 points down to Furia, but that really does mean they really have to win Open 3, and then they can maybe force a tiebreak or maybe even just qualify. So we'll see how it all pans out. But South America playing this weekend is going to be very interesting because that upper bracket round 1, Team Secret versus Made in Brazil to open it up is going to be very interesting because can Made in Brazil keep that number 1 seed? We'll have to see.
I think it's interesting.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, no, go on, Leaf. No, you.
I was actually just going to ask you guys what your thoughts are on it. Yeah.
I was going to just say that I find it very interesting seeing that Raiseball back on top of South America. Like, it feels like it's been a little while since we've seen him be one of the guys. Obviously, it's been Yan, it's been Lost, it's been Swift, whoever for a little bit now. Seeing Raiseball back in that number 1 spot, it's quite the resurgence from him when I think you see some of these players, especially in a very fast region, they might slip down and down and down. He didn't slip that far at all, but knocked off the top spot. Getting him back involved, I think that's brilliant. I love that for South America. I think that's really cool.
And really quick, for new viewers, Sam gets 2 spots. So it's not just playing for that number 1, it's playing for the top 2. So I didn't clarify that. I'll clarify it now. Next region. We're going to move on, Leaf. No more talking for you. I'm taking over.
No, I didn't want to.
We're going to Mina, and they get 2 spots, and everyone knew which 2 teams would get these spots. It's just what order is going to happen. Team Falcons and Twisted Minds have absolutely dominated this region, which they were expected to do. But Twisted Minds, they're in the lower bracket. They lost to R8 Esports, who also took Falcons to Champions Field in the last Open. So look out for them maybe during LCQ time. But Twisted Minds and Falcons, they both have made it. But in the bracket now, because Twisted Minds fell, they're going to meet in the semi-final if Twisted Minds wins. So that match will determine who is the number 1 seed for Mina. But both Falcons and Twisted Minds will very likely be there.
Happening today as well. So that's they're
yes,
1 day
that is
earlier.
later
So
today,
yeah, that's happening today. The Twisted Minds quarterfinal is starting in 12 minutes, same time we start our match 1, and then the semi-final should be starting just over 2 hours from now. That could be on Falcons Twisted Minds. It should be if Twisted Minds aren't sleeping on sleeping.
Okay. Gibbs, we have EU coming up soon, but we want one more minor region to get through. Hit us up.
Yeah. One more minor region. That they only have 4 spots compared to like Europe's 5, obviously. North America. They're not playing this weekend, but we figured we'd show some points here real quick to show you kind of the race. No one has qualified yet. And that's probably because Energy is the 12th best team in NA, but then they somehow found a way to win Open 2. So they made it a little bit more interesting, but obviously like Rebellion, very likely there. Energy and Redacted also very likely going to make it. Comes down to that 4th spot. Right now it's only a 1-point gap for Space Station Gaming, but a lot of teams in that hunt, whoever can make a run has a chance to take over that 4th place spot.
Okay, let's take a look at, I guess, EU, since that's what we're talking about today, and where we're at, because this is what's going to matter. Things are coming down the wire, Gibbs. I said 6 teams, 3 spots left. What are we looking at?
Yes, so because K-Corp won the kickoff LAN, Europe gets 5 spots at every major, plus the World Championship, so everyone should thank them. And everyone should also thank them for winning every Open, because it keeps all the other teams kind of more involved, because K-Corp takes all the points, right? K-Corp is going to be your number 1 team. The Ninjas and Pajamas, they have qualified already. They're not necessarily number 2, but they have qualified for Boston. 3 spots left. Mates, Vitality, GK, Magnifico, Man City. Novo's out, but BSK, they have 5 points right now. They're still in the bracket. They have to win the tournament, but also need some help to have a chance to qualify. So very likely they're out. It comes down to a tiebreaker scenario, which is pretty likely if GK loses to Vitality early on, then if Magnifico or Man City can make it to a top 4 finish, we will have a tiebreaker for the 5th spot, and we will play that match immediately following the grand final. So everyone is rooting for that. Everyone wants more Rocket League. So that is what we're hoping for.
That's possible. Yeah, no, that's definitely possible. I mean, I guess that kind of runs us into our next statement. So let's just go to it, because I got some questions to ask. You just mentioned GK there. Let's get to a yay and nay. Chat, get involved too. Let's see them in the chats. We'll get some thumbs up, thumbs down from the analysts here. Yeah, good job, Gibbs. Thanks for running us through that. You deserve some water there. Let's ask the first question because it's on a team we just talked about multiple times, and a team that needs to win and get points here against Vitality. GK. I got a question for you. Will GK take the 5th EU spot? Yay or nay? Chat, what do you think it as well? Analysts, thumbs up or thumbs down? We do this on a count of 3. You want to, Johnny's already getting in there.
Johnny's in.
Yeah, okay. What's everyone else thinking? You taking it? 3, 2, 1, go.
I've my pick.
Maybe I'm too like Team England pilled, and I just love seeing Jack and Joya playing together. But surely they won't like throw it. Like, because they're such a good team on paper, surely they're going to be making it through to the Boston Major, right, guys?
And also, we saw like 2 weeks ago, they were coming in cold versus Vitality. Everyone picks Vitality, and then GK wins, right? So GK can definitely take down Vitality, but even if they don't, Magnifico and Man City are going to be underdogs in all of their matches. So it is still hard for them to make it to a top 4.
Okay, let's see what the chat's thinking. They're thinking 63%. I saw a lot of nays to start.
That's fair.
And I think we swayed them a little bit, but yeah, I think that's a reasonable number to look at here. All right, let's move to the next question here. Europe wins Boston. Just any team from Europe. Yeah, honestly, fair enough. I'm throwing mine up as well too.
I mean, maybe we should have just does Cape
because NRG's in the running too, you know.
I think his odds are no, to be honest. I'm
really?
No.
Yeah. They have 5 teams now.
It's early season, so Carmine Corp will win a LAN and then drop off. Like, they've already won the kickoff LAN. Maybe they burned it early. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they burned it early.
I think KC have a great chance. KC have a fantastic chance, but I think the combined chances of Falcons, Twisted Minds, NRG, and plus everyone else is more than KC. The rest of Europe's not looking that good.
Tell you what though, quickly, just shout out to Rlcs in chat for doing #nay EU sucks. So cheers Rlcs. That's
was that all in the hashtag, or was the hashtag? Oh, hashtag just
no. He did it in actually 2 separate messages. He took time to type it all out.
That's good. Yeah,
I'm gonna say no on that. No, I think the odds are higher for someone else.
Okay.
The combined someone else is higher.
Chat again, sitting around that 63, exact same as last time. All right, let's see if you guys do it in the last one here. Last question for you, chat and analysts here is Zen, the hometown Boston hero. Are we gonna see it again here?
So this is why we say yay, because if K-Corp somehow falls apart, Zen's gonna bring out a USA flag, and Vitality's gonna go on a run. No. It's gonna happen.
I would love to see that again, though.
He's not gonna be the hometown hero. What are we talking about? It's in North America. Zen's been bullying NRG for like 13, 14 months now. He's just beating NA's favorite team. So no, I don't think he's gonna be the hometown hero.
Well, if NA's out before the top 8, then they're gonna root for someone.
I see. Okay.
So
yeah. I mean, hey, again.
Yeah, maybe if NA's out, they do just go for.
But then NA's best team, the best team in North America, Shopify Rebellion, they've got a very good chance, of doing pretty well, and they've got some fan favorites on that team. So I don't know if Zen's gonna be getting all the love that he got last time.
Maybe.
Not going to get any love now.
Hopefully, again. Hopefully we see some people there that were there last time. Oh, yeah. Did we just do the exact same numbers again, chat?
Yeah, we did.
I'm proud of you, chat. You're very consistent. They're ruining it now. Pull it down. Pull it down. Let's move onwards here. We got to get this next matchup coming out, or the first matchup, sorry, of European number 3 on the way. But a couple little things I got to get out of the way for you guys. If you want to get a different perspective on the field, you want to see that wider look at maybe some of the rotations, where the boost still is happening, you can do that with the crowd cam. You can head over to twitch.tv/RLE Sports, have that up on another monitor. It's a good way to get that extra perspective, having both of those views up there, getting that wider look at things here. But we have to look at what they're fighting for here. Of course, the money is important for these players, especially when you're not making any points down in those last spots there, but it's those points that are going to matter a lot more to some of these teams this weekend with those 3 spots open. So you're looking for those. The bracket, you already saw this just a moment ago. This is how we're going to go from the bottom to the top. If you need to see that in maybe a different view, we also have the schedule for you. And then we can start talking about the actual matchup. Because our first one is going to be Manchester City facing down Team BSK. Man City. Johnny is a a team that we've seen a lot of really good promise from, but just falling short here and there.
Yeah, they've had some difficult matchups against some good teams, and then they've also just had some. Well, it's mainly the match against Novo. They should have beaten Novo in Copenhagen. They didn't, and that's really made their split and their season a whole lot harder than it should have been. But this is a great team. They've got so much potential. They're working hard, and they've played some very good teams very closely multiple times. So I think this is their chance to prove that they are still very much in control of their own season by beating BSK.
It's going to be interesting because I feel like Man City, when they go up against, these top 4 dogs in Europe, they just put on a defensive shell and look for counterattacks. But when they're the favorites going into a match versus BSK is a tough opponent, but will we see more offensive pressure out of them and a little bit of a play style change? But I think the way they lost yesterday was brutal. They lose on 0 to Magnifico, but to bounce back in the lower bracket and make it here anyway shows that they can do it and that they can bounce back in these tough moments. So we'll see what they can do. But BSK, they got 9th place in Open 2, a brand new team in Open 2, and now they've made their first top 8. Can they do some damage?
I think it's a fair point as well to raise out Man City in that they have these sort of it's the Jekyll and Hyde side of them where they're that very defensive and they'll do counterattacks. We saw that so frequently when they're on LAN. Not going too well in the Team PSK coaching side. Yeah, we saw that, mate. Yeah. But I mean, I think that BSK, they've got a pretty big mountain here to climb. They are going to face a team that has been together for longer, that have now competed on LAN together, that are in a very tough position to try and surmount them. I don't necessarily know if they've got what it takes, but I do think it will be pretty close.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing here too. I mean, between the two of them, Progressive fan vote top, so start getting those hashtags in the chat. Who's going to take this one? Again, a lot on the line here for all the teams fighting this weekend here, but Man City, I wonder if they're going to be able to pull up to the expectations we've given before. But Man City, I love the vibes here. Gibbs, I love that they're together right now. They're in that boot camp. They've got smiles on their faces too. That's the big thing. I've seen teams that are smiling and working and just having a good time together are doing well.
Yeah, it's always good to be boot camping as well and just getting ready for these matches. It just helps with the prep, but also it helps in those down moments, as we talked about yesterday. You lose game 5-0, you're expecting them to kind of go into that lower bracket a little timid, but they 3-0'd Wild, and they did it convincingly, a 2-0, 2-1, and a 3-1. So Man City, they showed that they're better than the other tier 2 European teams. They got to show it one more time here versus BSK.
Again, both teams, a lot on the line. I saw some smiles as well from BSK on the other side. So hopefully we just get a good match. Hey, let's start. We got only 4 today. Maybe we can get a good, nice Game 7 for us here. But what are you guys thinking? Where are we looking in terms of our predictions here? I mean, a lot of talk about Man City. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to throw mine up first. I'll lead the charge. I never do that. Man City. I'm going to take Man City on this one. Gibbs, what do you think?
I feel like Man City is my favorite dark horse of these teams. Even though they lost to Magnifico, I still think Man City is a better team than Magnifico. I know Magnifico fans are going to hate me for this, but I think Man City's got a real shot at this Boston Major. I think they can make a run throughout this lower bracket. I'm going Man City.
Okay.
Likewise,
Got it.
yeah. I mean, not too much to add. It's just more of that same kind of line of thinking. Man City, they have shown so much promise, and this is a matchup that they should be, they'll feel very confident in. So I think this is going to be fine. Tomorrow, I think is going to be their real test. They can't look past BSK, but I think they will beat them.
Yeah, I think that for me, City are currently sitting just outside of those spots for the major. I think that they need to win these. I think they're going to be very acutely aware of the fact that they need to win these to get a couple more points on the board. Give me City here. I think they've just got that little bit extra over BSK.
Chat, I think I saw a lot of Man City's. I would be surprised if it's not. Yeah, I think there's a lot of belief in this squad, to be honest. And I think you have to. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes the distance here. I mean, I'm not going to count out BSK at all. I mean, solid players on them. We saw them even in the top 5 plays for Progressive there. But the only way to find out is to play. Stumpy, I believe you got to get scooting along here. You got to get into the casting booth. You got a friend waiting for you there. Let's get into our first best of 7 here in the European Open number 3. Man City trying to live up to those expectations as BSK stands on the other side. Let's get into some good Rocket League.
Manchester City taking on Team BSK in Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. You guys know that it's Progressive, but what you don't know is who I'm casting with. Hello, mate.
Hello, it's me, Emil Cole. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. No, it's not. Unfortunately, it's not Emil Cole. How you doing, Stumpy? It's been a while. It's feeling a little bit nostalgic right now, buddy.
It has been so long, and I have missed you, my dear sweet king. How have you been? Rocket League has been ticking along.
Oh, man. We don't
even
have time. Look, we don't even have time to get into what's been going down, what I've been missing, because Acro is going to start us out with a banger. Nice little bump there from Edgeby on Wristfox, and we're off on the ground running here, Stumpy. I've been good. I've been hanging out. I've been watching RLCS, getting myself a little bit more accustomed to what's been going on. A lot of changes, new formats, newer players, but at the end of the day, the core of this esport has always been the same, and it's always going to be entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, we're seeing Man City maybe going forward what they want to be, where we saw it seen in previous series, especially at the kickoff LAN over in Copenhagen last year, that they can fall into that defensive side when they think, you know what, we can sit back a little bit and absorb. And they had some fantastic counterattacks against some of the best teams in the world. This time round, they're going to be aggressive. Tempo and Acro again leading the charge. And Tempo, he slows his namesake down, and Acro can then come in and deliver the final touch.
I mean, you were just talking about counterattacks. You see Tempo taking it all the way from his own half, a little bit of a fake in the midfield. Two players went for the shot, but it's not really going to matter as long as one of them can put it away. And Man City, I mean, this is the start that you wanted to see from them, especially if you're a fan. The chat was favoring them, and I do have a lot of hope for this squad. The more that I've been, tapping back into RLCS and getting accustomed to everything, I mean, you could tell Man City, they're hungry, Stumpy. They want to be into that top spot.
Yeah, and I think that, we look at the table and we mentioned GK being one of those teams alongside Gentlemates in that 4th spot at the moment. They are currently looking to qualify for that major, but there is the potential for one of these underdogs, and Man City are absolutely in as one of those underdogs, along with your Magnificos. BSK, they want to try and break that. Acro does get challenged by Pisky. Dive in front. Rizfox misses that double, and Acro has to use a lot of boost to get it away. So far, we're seeing City now start to sit back a little bit more after they've managed to get themselves a 2-goal lead.
It looks like BSK are a little bit upset that we've been talking about City this whole time. They want to get involved and get aggressive themselves. Nice little play behind it. Wristfox, good defensive rotation. Tempo on the backboard, double tap, and they are just, it's a highlight reel from them, Stumpy.
I mean, it's lovely. Again, it's Tempo completely changing the pace of this. He speeds it up massively. Rizfox has to do a 3-point turn in net like he's trying to park at Tesco. And in the end, it comes down straight on his head. Tempo has been instrumental in 2 of these goals, and City lead by 3.
What is Tesco just like is it like the Costco of America? Like what is that?
It's just like a big shop. Just
big
a big
shop,
shop.
okay. Just a big shop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with a nice big car park outside.
Yeah, thank you. You got to put me on here, okay?
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you.
It's good to be back and hear that British accent in my ears, but it's also even better to see these top left shots from Tempo. Oh my goodness, I don't think Man City can be stopped in game 1.
I mean, it is yet again Edgeby and Tempo linking up. This time we see Edgeby end up faking out, and Tempo can then absolutely slam it top corner. Tempo has currently got 10 times the amount of points that Pisky has on BSK. He has been a dominant force in game number 1.
Oh yeah, we're looking at 8 shots, and we haven't even tallied a single shot from Team BSK. And, I saw a little bit of decent aggression in the midfield towards the first minute or 2, but doesn't seem like they've been able to generate any opportunities. The defense showing up strong out of Man City. But what I've been even more impressed with their accuracy, ability to generate those opportunities. I mean, it's a pretty well-rounded game, I'd say, from Man City.
Yeah, I mean, on the accuracy point as well, they're currently shooting at 50%. 8 shots and 4 goals. They have done a brilliant job, the average being somewhere around that 25%.
Ooh, there it is, there it is.
As Growly bumps Tempo, the danger man out of the way, Rizfox can come in and secure BSK's first.
And Rizfox is just there lurking, waiting to see what type of play is going to unfold. Growly doing so much of the heavy lifting, stays behind the ball, gets the demo, and you really can't ask for more in terms of a setup. Maybe there's a little bit of life, though, for Team BSK. There is plenty of time, half the game to go, but it's still going to be an uphill battle for this squad.
I mean, yeah, coming back from 4 is going to be rough for them, but Growly
It's possible.
can take advantage of the demo from RizFox, but he ends up shooting it just outside, wide and high of the top left. Pisky can go across, but it does get intercepted by Edgeby. Acro on not an open net, but it was able to be slowed down, try and take advantage. Fox towards that left wall. Acro to challenge, does get it. And Tempo again with the ball. He has been dangerous. In fact, 2 commit to this to try and shut him down. Pisky retreats back to the backboard.
Oh, here we go. All right, let's see. Team BSK looking at a lot more aggression from them. Demos, the physicality coming out strong. But I don't know if that's enough, Stump, but we were talking about it. I mean, you got to start putting these away. But Pisky, I guess he's got things locked and loaded for that second goal.
I mean, HB, I'm not too sure if he thought this was his in the end, because he ends up completely leaving it. Thought Acro then might come in, but he's positioned quite awkwardly. Pisky takes full advantage. 2 goals have now been wrestled back, and City's lead has been slashed in half.
Stumpy, is it happening? Is it happening, Stumpy? I can feel it. I can sense it, man.
I mean,
okay?
So, over at the kickoff LAN, you know, about a month and whatever it was ago, nearly 2 months ago now, Man City were leading 3-0 in a series.
Oh my God.
I was about to put your opposition down, and in the end, he has just hit you in the side of the car,
I mean,
fella.
you were talking about parking earlier. He's just backing it up. He's backing that thing up, and he doesn't even know what's going on. That could have been the start of something special, BSK, man. I saw a glimmer of light. There was hope for them. Hope, Stumpy, but it just, it's got to be the own goal.
The reversing camera, it was broken in the end.
Yeah.
He hits somebody on the way back, leaves a note on their windshield, and then moves on. 3 goals now separate these sides. I mean, I was going to mention the fact that at the kickoff LAN, Man City were leading 3-0 versus Novo, and then Novo fully reverse swept them in a best of 7 to take that series. So they can fall apart, don't get me wrong. Man City are not, you know, those gods that can't bleed, but they are certainly threatening. And with a minute left, 3 may well be too many.
It just feels like there's a lot more for Man City to fight for. Obviously, there's a chance that BSK could qualify for Boston, but Man City have better odds here because they didn't form in that last open like BSK did. But 40 seconds to go. It was one-sided to start out with, for sure. BSK found a bit of momentum, and now they're about to end with some momentum. Pisky, there's the 3rd goal, and you know, we already did this before. All right, I don't know if there's really a chance here, but I'd like to see
a goal incoming.
Yeah. Okay.
One more. I mean,
now maybe we'll get Tempo backing it up. Okay,
Oh,
that's
maybe.
he's
Oh,
going to be on the
good.
goal line. You know what I mean? We need a little bit of some revenge here.
I mean, bear in mind that, you know, it was, 2 minutes and they'd already scored 4 goals on City's side. But Tempo, he's unleashed again. Couldn't use that reset, unfortunately, to get another one. But, I mean, loads of goals have flown in. Since then, you know what? Fair play. Regardless how this game ends, BSK, they did not let those 4 goals get them down. They've managed to wrestle back to a respectable scoreline. If you did this in ranked, you wouldn't be too annoyed.
That's right. 10 seconds to go. Man City, this is a good game 1 from them. Seems like they've honestly had a fantastic warm-up. It's been BSK who've had a slower start and just now starting to grease the wheels as we head into game number 2. Do you think this is going to be, you know, a similar story for the rest of the series, or do you see BSK kind of getting back into this one, Stumpy?
I was kind of hoping that we'd see BSK wrestle a bit more like kind of the later half of this game compared to the first half of this game. But I mean, Man City came out the gate so incredibly hot. I think that for 2 teams that are of relatively equal ability or very similar ability, you know, different by like 10% on a big swing of a day, I think that BSK did a very good job to bring themselves back into this individual game. I expect the rest of the series to look like the later half of this one compared to the big smashing that Man City kicked number 1 off.
Yeah, and I don't want to add more like fuel to the fire because I'm sure Growly's already beating himself up for that own goal. But I mean, can you imagine the difference that the rest of game 1 would have been if that hadn't occurred? Definitely a just like a tone shifter.
They lost by 3. Like,
right.
At least it wasn't.
I mean, it was. I think that was the defining moment, though, man. It was a painful one, but we're gonna have to see if they have the mentality to get back into this one, Stumpy. And you know, it just feels good to be back here. All right, I feel good. I want to see your face. Where you at? There's your face, man. There it is. You looking good. You haven't changed at all.
I appreciate that. Well, I actually can't see you. I've not got the webpage open.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. We are so back. Feels good And you know,
You're looking great. You're looking handsome. You're looking talented. You're looking musically adept.
Okay, okay. Keep it going, keep it going. I like. You seems like you've been more like complimenting me, but you used to roast me all the time, and now you're over here with some positivity. Thank you for that.
Hey, you're welcome. I mean, I feel like we'll get to that. Don't get me wrong. We'll get to that. We'll get to
We'll
us
have
being
time.
quite cruel.
Yeah.
But until then, it's nice to have you here. Are you still feeling confident on that Man City side? Do you think that they're going to be able to continue with the
Yeah, 100%. I think that Man City, you know, I didn't expect it to be this, I want to say easy. I think game one certainly wasn't as much of a challenge as I had anticipated out of BSK, but moving forward, I think Man City have to take this. There's more on the line for them. The teamwork was there. Even in the pre-show, we saw the highlights of what they're capable of and using everybody on the field all at once. So I just think that trend's going to continue. And BSK, while they're a great team, I just don't know if they have enough fight in them. But we'll see, man. This is early in the series. We can't be out here just calling predictions like that.
Yeah, very early still in the series. Chat, I wonder what you think. Are you guys feeling that it's going to be the later half of that game where it will be closer? Or do Man City just keep pushing? Let us know. I'm keeping an eye on you guys. But yeah, Man City, I think, have been... the fact that also they are currently playing next to each other. They are at the endpoint facility. They are playing on land together and boot camping.
And that's huge. That is
as a
huge,
former player
yeah.
yourself from, what, about 2.5 decades ago, how much of a difference did that make?
I mean, to be honest, Gibbs kind of really hit it on the nail on the head with that point that, you know, they're in person with each other. And if you're struggling or maybe you take a loss, you fall back, which we did witness earlier in this open tournament. They took that rough loss against Magnifico, a tight game 5, lost their second life in the playoffs now, and they got to go through the lower bracket, but they're in person. They can boost the morale together, and just having that spirit, that energy, it's contagious. And whether or not you've been in that situation before, if you're coming out here for Man City, you're going to thrive in that environment. And I see them just riding that wave no matter what happens here, Stumpy.
I didn't realize though that everyone had moved to a completely different server. So
Yeah,
I was
we're just
sitting in
remaking
there
everything.
on my own. Yeah, that's completely my fault. I looked on their screens.
You're just
on their
hanging out
cameras.
over there, dude.
Well, I looked at their cameras and thought, that's not happening on my screen.
Yeah.
And I pressed tab and it was only me in there.
Dude,
So-
that's the mistake that I'm supposed to be making. I'm rusty here.
I know,
okay,
I know, you've nailed it.
Come on, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing,
You
man?
nailed it. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, that's my fault. Yeah, I think that, you know, having all your teammates by your side is going to be a massive boon. BSK, though, you know, I think they had lots that they could be proud of towards the end of that game. And I think that the sort of the physicality that we saw from BSK, it was almost
It was working. It was working.
Yeah, it was working for sure. That's how they got their goals. And Manchester City, the early goals, that came from bumps as well. So I think these players, they'll be, you know, just the tiniest bit slower than the absolute top tier players in the world.
Right.
And you can definitely use that to your advantage. They will be that bit more bumpable. They will be that bit more predictable as to where they're going to be so that you can get in their way.
Right, 100%. And I do think BSK, it's going to be a long series. We got a best of 7 here. Plenty of chances to get back into it. While we have been hyping up Man City, you know, I don't want to discredit what this team is capable of doing. And we'll see now. I'm curious, do they continue up with that physical bumping style? How does Growly try to come back from game 1? I doubt he's even thinking about it, but there's still a potential that he could be a bit rough there on the mental side of things. So there's a lot of things up in the air, and there's only one way to find out how it's going to unfold.
Turtle, I have a question for you, mate.
All right, let's hear it.
Whilst you've been away from the Rlcs, obviously it's an absolute dream to have you back. Have you had a team in particular that you've looked at and thought, oh, they look really good? Like that's a team that I'm excited to see play.
It kind of comes back and forth. It's hard for me to like take the generic pick, and I'm always on side NA. You know, I want to see NRG win. But not to be convenient here, I actually have really been enjoying watching Man City grow. And I'm usually a big fan of, when it comes to the RLCS, watching teams thrive and continue to mesh and learn how to gel with each other. It's, you know, it's fun to watch the teams dominate, but to see a team learn how to play with each other as they continue on in the season is so much more fun. And that's why I've actually been personally excited about Man City.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Hey, brilliant. Good job. Nailed it.
I mean, it's convenient. It sounds like I'm lying because we're casting it, but I promise you, they've been fun to watch for me.
They really have. No, they've been incredible to watch. And Acro in the midfield, completely intercepting this pass. Pisky tries to get in midfield towards Growly, who misses. Acro can then receive, and it's open for him. It's a stunning touch to keep the ball close to his car. And again, it's an early statement of intent for Man City.
I mean, that was just such a weird first touch. I don't know if did he cancel his flip? I'd love to get another look at that. His car looked like it did a fancy little maneuver right before catching it underneath him, but still, I mean, this is right where they left off. The groove has been found, and they are comfortably sitting in the lead. Who can take down this blue roster? It's gonna be somebody from BSK. Otherwise, you know, they're gonna be on the goal line getting save after save like that.
That was a lovely play, though, from Rizfox. Had to had to dodge the bump that was coming his way. Stayed grounded. As soon as he jumps, then you then see the attacking player shoot. That one going just above the crossbar, and Acro can redirect it. It will find its way home with the touch of Edgeby. What a redirect from his own backboard.
Oh my goodness, and what a touch there to go all the way to the other side to keep it in the middle of the field as well. If that thing bangs all the way to the corner, there's no way you're even getting a shooting opportunity. Edgeby, I don't even know why he's cherry picking on the other side. How do you anticipate it? These players, they just always have that sixth sense here, Stumpy.
I mean, it's like a team psycho almost using the opposition.
Yeah.
The fact that he's sent to the backboard and then it could then be sent, you know, by yourself towards the opposite goal. Beautiful play over there from United. Sorry, rather from City. Oh my goodness, City, not United.
No.
Oh no, I didn't mean
that is a cardinal sin. I cannot, dude. We're gonna have to move on. But you might be in the doghouse, my friend.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to the brand of Manchester City. I didn't mean it.
That's gotta hurt. But Growley, you know, that was almost as painful as the Growley own goal earlier. I'll give you that.
No, me and Growley. All right, you know,
Yeah.
I'll take being compared to Growley in literally any way. That's okay by me.
It's true.
In 2 minutes in, though, it's that 2-0 for Manchester City, not the other one. Being able to have another attacking chance. Acro to commit along with Rizfox. Edgeby now left on a bit of an island here. Has to track back. Gets bumped out the way. Tempo has to dive in through. But this now BSK starting to form a counter.
It's really good awareness, though, from Tempo. Seeing that demo on his own teammate, early cutting on the rotation. I haven't seen any breaks or awkward errors with the spacing on Man City, even with their defense getting tested right now. It looks like they've got the structure down. Maybe that's why BSK feel like they have to go for demos. Almost a bit of a awkward opportunity. Could have bounced off Growley's car into the goal, but still nothing on target. And here, look at the defense. I mean, just rock solid out of Man City. Here, Stumpy. Okay, get it right.
And what a City man is. It's a shot just wide from Growley, but I mean, that was a good extended period of offense from BSK. Can they continue it? It's a nice doink from Rizfox. Tries to get the dunk on Edgeby. Central to Growley. Wants to maybe pass it. Instead, shoots on target, but light enough for Tempo to clear.
All right, Acro, what do you got for us? Maybe a solo play into an air dribble bump with a double tap from Edgeby. Oh, my goodness. This is just everything thrown at the defense. Here's the air dribble with the bump midair on Growley. Edgeby comes in and crashes the double tap. It is lights out from the team in blue.
That pass is beautiful. You can tell the moment as well when he changes attention from the ball to the man. The touch doesn't quite go his way, but doesn't let that kind of get in the way of it and think, oh, okay, let's reset. Immediately changes, goes for the bump instead, can then be finished by a beautiful double tap from Edgeby. Everything for Man City there had to tick.
Yeah.
And it did so with precision. 100 seconds remain. BSK need to have the latter heroics they had in game number 1 to get themselves back in.
It just looks like the communication is, you know, on another tier. There's a demo from Rizfox, but doesn't look like they have things calculated. After they get a demo, after they get a bump, you know, what's the plan to execute afterwards? There's not really too much put in motion. And they get a demo and things are kind of stalling. Something else has to come through. But like I was talking about, Man City, the communication is there. Even when they get demoed, even when their shots on target off the crossbar, Edgeby still finds a way to keep it out.
Final minute. We've not really seen a huge amount of chances. Not 3 chances for BSK. But Rizfox can keep the question being asked. Edgeby from his own backboard can clear towards the left wall. Piski's there, but not that much boost. Has to try and just secure a dunk. Goes to the corner. Edgeby's got no boost himself, but he can waste these seconds while his teammate comes in instead. It's a horror show of defense as both dive in the corner. I thought it was relatively clever, but Growley, forces their hand and Rizfox can sink it.
And that was a weird play, too, for Edgeby. He didn't know if he was supposed to challenge the ball or just wait it out in that corner. And I was just complimenting their communication. It feels all organized, and then a little lapse does occur. But thankfully, they've got security and even more now, extending that lead back to what it was, 4-1.
Yes, nice play straight from the kickoff. The immediate fake goes towards that right-hand side. Tempo then comes in and forces it towards that carrying, that progressing player in Edge B. 44 seconds, there's 3 goals. Again, we said it in game number 1, but in game number 2 may well be just a little bit too much for BSK to pull back from.
Well, it's just been similar themes. I mean, BSK have had some solid moments, good demos, a couple of chances. Here's one now from Growly. Not going to be enough. There's always a player to get in the way, finding a challenge.
Good fake.
And, you know, I mean, we're seeing highlights out of BSK. I don't think this is necessarily a bad performance out of them, but they just haven't been able to maintain that consistently.
I mean, I think Tempo, for me in particular, has really just been incredible on this side. He's always having a glow up kind of in the start of this season, excuse me, in the start of this season and then to from the end of last season. He has been a real pleasure to watch. And Acro there, we're trying to send one more on target, will not land. 4-1 at minimum for City, and they go 2-0 up in the series. BSK, they need a little bit of thinking here. Put their thinking caps on, because how do you take down a team that is just on the day playing better?
Seems like they're unstoppable right now, but with that being said, I wouldn't say it's been all one-sided. Still a couple of chances here and there came a win. And this is such an important series, so much on the line. If either team get eliminated, their major contention and opportunities and chances are just going to go flying out the window, Stumpy. So maybe that could be playing into the mentality, getting the nerves set here for BSK. Because, I mean, for BSK in particular, given the fact that they formed relatively recently, I mean, they got to go the distance today if they want to have a chance.
Yeah, and if either of these teams win, or rather when one of these teams win, they will then eliminate the other from major contention. It is that close between these two sides. This in this series is do or die, not just for this Open, but obviously continuing through to the rest of the season. And if you don't make that major, you're then missing out on some vital points.
Right.
It's going to feel a little bit harsh for Man City because they obviously made the kickoff LAN. And that must have felt like, yes, we've made a LAN, we've done it, but you don't get any more points for that. You didn't get the points, but you still get the exact same amount if it was online or if it was in Copenhagen. So sort of really good opportunity, but maybe mentally a little bit rough, thinking, we've already been to a LAN, we kind of know what it's like. We'd love to do that again with a crowd.
And now you've got the desire, you want to get back there, see what the crowd's like, how it feels in Boston, which is going to be incredible. Boston, I mean, I think it was one of my favorite lands so far, so get back into that city, it's going to be beautiful.
Really yeah, Boston was fantastic. Great city. So if you are going, make sure that you have a great time there. Pick a team and just go absolutely bananas. Chris Fox gets a shot on target. The top corner, though, is saved by Edgebin. It was a stunning save to start off the third game. And BSK, interestingly, haven't taken a timeout.
No timeout. They just want to keep it going. And I understand that approach. Like, there's a lot here that's going well for BSK. I think if they tighten things up on the defensive rotations, it should be a much closer game. And eventually you can get this wall of defense from Man City to fall. You just got to keep hammering the net.
Yeah, I think they just need to, as you say, just keep being persistent, keep being annoying, keep stealing boost.
Yeah.
But I think so far, that's a lot easier said than done. A stunning touch from Pisky there. Maybe it was a little bit too far away from him in hindsight. Fox will miss on the sidewall. You can't be doing that, especially with Growly on low boost. Growly does well, but only gets as far as Acro. Pisky has to dive in front, but again, low boost for BSK. His counterattack is going to be a little bit thin on the ground. And Growly does a decent job. Fox now to challenge, gets it away from Edgeby. Midfield, though, no one's there, and Acro just heat checks the man at the back.
I'm already seeing some consistency issues out of BSK. Two players in the same spot. A lot of space there in the midfield, and this is what I'm talking about. I mean, if you look solid on offense, you're getting opportunities, that's fine, but as soon as Man City counterattack, you're just exposed with several weaknesses, and look at all that space for Tempo to take his time and find that left side.
It's crazy as well because he had space individually where he can shoot, but then the net was full of players and he still managed to sneak it through. A lovely shot going towards the opposite side, and Tempo continues to be inevitable. Acro out to thin air pulls the rabbit out of the hat.
It's absolutely cheeky from the backboard, and he's using the flip as well, man. This is just too much. This is too much. I don't even know how you calculate that on the pre-flip to get a touch. Man City, they are truly flying high.
goodness gracious. I'm so excited to see that in the top place tomorrow. It just will be. Gibbs,
We
get
need,
it in there.
we need a breakdown, like a slow-mo of how precise you have to be. Because as soon as you flip into that, Stumpy, you're locked in. You have to know exactly where that ball is landing before you flip.
Gorgeous play. Acro, again, being a phenomenal player. Tempo taps it middle. And both of these guys, with Edge B assisting, they have been a real team and a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, what a touch to... Oh, my goodness.
To Edge B, saved by Wristfox.
I mean, everything just has intent behind it, Stumpy. You see Man City hit the ball. It's going to a teammate, it's going to a player, or it's wasting time for them to get back in rotation. I can't say the same about BSK and the way they're maneuvering around the field. Sometimes there's high moments, and I definitely think the ceiling is high for BSK, but right now looking a bit watered down with their approach.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that it's almost like BSK are thinking, oh, we have the ball, okay, let's hit it. It's like, oh, we suddenly have the chance to hit the ball. Pisky there does do so. It's quite a poor shot, goes to the corner that both players realistically were able to cover. That had to go left side of the goal, but he ends up shooting it right. Those snapshots, I think a little bit more time could have been taken, and that's sort of that symptom that we were saying.
Oh my goodness.
They have the chances every now and then, but they're snapping at it. They're not taking the extra half a second to think.
And you might be seeing some desperation out of BSK because, you know, even on some opportunities that look high quality, they're getting midair bump demos. They're setting up plays solid like that one here on Rizfox. It's still just simply not enough. Demos aren't going to break through the defense. It's going to come down to the mechanics. You know, you were just talking about the shot, the accuracy. Little moments, like you said, snapshots are going to define this series.
I think so far their snapshots have been very, very much in favor of Man City. They've been controlling the tempo of this game. They've been making sure that everything that they do in this, as we've said, has a purpose. Well, just going on target, but easily saveable. Tempo can clear it towards the right-hand wall. There's Fox central, but to absolutely nobody. So Edgeby has space, time, and boost.
Oh, here we go. Back slowly getting more and more closer to that wall for BSK. And if you lose this game, you start to wonder, how are they going to get back into this series? The obstacle just keeps getting that much taller. Acro off the backboard. Pisky, nice little follow-up. 60 seconds. The lead isn't as extensive as we've seen previously, but man, oh man, I'm seeing more and more domination out of Man City as this game winds down.
It's that sheer control that they're showing. We've had 4 shots on target for BSK. I think 1 has really been threatening. And on the side of City, they've had 7. That's going to be another one that's on target, somewhat threatening. But Acro, he falls directly in line of the second save. Gets the first, he's there for the second, and then steals a boost away. So on the retreat, BSK are going to be working with very limited resources. A flip, secure from the ceiling. Tempo does drop it on target. Pisky can save it away. And this is where we need some action, because a timeout, I'm certain, will be called after this game. You want to do it off the back of something convincing. That one from the crossbar, but it's not enough as Pisky gets bumped.
I mean, they're just coming up empty-handed every single time. And they're throwing caution to the wind. It's still not enough. 5 seconds to go. You mentioned the timeout. BSK 100% are going to have to take a breather, take their hands off the controller. Even with a goal right here to go, it's not going to be enough. Man City on match point. And we're looking at a long series for BSK.
I'm still not seeing a timeout being called, which I think is...
No way. There's no way they don't take a timeout. This is an elimination match. If they lose, they're out.
May as well. Like,
why not?
You... Not even just that you may as well. You should. You should.
But then what do you even say in the timeout? I mean, like, we got to win this reverse sweep. I mean, I guess get up and stretch a little bit.
Maybe.
Oh, man.
Something.
Okay.
Surely they take a timeout. You don't just sit there after getting, quite frankly, battered for 15
I mean,
minutes.
it's because of that goal right there. I mean, that must have been the final nail in the coffin, dude.
But you don't then just think like, all right, lads, more of that.
If you're really mad and you truly don't believe you're playing poorly, you keep it going. I can understand that take, but as a coach, I mean, what do? Do you favor the players wanting to keep momentum and risk them staying tilted, or do you force the break, Stumpy?
I don't know. I want them to do something. I'm kind of like that meme of just like
Poking it on the ground with a stick.
Like,
yeah, I was thinking about that.
BSK really haven't done much in this so far, and I think that's going to be on Bato, I'm not sure how to say the name, their coach, to come in and say, right, we are taking the timeout. Like, let's make sure that we can go into this. But no. We will not be taking a timeout. They have just been battered for 15 minutes straight. More of that, I guess, boys.
I respect it. I respect it completely. All right, it's like that one friend you have that's playing in your ranked games. Like, just one more game. Just one more game. We don't got to go to bed right now. Just one more game. Keep it going.
You know, I'm the employed friend saying, bro, I've got a job. This is why you take a timeout. Like, temporary.
You really think a timeout would have saved this, though, Stumpy?
What is... No offense to Rizfox, I'm sure he's a great guy. What on earth are you doing? That has gone straight back towards the middle. You've then not got enough boost to do anything with it, and you then go to drive challenge when the ball pops. Tempo's going to be there. Tempo's always going to be there. That's what he's done this series.
Okay, maybe they're a little nervous. They didn't make it out of groups in open number 2. All right, they're just happy to be here in the playoffs. Maybe they're satisfied with that, Stumpy.
No, I refuse to believe. No team here is happy with. I would honestly, I'd love to. I don't want to harp on about them not taking the time out, but you just.
Okay.
I think it's just literally makes sense to do it. But you know what? I'll get over it because BSK, if they win this game, then they get all of my apologies.
Right. And it looks like we're going to have to get over it because there's still plenty of time here. And it looks like BSK are moving strong, but not on defense. Acro. I mean, this man, does he ever miss the net? So accurate. And look at the pass from Tempo.
Stunning. Stunning pass. If only there was some kind of mechanism wherein they could have slowed down the momentum that they gained throughout the last 3 games.
Yeah.
If only there was 2 letters they could have typed to the admin to make sure that they could just temper what was going on with Man City. If only that was written in the rulebook that they could take a timeout.
Oh, my. It looks like Acro is living in the future. Every time one of his teammates has a touch, has a clear, he's already up in the air. He knows where to position himself. Man City moving like one, I mean, they're just a singular machine. They are one unit moving together, one organism. Okay, as I say that, there's a little luck there from Rizfox slipping in.
And that was a lovely boost steal as well from Rizfox. That then slows down Edgeby, who then has to sort of reverse, then kind of comes back. If he kept going in this momentum, which he wanted to, till that boost was stolen, then he would have been able to save it. It's a great play from Rizfox, off and on ball, and that brings 1 goal back.
All right. Looks like you might have to be apologizing soon about that frustration with the timeout, Stumpy. Maybe they had some planned out.
See.
I mean, because we're not in the comms, we don't know what the vibes are like. Can you blame them for not taking a timeout if they're still feeling good, even with the reverse sweep lurking over their heads? We'll have to find out. Tempo off the backboard. Getting a bit awkward. They want to extend this lead. They've been used to having a decently sized lead for the whole series. We'll see how they handle this pressure of that 1 goal.
And you know what? Man City, as I said right at the start of the series, they are not unreverse sweepable. During the kickoff land, they got reverse swept by Novo. It has happened to them literally this season on land. So, and those first games as well, Novo didn't score a single goal. They were on track to get perfect swept, and then Novo got the reverse sweep. It was a big dominant performance from Man City. Maybe BSK are referencing that in their minds. Maybe I'm the one that's being silly.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the history is there, you know you can repeat it. But I don't know really if they have time to think about that as we're nearing this second half. Tempo underneath the ball, flip reset. Pisky still in front of it. It's an awkward corner bounce, not getting a touch. Things have slowed down as everybody's looking to get some more boost. 2 players sent to the backboard, double tap off the crossbar. A lot of tension here on the defensive side of Man City, but nothing forcing that wall to fall yet.
That's a shame for Growley. I think if that's on target, then that's probably a goal. He's done a fantastic job, but not as good as Tempo. The build-up on this play.
Look at him. He's already in the air. I'm telling you.
And then completely boost across to dunk it into the net. Tempo is inevitable.
He exists only in the future, Stumpy. He knows where every single touch from his teammates is going to go. He's already planning 10 steps ahead of his own team. And he knows exactly where he needs to be positioned. Can't get that solo play to work, but my goodness, it's going to set up the shot for Edgeby. And here comes the absolute domination that is Man City that we have been quite familiar with all series long.
And the momentum is really starting to fall back in the hands of Man City. I think the BSK did a decent job to wrestle with it a little bit more. They kept it to, 2-1 for a little while, and then 2 in about 10 seconds is a brutal way to enter the final 2 minutes. Tempo's up, but Rizfox will beat him. Only towards the midfield, though. Edgeby up with a touch to the backboard, but well covered by Rowley.
And right now, they need to march down the other side. Something has to give for BSK. This is, like we talked about, elimination territory. They're eliminated right now with a loss to Manchester. And that's going to be just stinging and ringing in their minds if they take this L, especially in the fashion of a full sweep and a best-of-7, Stumpy. It's not going to feel good.
Rowley's there with no boost, and he is going to be a spectator to BSK's demise. Edgeby, I think, realized here he's got nothing. I just have to take it high. He can't make it on the backboard, and the double is clinical. 5-1, entering the final 70 seconds in game number 4. And Man City are just those guys today, and they are almost certainly going to be moving on.
It was just the beginning of the end, and I find it very on theme that you can hear the Star Wars soundtrack playing after he scores that goal, because that's what it feels like right now. I mean, they're the villains here in this series, taking down BSK and doing it with ease. 48 seconds to go. Unfortunately, I think all of the life has just been drained out of the orange side, and we're just running this clock down.
Yeah, Tempo taking that ball away from Acro when I think Acro had an absolute dead cert of a shot there. Final 30, what can be done? Tempo removes 2 to the scrapyard. Rowley's up with a little bit of boost, but Edgeby fancies the reset against him. As his final 20 ticks down, it has been a dominant performance by Man City.
And that's an understatement.
4-0. It has been, Turtle. This is a tale of 2 teams, and one is quite demonstrably greater.
Yeah, I mean, my first mainstream RLCS cast in quite some time, and it is one-sided as can be, not even a close one. BSK, they had a bit of life in them, a bit of fight in the early starts of every single game, but Man City, with what they know is on the line, they want to fight for a spot in Boston.
That is BSK eliminated from the Open as well as the major contention. We will not be seeing them in Boston. With Manchester City, they continue their chances to see if they can fly across the pond and head over to the Boston Major. Well, hopefully they'll be seeing a load of you guys if they can make it. The Man City Turtle, they really were spectacular. My player of that series, Tempo. My goodness, what a beast.
I mean, I'm curious how you even build that type of synergy and riskiness. I mean, he's going up for plays that he really shouldn't. He's trusting his teammates completely with his life to pre-jump in the air on the other side, go up for clears, hang out on the sides of the wall in the opponent's half. So many dangerous things that I didn't even see out of BSK. So Man City, not only are they willing to take those risks, but they know when exactly to do that.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They were such a measured team, but so aggressive. Like, everything that they looked at was a nail, and they were the hammer. And yet somehow everything ended up working. So, Turtle, it's a shame that obviously your first one back was going to be a 4-0, but
it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, very, very fun. And thankfully, there's a lot more Rocket League coming today. GK Esports are going to be taking on Team Vitality, and that'll be happening right after the break.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'll never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool.
can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm burying a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks from my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel like, bring me back to life. Cufflinks from my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series here in European Open number 3. It's been a blast so far as we start our first best of 7. And now to talk about their win, I have with me Noah. Noah, buddy, how you doing overall?
Yeah, doing really good. I mean, good win, good confidence boost. I think for the rest of the tournament, it's. I mean, yesterday was, I guess, a bit shaky. Obviously, tough loss, but it's good to kind of bounce back with a dominant win.
Yeah. Now, can you watch me through, like, I guess the experience of the team so far, just like from your perspective, how that get-togethers happened, going through Copenhagen, going into this tournament here. Obviously, you've had some tough matches along the way. What's it been like from your side of things?
I mean, it's been all good. Again, like with any progression, there's ups, there's downs. Obviously, going back to Copenhagen wasn't the best sort of time there, but just qualifying for that LAN anyway was really good for just sort of like team building and working on things. And every sort of loss, the Game 7 to Novo, the 2 Game 7s we had now with KC, we take them, we learn from them, and we try and improve, come back the next regional stronger.
How does it? I'm always interested in the mental, because we saw you guys smiling before this matchup here. But I know for me, even if it's a hard matchup like K Corp that I'm being knocked out to, it still gets to you at the back of the head. And I know a lot of that mental is going to come down to you to deal with the team. How do you handle that? Has it been hard? Has the team handled everything well?
Obviously, there's challenges, but I think the guys have kind of taken everything on the chin. They've taken everything in stride. It's not easy. It's very high pressure situation, sort of week in, week out. A lot can kind of go wrong and snowball, and these guys have just been excellent to work with. They've all sort of like newish players to the top. It's been a pleasure to work with. They've again just taken everything in stride and sort of only gotten better from it.
Now, this might be one of those things where you can't tell me because you give away your trade secrets, but is there something you do when working with players that don't have as much experience playing against some of the top teams that haven't been around for years and years, playing in top 4s all the time? Is there something you do specifically that prepares them to absorb as much information as quick as possible to make sure they can be consistent?
Yeah, it depends on the person. Everyone's different. But yeah, sort of when I joined them, yeah, I mean that's easy. When I joined is you just kind of let them play, see how things are going.
Work individually with them.
Yeah, and just sort of see how things work out at the start, and then from there it's about sort of like, you know, ironing out creases, and doing a lot of work again, like individually. There's a lot that sort of I can pass on to them with the amount of players that I've worked with in my career now. There's a lot of knowledge I can pass on from other players, from other experiences, and kind of give to them, so they almost have the experiences that I've had as well, kind of built into one. So it's definitely helping.
Very helpful. Yeah, that's very helpful. Hey, before I let you go, just quick question here. How stressful is it for you now watching like this next series, knowing that, okay, you guys want GK to lose, but then there's still that tiebreaker? How high are the stress levels for you just having to be hands off watching, knowing these tiebreaks can come along?
Me personally, I don't know about these guys, but I will say, speak for them, that we're pretty relaxed. I mean, we've done our job. That's all we can really do. We can still clinch it with our own. You know, we're not reliant on other teams. We just got to win the regional. Pretty easy stuff. Sure, but it's still easy stuff. It's still in our hands. So as long as we're chill, we're not stressing. As long as we do what we need to go out and do, then we know we'll be fine.
Hey, you know what? It's been fun watching you guys. I think a lot of people have a lot of high expectations for this team. So keep showing us that you can deliver on that. Congratulations on that first win. Good luck, Noah, and the rest of the bracket. And there it is. Noah from Manchester City squad again. Gibbs, I think I was just saying, Stumpy Series with me as well. Gibbs, the expectations for this team, like we know they've got some pretty good potential.
Yeah, and I was a little bit worried about them because in high pressure moments, like we saw at the kickoff LAN, they kind of fell apart. They fell apart as well against Magnifico Game 5 yesterday. High pressure moments are not the best for them, but they showed up in this match, and this could have been an email. And we kind of saw that at BSK. They didn't call their timeout. They're like, let's just get out of here. We're getting dominated throughout this match, and the entire time, it was like Freestyle Friday here for Man City.
I mean, I've got, as I said in the series, I've got words for BSK for not taking that time out. I think that's fundamentally silly. They got styled on, don't get me wrong. They got battered for 20 minutes straight, but you still got to do something to try and slow down the inevitable sometimes. And I think that is, to me, the best that we've seen Man City play ever. I mean, it's comparable to the first 3 games that they had versus Novo, but they didn't finish the series that way. And I think you need to look at a series to see about best performances. That was stunning from Man City, near faultless. I loved watching that. They're going to be a real thorn in the side of whoever falls down to face them out of our upper bracket quarters. They're not going to be an easy win. They'll not be a free win for any team at this point if they can keep that kind of performance up.
Well, let's see where that puts them as the bracket carries on into the weekend here. First match down, they'll face off. Well, it's not going to get easier. I think it's K-Corp Ninjas in Pajamas. Whoever loses that one there. But yeah, it's going to get harder and harder. Noah said it. Hey, all we have to do is win the regional here. It's all in their hands still. It won't be. Yeah. I'm feeling the same.
I didn't mean to laugh at you, Noah. I didn't mean that.
But if K-Corp can run through a lower bracket, why can't Man City? You know, why not?
True. Fair enough here. Hey, well, let's take a look at the points again because it matters for these teams. We saw again that Man City Magnifico creating that separation before. Now Man City with the win Gibbs puts them in a good position.
Yeah, so every time that you advance in this bracket at this point, it's a 2-point buffer until you make it to the grand finals. Then it's a 3-point buffer. Then if you win it, it's 5 points. So that 2-point gap with GK, Magnifico, and Manchester City is so incredibly close. If GK loses versus Vitality here, there is now at least 3 chances between Magnifico, who has 2 chances, and Man City, who has 1 chance to make it to a top 4 spot.
Yeah, if you guys want to know what matches are coming, well, it's an interesting one. GK versus Team Vitality. I'm not gonna lie, I just want to start talking about this. Let's get into this here because GK, a team that so many people are behind. I mean, I think in the yay and A's, we all said, yeah, they're gonna grab that last spot here, but they've got Vitality, Stumpy, and I, spoiler, don't know if they're gonna make this. I think we're looking at a tiebreak.
This is I think, honestly, for both these teams, this is a really hard win. I think that GK, as I sort of keep saying repeatedly, that they are a team that I always think, oh, you know what, they've thrown this season, blah, blah, blah. They're still so in contention. So if anybody at home is thinking, oh, this is just a Vitality win, no, they're so in contention for this event. The last 2 times, in fact, that these teams ended up playing, it ended up being 4-3, 4-3. Both of them, Game 7, going to GK. It has been a It has been very, very close, I think, recently. And it's such a 50-50. I'm impressed with what I've seen out of Vitality generally. They do fall against K-Corp, but at this point, who sort of doesn't? I'd still like to see more from both of these teams. This, to me, is a proving ground rather than one to be like, yes, I am now the number 2 team in Europe. You know, this is just one of their steps that they need to take to convince me that they are the best version of themselves.
Here's the thing. Gibbs, actually chat first. Hashtags in the chat, progressive fan votes up. But Gibbs, you know that Vitality, at least a little bit, was preparing for this matchup, considering they lost 2 times in a row in Game 7s now, and the fact that they knew this was their matchup coming into today. I bet you last night and this morning for them was spent looking specifically at this matchup.
And not only that, they're only 2 points above them as well. So if Vitality loses, they haven't clinched their spot yet either. If they beat, or if they win today, Vitality's in. Vitality will go to Boston. So more importantly than even who they're playing, they want to win this match. But GK, the last time they played, Vitality, I think, outplayed GK, and they lost in Game 7. They outscored them 14-9. They scored 4 goals in 3 of those games, but couldn't get any offensive going through any of the other games. So I think Vitality, I think they know what they need to do to take down a GK.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here. I really want the tie breaks though. And I said it before I spoiled it. I got to go Vitality as well. I want to see as much drama as possible. I'm sitting with Gibbs Stumpy.
As I said on the pre-show, maybe I'm just a little bit too Team England pilled after spending a lot of time with Joyo and Jack. I'm not going to say they let me down when it was FIFA-y, but England didn't do particularly well. I have to go with them here. Give me GK. I think Vitality, they look a lot more susceptible than they have done in previous seasons. I think that they can be a better team, but do I think that they will be a better team? Today, I've just got that feeling. I've got that low, rumbling, sparkling feeling in my tummy, and I think that GK could take it.
I mean, there's no better duo than Disappointment, FIFA, and England, right? There is no better duo there across the board.
Don't do this to me in a World Cup year of all years, Gibbs.
It's in my home turf, so watch out. But yeah, Vitality's going to win this one.
It's coming home. It's coming home.
We're going to find out in a moment here because this next best of 7 is ready. A lot on the line for both of them here. No one of these teams have clinched yet. They're going to see if they can do it here. Team Vitality want this win. GK would like to avoid a tiebreak later on. Let's find out who's moving forward right now.
It's all to play for in the EU Regional 3 of the season. Vitality looking to play spoiler for GK's season, and definitely they're split. But GK still have everything in their own control. Game 1 kicking off right now, brought to you by Progressive.
Oh, 100%. This is going to be a juicy one, Johnny. You know, it's one thing to just witness some high-level Rocket League, but the best of the best now attempting to battle it out and fighting for a spot in Boston still. These guys have faced off each other. There's a long history, always going to Game 7. There's so much on the line. The story continues to just unfold. And now we've got a new chapter here ahead of us. Let's see if it gives us any good drama for the day. That's what we want to see.
I've got high hopes. I think Vitality can show us the level we are hoping to see from them this season. I think that we can see something more from them. If you look at the bracket, you think, oh, well, everything's just the same as usual for Vitality. They're doing well against every team not named K-Corp. They're losing to K-Corp, but they actually look good on day 1. And let's see if they can take that into day 2. And they're not the team under pressure here yet. They're in a much better point standing than GK.
It did look like Zen wanted to go into this series with some explosions, getting some demos, good physicality. Here he is again looking for some demos, and we'll see, you know, what type of consistency we do get out of Vitality. You talk about having a good start to this tournament. I don't know. I'm curious what level of performance we get from all 3 players. Do we get a pop-off moment here from Zen as he's looking to receive that one? Or is it going to be a more grounded, full-team approach that we just witnessed on Man City?
And like I said, couldn't really make up his mind on what he wanted to do on that play. He did have options. Usually he's able to pick the best one. Vitality will have to wait for the next opportunity against the team. And then against a player in Jack who's done extremely well against Zen and Exotic in the past calendar year. Had a very good record against him when he was on Dignitas. They've carried that on into this season as well with GK.
Oh, Zen behind the ball. What do you got for us, buddy? Maybe a midair demo play with a pass to the midfield. First opportunity, I'd say, that looked pretty significant for Vitality. Came and went, but here comes Abchak looking for that counter attack. Not finding it, and we're back to the corner play. Both teams exchanging blows. Neither could find any consistency, but it's looking good, and the speed's starting to increase here, John. It's getting interesting.
Very close. Jack almost opening the scoring. Or GK. Vitality able to watch the ball go across the goal. Now Jack's former teammate Stizzy with the reset the other way. Nothing GK have to worry about yet, but they might have something with Joyo. No mechanics really coming through for either team, at least in terms of creating clear-cut chances.
It just looks very game one, trying to feel it out, see how either team wants to play. They're going to be more aggressive. They want to take more risk. At this point, you're just starting it out. You want to try and get this ball rolling, but do it in a way that you can maintain for the rest of the series. We just saw what happens when you're not that consistent. Seiko looking for something. Joyo, that's going to follow to the bottom right side, and that one's just going to pop in playing pinball.
Yeah, it was a good save by Stizzy, but he couldn't get the ball clear. He'd already jumped into the middle of the goal.
Oh, no.
And he's kind of bumped into own goaling there. Not that it would have mattered. I think that GK were going to score that anyway. But, yeah, not the start Vitality we're looking for, with the credit going to GK, however. I think that was a, kind of a forced mistake, with Stizzy's clear being a difficult one.
That's still kind of like a weird touch, though, from Joya. I was expecting like a laser beam from him coming through, but kind of a softer hit and shot. But I guess that's what threw the defense for a whirl.
Oh, Joyo had to get skimmed to save that one. Zen not able to get a fast shot in the follow-up either. Vitality, they're moving around pretty quickly, but there's striking yet to show up on Saturday. Exotic not really able to do too much with this one, just hitting it down the line into the corner. It's pretty safe, but not the best. 50-50, Stizzy with a huge chance, and he doubles it in for 1-1.
I love the awareness, too, from Stizzy. He sees both teammates in the corner. So normally you think this is kind of a risky play to be this close. All three of those players on Vitality are within like 5 meters of each other, but he's still pushing forward, going off that backboard. Saw the opportunity, strikes it well. And you talked about Vitality, the shot's not coming through yet on Saturday, but it's finally arrived, Johnny.
And it was a good thing that Stizzy was as close as he was in that play. So Jack was pretty close, or GK, looking to get the ball clear. And Zen into the corner for Exotic in defense. Jack's taking it away from him pretty easily here, looking at 50 back to Joyo, but Stizzy's all over him. And, I at one time a few years ago asked Joyo who's next up in EU Rocket League, and he did highlight Stizzy as a player to watch, and now he's having to play against him in a LAN qualification match, essentially. If they can make it through this, if GK can win, they are heavy favorites to be going to Boston.
Heavy favorites, but not 100% yet. By the way, you want to control that fade. Here's Exotic on the ball. Nice dribble to himself. Keeps it within a close distance, but it's not going to be enough. Abjack behind it, and it's just another counterattack. I thought for a second we'd see Vitality spark something, but early cut in on the rotation out of Abjack.
Oh, Jack did so well there. Couple of glances. He turned off Volcan twice during that air dribble to see where Stizzy was. He saw Stizzy wasn't challenging him directly. He was kind of backing off. So he's probably expecting a 50-50 there, but the just full-on mind game goes in. So 2-1. Again, Jack proving to be difficult for Vitality to handle.
Thought something would have arose there out of Seiko. Exotic not getting a touch. Here he is, though, again, the guy I was just talking about. They've got a 1-goal lead. Just want to hold on. But it looks like Vitality are a little bit upset. Exotic, maybe something from the backboard. Two players in the same spot. Defense getting a bit shaky out of GK. How much longer can they maintain? Coming up on the final 10 seconds. And pressure continues to rise. Exotic back to the midfield. Shot on target. And it does slip through.
Oh, it looked like GK were just going through the motions, clearing the ball into the corner, but Seiko's been forced into the air there. Zen went across the box, forced him to jump, and he couldn't recover and get the save. It looked like that wasn't communicated either, as Joyo didn't really cover that. Vitality tie it in a last-second gasp.
And it just feels like a collapse. 3 seconds. Man, do we get even more for the road, or does this ball hit the ground and go to OT? Zen wants to end it right now. Fake to Stizzy. It's not going to go through, and Exotic lets it hit the floor. We've got OT for our first game one. I think this is kind of expected. We knew the history. It goes the distance, Johnny. And now, of course, we're going to have an OT.
Well, they tried for the double fake kickoff there. Now, Joyo going the other way. He had Seiko in front of him. Good defense out of Exotic. Oh, it's a
it's on target.
Rotation. Joyo from the blind spot beats Vitality to the punch, and they take game 1.
And we could feel this just straight from the kickoff. GK a bit upset that we even got to OT, and you're right, that shot is a slapper. That's Joyo kind of cutting in on the right side. It didn't even look like it had an angle, but somehow managed to get that tight cut in and bang it to the back of the net. First game for GK. When things got rocky, they still showed up strong.
And that's all they're going to need to feel confident now. They've kind of thrown away the game at the end there. They did let the goal go in maybe one touch earlier than you'd expect, but really good cutter rotation by Joyo in overtime that Vitality did not see coming. And, you know, they worked for all their goals. You know, looking back at the first goal, it might have been an attempted pass down by Joyo. Not that he expected Stizzy to be the one to put it into the Vitality goal for them. Yeah, there it is. Seiko forced to jump early by that run across the box by Zen. Nobody could get back. Ended up not mattering. Joyo swooping in. Exotic didn't know he was there, and what a shot to finish off the game.
I can still appreciate, though, Vitality's like eagerness to at least push up forward. We talked about that with Stizzy, you know, kind of being aggressive there with his rotations, and I think Vitality aren't gonna take their foot off the gas anytime soon. And this is just game 1, Johnny. Do you expect a quick little bounce back here out of Vitality? Like, what do you truly expect out of this series? I'm a bit curious here.
I am a little bit worried about Vitality because I'm willing to give them chances with this new roster to show us what they're all about.
Yeah.
But how many chances do they need to you know, show up and dominate with the potential that you've got in this roster now? Granted, GK are a very good team as well. When you look at the names on the team sheets, both are stacked, but Vitality just can't put it together against the rest of the top teams in Europe when it matters most. They just keep falling short, and GK have been one of those teams who have been beating them.
Just barely edging out the win. It doesn't really matter how close it was so long as you do walk away with that win, and that's basically been the story for game 1 out of GK. Like we talked about earlier, it got a little rocky, a bit spooky. The movie started giving you a couple of plot twists, but it still ended in the way we expected. Here's Joyo off that back line, hopping up early, still staying underneath it, and flips forward. Big clear down the other side, and game 2 gonna settle down. We'll see what Vitality have to respond. Maybe they're a little bit upset at how game 1 ended out.
Well, that back corner is such a safe zone for GK again. They're happy to let Vitality attack in that area. Oh, Zen with a skip, that's just gone wide. He almost snuck that one in. Joyo had a good feeling that it wasn't going to be scoreable, even for Zen.
Ooh. Corner play always looks good out of GK right now. And Joyo just continues to go for these air dribbles out of the defensive half. I love it. Seiko not getting a touch, faking it maybe to ab check. I'm not sure. Still had to recover there. Here comes Joyo once more. Look at how he stays beneath the ball. He's always got an extra touch, always wasting some time, and I think that's knocking a lot of the wind out of Vitality's sail. Can't get things moving. Joyo, maybe a flip reset off the backboard. Nobody's there, but good looks otherwise to get this out of the defensive half.
Oh, Zen past 2 almost. Jack able to get the save. Everybody jumping for that follow-up shot.
No.
They do have control. It was a triple commit with fast recovery. Seiko doesn't have boost. Oh no! I think if he had 5 boosts, he would have saved this. But he didn't have any. No time to even pick up a 12 pad. Oh, that's painful.
I actually think I was on his camp. He had 4 boosts to his name. I genuinely think if he had 1 or 2 extra ticks of boost, maybe 5 or 6, like you were saying, he could have gotten a piece of that one.
I didn't know he had 4 when I said he needed 5, but maybe 5 would have been enough.
I genuinely think 1 little extra like spurt of boost could have been enough. That's how close these games might get and some of the chances. Vitality, that's got to feel good though after losing game 1 to get back on the starting the right foot at least.
Yeah, you did mention the back corner earlier. GK very happy to bait Vitality into that area of the pitch. I'm sure a lot of you guys watching have seen apparently Jack YouTube videos where he always talks about the back corner being such a safe position for the ball to
He's just giving away the strats for free, dude.
He is.
He's just like on his YouTube.
But yeah, when the ball's in your back corner, a lot of new players do get scared. Oh, whoa! You got to get goal side of it, Jack. And that was not quite as goal side as you'd like. But yeah, it's close to your goal, so you feel like it's dangerous. Often it isn't, because lots of the bounces, all the 50-50s, go safe for the most part for the defense.
Oh, it's off the backboard. What a touch! Oh my! I mean, I thought maybe he was going to own goal and looking for that pre-flip off the back wall, but no, that's Joyo still. I mean, he's been a defensive mastermind so far. I mean, I know they're down by a goal, but every time he's behind it, look at him. He's taking the ball all the way to the other side, staying beneath it, still with a nice little solo dribble, and he's wasting time for his teammates to get boost.
I love that from Joyo, not getting baited by the big boost either. He really has improved his defense over the years. He made a name for himself as an offensive, creative juggernaut, but he solidified his game, become an all-round, well-rounded player. Still time for GK to work with. The 50 into the mid. It's going to work out. Oh, Joyo denied by Exotic with a goal line save.
Exotic crashing across the net. Talking about Joyo's defensive abilities, but there he was, showing that he's truly a Swiss Army knife, can do it all. Double commit, Appjack, Seiko, both in the same corner. They get comfortable with baiting this ball into the corner like we were just mentioning, but man, things are starting to look a bit weak, I'd say, out of GK. The longer this ball stays in their half, the more boost they're going to waste, the easier it's going to be to double commit. But I guess if you got Joyo on the backboard, there's not much you need to worry about.
Well, Vitality also happy to back off the full length of the pitch and absorb GK's pressure closer to home. The fight for the midfield hasn't really been that high of a press today, which is unusual for Europe, but with GK, I think we can understand why. They really don't want to be throwing away any more goals here. Just trying to get that equalizer before this regulation is done.
Oh, Zen double.
Oh! How did he get that so close with almost no boost to the tank?
Zen, the mastermind. I mean, I'm sure he's hungry to take down KC, but he's going to have to go through GK first at a double tap like that. I mean, that'll definitely fuel the rest of the series. Unfortunately, didn't go in. Still looking strong is that mastermind himself. Back to the corner we go, 25 on the clock. GK, while they've been able to keep it within one, they've been scoreless, shut out in game number 2. And Vitality might be coasting all the way to a game win.
Oh, he's got to be careful here. He is careful and gets away from the danger of the demo. It's Appjack into his own corner again, but Zen's ready for it.
He got the flip.
Joyo misses. Seiko's in reverse. Not looking like a good position for GK, but they're going to try and get it into the air. They do.
Oh, that's still up.
No, it's going to be over. It's not going to be overtime, sorry. It's going to be Vitality's game as they grind it in the back corner that we've been talking about so much.
And smacking it down. That game felt weird. I don't know about you. You were mentioning the midfield battle. There was neither team wanting to infiltrate that space and just kind of backing up a bit on the rotations. I thought this was going to be a bit of a faster game, more aggressive, fighting in the midfield, but no, it's been a slow, like, chess game where you don't want to make one slight mistake on those rotations, Johnny. I don't know if you felt the same.
I do feel that way, and you know, I'm not surprised to see this out of GK. They know that Vitality aren't the most consistent team and haven't been for a long time. They do tend to give away silly goals every now and then, so if there's one team you can play more cautiously against, it's these guys. But I mean, not that cautiously. Zen almost scoring goal of the day there with almost no boost, looking for the triple tap. I do want to see more of that aggression that you mentioned. Well, both teams really, but mainly GK. I want to see them actually challenging more, higher up the pitch, and although they are very good on the back foot, they're very good at absorbing pressure. They need to keep Vitality guessing.
Yeah. Well, it just feels like the midfield is up for grabs, you know, which team wants to actually take it. But the question is who can confidently infiltrate the midfield without letting it ruin this defensive stronghold that they've been able to both build up. And that's the question of game number 3. Is it just going to be a similar defensive battle, or does one team decide to, you know, use a bit more boost, get a bit more aggressive? Seiko, there's some boost usage here on the screen, but it's not going to go anywhere. And we're back to Vitality with another air dribble alone, and it just feels more defensive again.
Yeah, once more, both teams are just letting the ball do the work. A lot of solo plays, a lot of air dribbles.
Yeah.
Maybe afraid of going for that pass against such good defensive structure.
Oh, that's a good bounce.
That's good play by Appjack to read that bounce as well. Joyo now, there is the infield, and it's a goal. Just like that, it's GK on the counter with the infield pass and the shot.
Oh, that's what we've been looking for. Appjack on the 50-50. And notice how Appjack stays forward in rotation. He won that challenge, knew it was going to bounce straight out to Joyo, and stayed in position to not only support, but be there for the strike, for that finish. And GK, it's got to feel good. especially for Joyo, knowing that he could have gotten that game-tying goal that got saved right on the goal line from Exotic. He's back.
It's GK's game plan working out there. They managed to convince Vitality that it was an awkward ball and it was worth committing 2 players for, like they have here actually, but this is also going to be saved by Joyo. But can Vitality find the balance? Can they see the openings that truly are openings to score and not just GK baiting them in?
Right. There's Joyo. I haven't seen one player out of all 6 on the field take the aggressive role, the aggressive approach. Normally, I'm used to seeing Stizzy be that kind of guy, especially with his time on Dignitas, always getting aggressive, demoing. There he is looking for Seiko.
Okay.
And Exotic, okay. We're back, Vitality.
Bit of a weird position here as GK, they do send everybody at that one ball. It didn't look all that dangerous. Leaving the mid pass open, Exotic slots it. Really good quick recycle in the play by Vitality. A rare mistake in that, rare overcommit to the corner by GK.
Here they are, though. Back on the defensive line. It's been up to Vitality for, I'd say, the past minute and a half. Dominant with pressure. The ball been stuck in their opponent's half. Seiko on the flip resets. First time we've seen them on offense in what feels like an eternity. And a good little whip from Exotic. You'll notice he leaves it for Stizzy to take that extra space. Doesn't really do much with it. And here comes Abchak looking for a double tap. It's been a story of revenge, I'd say, for GK. And net was left wide open. Scary moments.
You're just going to let Zen have that one, but you don't want to let him have the second one. He does get a shot on target. That's the danger of letting Zen get one free touch, is there's always going to be a second one that might be harder to deal with. Nice play by Seiko, working it forward past Stizzy. Exotic recovers well. And Joyo looking to advance. A little bump in the back corner by Jack. Lost
here comes Zen again.
Though. Zen is going to take it. Air dribble bump, doesn't get the bump though. Joyo dodges it and plays the ball. Stizzy,
what a touch there. Wait, he left it Zen. Oh my God, I got faked out for that. You saw Zen right behind the ball. Maybe it wasn't the best opportunity for him to take the touch, and look at it from Stizzy. Zen's flying. I don't even think Zen knew Stizzy was going to get that touch, actually.
It's such a good touch. I mean, he just stopped the ball. He just left it hanging in the middle of the box. So the pre-flip center. And yeah, like you said, Zen wasn't prepared for that one, but it didn't need to be. It was good for Exotic to get the open net. Vitality sees control again. They do look like the team in control as I think the majority of the series.
Oh, Stizzy. You just know it's going to be a good touch when even your teammates can't anticipate what's happening. Even if you tell them, they don't expect it coming through. Seiko. Oh, this is just bouncing off the backboard. Still a goal line save. It's been happening frequently. It's the second time now. It felt like GK should have put one behind the net and couldn't end up with a goal.
Yeah, that was frustrating. It looked like it should have been a goal, perhaps, as Vitality were all team bumping each other as they tried to get the ball clear. Exotic's got some alone time in defense, but not too much. Zen and Stizzy do recover, and now the counter-attack commences with the demo on the recovery from Vitality. Stizzy looking to cook again. He's the creator of the second goal to put Vitality ahead. This time can't get past.
Ooh, a passive approach from Zen. He cut off in that rotation, opted to go back. And right now, I've been on his perspective for the past minute and a half. I feel like his rotations have just been so slow, but very, very cautious for good reason. He just wants to hold on to this lead, not make a mistake. Doesn't need to push forward because Stizzy's been doing a lot of that himself. And we're approaching the final 60 seconds. Joyo, there was an opportunity to strike, but couldn't get above the ball enough. And Stizzy's back with the clear.
Yeah, it's a bit too obvious there from Joyo. I think everybody knew that he was just passing off the backboard there. Nobody afraid of the direct shot. GK have got to threaten multiple things. They can't play this directly against Vitality and expect to score all that many goals per game. They really haven't had the highest goals per game so far in the series. Trying to be the clinical team.
Yeah.
That's only going to take you so far.
I mean, it feels like both sides are quite comfortable. Not seeing that much boost grabbing, and it's come down to the lack of aggression from, I'd say, both, but maybe Stizzy has been more involved in that midfield. But there's still plenty of chances all over. It's just an era of opportunity right now for GK, but not enough time. We'll see if they can get one. Otherwise, this is going to be swing it back to Vitality and see how it ends up.
Zen's got control. Safe 50-50 to the wall. Another 50-50 as well. Exotic booms it. It's got to be another 0-second goal attempt. This one looking a little bit better for GK. Has Dizzy got a piece of this?
No way.
But Zen covers. And it was necessary as well. GK nearly get the shot on target.
GK, I felt it. I felt something stirring up for them. But no, of course, it's going to be Vitality. And there is, in fact, going to be a timeout called for GK. I mean, I don't really know what you're going to say here. I haven't noticed too many flaws or issues. It just has felt quite flat from them, Johnny.
Yeah. It's just not enough offensive firepower. Maybe they did expect to just come into this and get more freebies against Vitality, but Vitality are sitting quite pretty in the point standings. I don't think there's really too much pressure on them. All the pressure's on GK here. If they lose this series, they need 3 series to go their way tomorrow, and their series being played by other teams, which is always a horrible position to be in. They need to start off with, well, actually, they first of all need Magnifico to lose today, or otherwise they're in a tiebreak immediately with potential for worse. But even if Magnifico do lose today, they would need Manchester City and Magnifico to both lose again to start off tomorrow. And yeah, they're just going to be sitting watching all these series.
You don't want to get to that
all
point.
The results. Yeah,
you just can't let it get there.
Have you been in your pro career? Do you remember any situations like that where you're relying on the result you're watching?
Yeah, well, in I think it was season 2. I mean, at this point, it's so long ago that my memory is getting that. I'm like an old man here, like back in my day, in season 2. You know, that's what it feels like. But I remember like watching the series unfold, and we needed, I believe it was like 2 other matches to go our way. And I was so nervous because it's out of your control at that point. Once you let it slip away from what you can control, it is way worse than even a loss or anything else, because you know, it's truly rolling a dice and just seeing what number it lands on. I couldn't handle it. I like went outside. I went on like a super long walk and hike. I literally couldn't watch the games because I was that nervous. So imagine that, but especially with how this scene has evolved now. I mean, these players, this is their livelihood and everything is on the line. All of these time and resources put into winning these matches and making the major, making an appearance. And it's all now coming down to this potentially final series.
Yeah, so to reiterate, the desk will go into detail later to make sure everybody understands here. If GK cannot win against Vitality right now, they need both Magnifico and Manchester City to miss the top 4 in order for them to qualify directly to Boston, which would involve Gentlemates beating Magnifico today, Manchester City losing probably to Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow, and then Vitality also beating Magnifico. Now, none of those matches sound improbable. But yeah, like I said, Charlie, you don't want to be watching all of those in a row with no ability to influence them.
And I mean, everybody knows how random sometimes these results can be in the RLCS. Every single team deserves to be here. It could go and swing either way depending on who's playing well that day. So leaving it up to fate is not what you want to do. But thankfully, both sides right now still have control of their future. And it starts with a series win. But more importantly, the first step now is taking this game win. We'll see how that happens as Vitality have swung things back in their favor, gained some momentum. But GK, obviously not going to let it be that easy.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy at all with Vitality playing as well as they have, but that's a great attack to start off the game by GK. Joyo down the line. Stizzy has to
what a touch.
Seiko baked a bump and then mid passes it. And that's just nonchalant brilliance by Seiko.
It makes it look so easy. It looks like it was almost an accident. The ball bounced off his car, but no, 100% calculated. Tease it up for Abjack. And you can't get any more clinical than that. That first touch, if it's any stronger, you're just absolutely destroying the vision that Abjack has on that shot. And it is truly, truly magnificent stuff from GK. But is it enough, Johnny, with what Vitality have been able to show? Once Stizzy gets going and gets some bumps right here, it might go back the other way.
Well, that didn't look too good for Vitality. Exotic getting a miss, and they're right back into defense. Stizzy does deny Abjack's shot, but yeah, Vitality have to maintain their consistency. That's really the biggest issue for them this season, and indeed for the past few seasons. They show moments where they can be one of the top teams in the world. They beat some teams, some top teams pretty consistently, but never the other top teams in Europe. They always seem to fall short. And after such a good start here, 2 games in a row, they can't be giving away anything for free.
Well, and with that history of Vitality, I mean, it's just a glaring mental game at that point. We know they have the mechanics and the capability to take down any team in Europe, but it's just how do they show up mentally? How can they approach this game and stay consistent while still maintaining and taking risks? That's the big question. Zen, a lot of eyes have been on him after not, making a grand finals appearance in quite some time, and a lot of people want to see him back on the throne of Europe. Could happen, but it's going to start here by trying to take down Seiko, because he sat on that throne before and he's showing us why.
What a game by Seiko. First the playmaking and now the individual brilliance. Reset mind game and a little half volley as the ball bounces back up. What a 1v2 by Seiko.
Wow. And he's just showing like his range on the pitch, Johnny. The first play as a playmaker was that cheeky little demo fake, and then gets a touch, just one simple touch out. He's got the control, the finesse, and then that one showing off the mechanics. He can truly do it all.
He really can. In the open era, he's the original French superstar. Before Vatira, before Zen, we had Seiko, and he's still looking like that guy. I mean, obviously we can throw Monkeyman into that as well, but I mean, he was just in a category of his own in the in-between era before we got Lands back again.
Oh, here's Zen. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, tried to get one back, no luck this time. 2 minutes to go. Seiko demoed. Abjack no boost. Can Vitality get the ball into the middle quick enough? Yes, they can. Stizzy looking for the double tap. Surely. No, it's cleared into the corner. GK surviving.
Let's see what happens. Pressure is starting to mount. Stizzy underneath it. Flip reset. Plenty of space. Gets behind and past Abjack. And they're still looking for at least one goal. Something to break through. Off the backboard, Abjack. Not a lot of boost to his name, but he's still making the save. I actually said he doesn't have a lot of boost. 50 in the tank. It just looked like he's so passive and patient. Okay. And maybe all this space is finally going to punish him. Here comes Exotic.
Eventually, it did result in a Vitality goal. It felt like GK couldn't survive any longer here. Good positioning by Exotic at the far post. He bangs the shots up shelf. 91 seconds left in the game. It's been a great game for GK, led by Seiko. And his mechanical brilliance, his unreadability. Now it's Vitality firing back. Seiko with strength and defense there, though, bumping Exotic back into his own ball.
A lot of mid-air bump plays. Zen's been going for those all series long. Hasn't been doing too much off the ball. Abjack double tab. Oh, it looks good. Of course, extending this lead would be even better for the mental of GK. There's a demo from Exotic. Anything just to open up some space, get things a little dirty here on the pitch. You got to play unfair. You got to get things ruffled up a bit in order to bite the defense of GK Esports, because they don't really give these up for free. Off the backboard, Exotic still looking for something, and it's just simply not enough from Team Vitality.
So close. But Vitality unable to get the goal, and now it's Abjack the other way. He gets read by Exotic while trying to wiggle a mind game into fruition. 30 seconds left. GK have started strong, and now they're just surviving.
Stizzy
forces it mid. Zen's up for it, fakes it out for Exotic, who's hit the bar. Stizzy fakes it again, this time for Zen, but he can't get a shot on.
That was it. That was it, Johnny. You saw the fake, and Joyo down the other side. Crossbar now squeezed over to Stizzy. All right, something. Surely this time, after opportunity and another opportunity, things still just not unwinding the way they want to. Ball up in the air. Zen, nice 50-50. Passed over to Joyo, looking for a counterattack. It's going to hit the ground, and GK, it's just back and forth.
They just survived. They did enough. It was Seiko's brilliance, like we mentioned. Setting up the first goal, scored in the second one, and then the whole GK team surviving the onslaught that came back at them. Vitality have outshot them in every single game, as far as I can remember. They've definitely had far more pressure in the matchup in terms of where they're putting the ball and how many chances they're creating. But GK, clinical, I mean.
Well, I wonder if we're going to see that one fake opportunity on the offensive half. You remember it was the Exotic behind the ball. And that's kind of been the bread and butter from Vitality. They will position themselves all so close to the ball, and you don't even know who's going to get the touch, who's going to go for the shot, and the fake is that much more efficient And I've seen them constantly in the same space. There's maybe Joyo doing a little bit of meditation, trying to calm the nerves, closing the eyes and just resetting.
Yeah, he needs to stay calm here. This is a high pressure situation for GK, more so than Vitality. Vitality do have that small points advantage over them, but they're not completely qualified either. We're talking a lot about how much this means for GK and their qualification to the major. Well, Vitality are also not yet confirmed, as they sit 2 points ahead of GK and Gentlemates. It's possible, although unlikely, that Vitality miss a major, but it would start with them losing this series right here.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be, I mean, that would be a catastrophic collapse, you'd think, right? For them not to make the major. That not only would they have to lose this series, but so many other things would have to go against them. We've seen crazier things happen before, and you just can't bet on anything in the RLCS. There's no guarantees here with either side, but it's an all tied up match. And Vitality, are they gonna come out swinging first, or will GK still rip things off that momentum?
I think Vitality, if nothing else, they did turn the momentum back in their favor at the end of the last game. They lost the game, but they scored the last goal and they had a ton of other chances. So they'll be feeling pretty good about where they are overall. They'll feel like they've got an advantage here. But, you know, credit to GK in the most important series of their season. They are making life very difficult for a star-studded Vitality roster.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're throwing fakes at them, you're constantly getting Zen involved. It hasn't been a quiet game from Zen. I've noticed he has opportunities, chances. Stizzy's up high, double commit, and Joyo still saved his flip. Just getting away with a murder there. And speaking of murder, there comes Abjack taking out Exotic. Demo's flying, and it looks like the aggression picking up. I've been saying it's felt a little bit quiet, I'd say, on both sides, but now here comes the dirty plays, trying to knock each other off that rotation.
Game's kind of slowing down a little bit here, but it's 50-50 after 50-50, causing that to be the case. Joyo, oh, careful.
Oh.
Let's get that into the corner. I thought for a second he was going to own goal that. That would have been my preferred play in that position.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it happen, okay, Johnny? I wouldn't put it against you, okay? I know you've got those own goals on lock.
To own goal from.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we saw Growly own goal earlier. I'll put him back on the spotlight, all right? We got some interesting plays today, but none in this one, in this series. I want to see something else, though, out of Joyo. Can he show us some of that mechanical brilliance that we've always known him to have? Or will it be Seiko? You just never know who's going to pop off on this pitch.
It's Seiko's mind games that Vitality have got to be looking out for. He got them with the mind game, with fake bump in the first goal, and then the reset into mind game with the second goal last game. He's been very cheeky, very tricky. Here he comes again. This first touch won't really give him too many options. Now Zen, the other direction.
Look at the space, though. Nobody's challenging. It's just everybody wants to give up the midfield and wait it out to ideally go for a better 50-50. It's quite awkward.
Yeah, GK, they are giving Zen, they're giving Vitality the start to the air dribble, and then they're trying to take it away from them at the end. Oh, the Seiko shot saved by Exotic. That is a good stop. Joyo's follow-up denied by Stizzy at the near post. It's all about timing the challenge for GK. Even if the first gets outplayed, there's the second one. Abjack able to follow up and get the ball.
They're just taking turns at who can actually get a counterattack to get shot on target. There's another one from their own half. Everything has started out in the defense. It gets cleared out for one shot, and then it goes back the other way. What's it going to take to control a bit more of this game? Is it going to be the boost starving? Is it going to be the fakes like that from Abjack? A lot of mind games in this one. As the ball has slowed down, mind games become that much more impactful. There's the bump, Seiko. He got a piece of it, but still can't get the save.
Oh, GK just weren't on the same page. The mind game worked at one end, but Seiko had already turned back to go to defense, but you'll wish he didn't, because when he got into defense, he didn't get any chance to go for the ball. He gets bumped into his own net. The ball swiftly follows. Vitality ahead by one in a game that, once again, has not had a lot of midfield action. It's one end of the pitch, everybody on top of the ball. Then we switch to the other side, everybody's on top of the ball again. Really awkward for teams to establish any kind of flow.
And I think it's just that they don't want to give up boost, Johnny. You know, if you do position yourself more in the midfield and you're up for these challenges, if you're not getting a piece of it, basically you just wasted all that boost, which is such a rare, valuable thing right now. with how often these players are air dribbling it. I mean, Abjack's underneath the ball again. Zen has to go up to meet him in the challenge. Boost, so important right now to see who can actually go for these counterattacks because everything's popping up in the air.
Well, Joya's grind to a halt on offense. Abjack and Seiko trying to keep the ball in the danger area. Exotic with no boost. Zen reads the play perfectly though. And now here he comes on the breakaway. Reset.
Another air dribble.
Delays it. Can't get back to it. A rare occasion where Zen unable to follow up his own flip reset.
I don't know how many. I think that has got to be like one of the most unusual things to see Zen just not able to get a flip reset. And man, always mechanical wizard. Maybe it's a sign that he's a bit nervous in this one. 25 to go. Who can actually retake this series, get us on match point with implications on the line? Boston slowly getting closer and closer to these players. They can feel it. It's within reach, but who's actually going to take a chance?
Yeah, no, it needs to be now or never for GK in this game. Can Seiko get up for this one? No, he can't. It's going to be Vitality.
Up, Zen!
Zen slots in for 2-0. They didn't need to, but they double up the scoreline. And it's going to be double match point for Vitality as well.
That's got to feel good. Didn't get that flip reset. We were roasting him earlier, and now here he is, putting one away. 2 goals to nothing. GK scoreless in this game, and match point looking all the more favorable for Vitality. Man, I'm still like confused. This is not the game I expected, Johnny. I really didn't think the midfield would be this wide open. I didn't think it would be this slower on the field, but given what's, at stake, I think that it definitely justifies it.
There's been a lot of big challenges. There's been a lot of air dribble bumps. There's been a lot of, pop bumps, all kind of physical plays off the ball. And I think it's what it's causing overall in the grand scheme of things is it's causing a lot of situations where both teams are afraid to challenge immediately, because if they do, they know they're just going to get bumped out of the way, and then the ball's going to be free for the opponent. So they're delaying the challenge. They're really trying to time their challenges when there's another challenge ready behind them. They're just assuming the first one's not going to work. And it's causing a lot of these situations where the ball's stuck, no momentum, multiple players are low boost, no momentum. Even if a player does have boost, they're afraid to get involved because they don't want their teammates, or they want to buy time for their teammates. It looks super awkward, but I don't think it's necessarily bad play. I think both teams have just decided, okay, let's just make 100%. This physical, let's control the ball, let's 50-50, let's bump. And it's a gritty way to play. It's very difficult to play against. And Vitality, they're showing that they're happy to do that. They'll play GK's game and they'll beat them.
Yeah, but I mean, by no means do I think this has been poor play. It's just it's very layered, obviously, from both teams, where there's so much going on, and it's not as simple as just, let me just jump into the midfield and everything's going to be fine. I was alluding to that earlier. You don't want to waste the boost. Every small decision inside this game, it just makes such a huge impact, whether that's turning quickly on your rotation, taking one small boost pad over the midfield boost pad. Those little things start to add up. And right now, the tally has been in favor of Vitality. But I think we might see something out of here. All right, there it is.
That is a strong kickoff by Jack. He's just beaten 2 players to that ball.
Yeah.
Vitality sent 2. They tried to deflect it one way and then get a second touch on it, but Jack actually just followed the ball the whole way, dunked on both players. A really good kickoff by Jack. And
there's another one.
They're going to try to fire right back. They're going to hit Vitality with the double kickoff. This time it's more even.
I just love when that happens. It's just one team comes out, had a solid game, then boom, right off the kickoff, changes the story, and showing that we never really know what's going to happen. Exotic behind the ball, opts to turn around. Stizzy taking control of things, and I wonder how this game will end up going. Abjack hunting for some type of 50-50.
Oh,
and it's a slower approach popping up, but Zen's got a nice and easy carry over to Exotic.
Yeah, you've seen the hesitation to commit more to the offense again there from GK, because Jack's 0 boost, 0 momentum in the opponent's back corner. You don't really want to commit as the second and third too hard when someone's out of the game like that. Zen,
here comes Zen.
He's in the game. A great save, actually. Seiko and Jack both going for that one. You have to double commit that position to send everybody, because Zen's probably bumping someone.
He's probably bumped somebody, or maybe he even got the flip reset. That's what he's looking for here. Oh my goodness, that would have been another highlight reel for Vitality, and another one to add to the long list that we've seen for Zen.
Great chance with the ceiling double, reset, backboard, double attempted as well. Jack into the middle, no one there for GK. Joyo 0 boosts in defense. He's actually picked up mid now though, so he can get involved. Now here's Joyo with the double attempt. He missed it, but it did give a chance to Jack, who also missed, and takes it clear.
Joyo didn't have a problem getting boost on his way back. I really haven't seen either side starve it out too much. Zen turning forward, who wants to clear space. Be the headhunter, trying to take out Joyo. There's Stizzy, another demo. It's been a physical one from Vitality, but Abjack has them covered. Every single position on lock for GK as they look to hold this 1-goal lead.
Yeah, GK doing some good defense in this game. Exotic trying to catch Abjack out of position there. The delayed pop to the backboard. No such luck. And then Stizzy following up his off-the-wall play with a 50-50. I mean, it's just that continuation of the gritty play.
Yeah.
Both teams. Seiko's low 50 denied by Stizzy. Now in the middle it goes. Zen's got 100 boost. He's got space. He brings it down, fakes an air dribble. Going for the ground game instead.
Oh!
Huge dunk on target that Stizzy had to deal with.
I mean, Stizzy, he was pre-flipping into that one. And did manage to get the touch. Just barely bailing himself out. And maybe even a bit of luck at the end of the day, but Abjack, can he force an extra 50-50 to go his way? How lucky can you get? Seiko maybe trying his luck with that 50-50. And it is going to be, of course, none other than Zen behind the ball. More and more air dribbles keep coming their way. And it's just a waiting game. Will GK make that one mistake and leave an opening?
It's looking decent so far for GK, but the air dribbles are coming. Vitality are getting opportunities. Down it goes. Exotic doesn't have the angle. Not for the first time. Vitality have got more than half the chance, but the
another air dribble
isn't quick enough. Oh, that's gone straight through. Zen almost sneaks one in. Yeah, the follow-up for Vitality is very central. I would like to see them moving more towards that back post to give themselves an angle to follow up more quickly.
Or even with all of these air dribble plays that we're seeing, throw somebody forward, try and shake the rotation up just slightly, because Zen's up in the air, but he's always met with either Joyo, and then here's the follow-through from Seiko. And if Zen's the leading man in every attack with the air dribble, he's not going to be able to get through 2 or 3 players most of the time.
Because again, you can see that the follow-up from Vitality is always just in the dead center of the pitch. They're not surprising GK with any of these follow-ups. GK can see everything. They can see the whole Vitality team at most times. The Vitality are playing in a very traditional formation with the man waiting in the middle.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Jack looking for the trip, didn't get it. 52 seconds left, and it's on target. Easily saved by Jack once again.
It just looks like GK play as safe as possible to force us to another Game 7. The history between these two teams feels like every time they face off against each other, it goes to a Game 7. And for GK, they had the edge in that previous battle between the two. Not sure how different things are going to be. But we've got to get there first. 30 seconds to go. Abjack wastes time behind the ball. Flip reset over Exotic. Actually, Exotic's going to be able to carry this out. And it's a smooth back and forth game, but GK are happy to play this one and let things get back to this pattern that we've constantly seen all series long, Johnny.
That's a good try there by Zen, but Seiko is all over it. Now Exotic back down to Zen. He's past one. He's going to pick it up for Exotic, but it's too telegraphed.
That's a good bounce.
GK have read it again. They've just got to ground this one, and it's going to be Game 7. And there it is. GK.
Oh, boy.
Get the Game 7 against Vitality. If they can win this, they will move into the same points total as Vitality, and it's all to play for the major.
It always goes to Game 7, man. I'm telling you, there is something about these two teams matching each other up. And I mean, you understand why with what we've been witnessing and how the midfield has unfolded, as well as all these air dribbles underneath the ball, slower, more patient tactics here. Team Vitality as well are going to be taking a timeout. And what do you think they're saying in this one, Johnny?
I don't know. Something in French, presumably. Maybe.
That's a good start.
They could be saying désolé. If somebody wants to take blame, they could be sorry. I suppose. They maybe they're definitely going to be saying dommage. Anyone who's watched any of the French V-Party streams, there's a lot of dommage in there, which is like a lot of unlucky. So when somebody messes up, you tell them unlucky, basically.
It's just unlucky. Even if you own goal, it's just unlucky, you know.
I mean, that's what we do. Yeah, we do the same thing as well. You know, somebody own goals. It's unlucky. It's fine. It's all good. So maybe some dommage, maybe some malheureusement, similar idea. Yeah, just unlucky. Unlucky. Let's go again. Go next.
And I mean, what else would they really be saying? I mean, they've been looking great all series long. What else do you say besides unlucky? We'll get them next time.
Yeah, I think. Well, if I was to suggest anything, and I know they're not listening, because why would they listen to us?
No, they've got the stream up and they're like, what is Johnny saying right now?
They don't want to know, but I think they need to be less telegraphed to their offense. They're being a bit predictable. They've gone for so many air dribble bump passes. GK know about that. They're going to send 2 in defense every time, and they're going to make the stops. They're going to make the necessary saves. Vitality have got to spread the offense more. They need players out wide, hitting GK from the blind spots, much like Joyo did in Game 1. The Game 1 winner came from a blind spot attack that Vitality didn't see coming. Vitality have got to look for those kind of opportunities.
Yeah.
Because right now, they're just attacking right in front of GK. They can see them coming, and they're stopping every single attack.
Oh, and infiltrating those blind spots and even just figuring out where they exist can be difficult because you're already worrying about so much, but I completely agree. I want to see that out of Vitality. A little bit more sauce thrown into the pot would be nice. And Game 7 starting out. Let's see which team can actually give themselves the best chance to make it to Boston. It's not an elimination matchup, but the loser, you're going to have to sit at home and just watch things. And nobody wants to let go of their own fate and leave it to just a random throw of the dice.
Oh, good play there by Seiko. He knew that was off target. He's going to try and 50 it back. It's a volatile 50, though. Appjack's got to be careful about. Seiko does cover mid there. Going to make up for his earlier mistake. We're right back into a similar position that we've been for much of the series. GK
we're used to
their back corner defending, and Vitality trying to find a way through. There's the reset bump attempt. Stizzy's going to try something similar.
And it's an air dribble.
It's
shocking. It's shocking. It's shocking.
Air dribble nothing there from Stizzy. We need to see an air dribble something if they're going to get.
All right, here we go. Are we going to get another air dribble? Always keep it to the ground. All right. We're going for a little bit of a unique play, and of course they get demoed when we start talking about it. Zen taking boost. He gets taken out too. Multiple players deleted. Here's Exotic behind the ball, 50-50. Squeeze back over to Zen. And an early crash from their own teammates just trying to bang this ball to the other side. Oh man. It's getting risky.
Just denied by the crossbar there. Vitality did not leave that one knowing it was in the bar. They just couldn't answer it. Now here's Joy on the back corner. Good position for him. Huge 50-50 win. Followed up quickly by Seiko. Jack's also in position. He double committed, but landed beautifully to try and keep the attack going. It's fizzled. Now here comes Dizzy.
Okay.
The other way, it's pretty quickly changing hands as possession swings back and forth.
Ooh, I do like these direct passes, though. That's the first one we've seen in quite some time. Zen over to Exotic. We need more of that from Vitality, where you're finding each other in the midfield and just hitting a laser beam to each other. Get some chemistry forming, and it could be the same said for GK. But 3 minutes, Game 7. Nerves are tight. Pressure is on.
And Seiko again looking for that favorable 50. Jack does follow up fast on that one. Stizzy grabs mid boost though. Jack's on 0 as a result. GK have got to be careful here. They're all bunched up in one area, but Vitality don't commit. They're afraid to send everybody into the offense, knowing GK's tendencies to counterattack.
Just think about the importance of this first goal. Who can set the tone? Who can start to dominate this pitch?
Oh, wow.
Oh, you saw Zen looking for some type of direct hit off of the ceiling, maybe up to himself, but it's going to be Seiko, former world champion. What more does he have that we haven't already seen in this series?
Exotic middle is saved by Jack. You know, works it down the line. They're settling for a lot of just hard clears here, but Exotic's absolutely beaten it. It's into the middle for Jack again. Stizzy covers Exotic's mistake, and now Exotic upfield. There's a lot of players ending up upfield off of lost 50s or missed touches, and they're in redirect positions.
It does look like Vitality are eager to send more players forward, waiting, cherry picking. Stizzy, that could have been a good bounce off the corner. Seiko's not going to get a touch. Leave a space for Zen, the last person you want behind the ball. And it's back over to Joyo. Big booming clears, but clearly you can see Vitality. They're the ones hunting Zen. He actually missed the double tap.
I don't think he expected Seiko to miss the save, and then suddenly, what would have been an open backboard free play double for Zen has gone wayward. It's been squandered. What a chance that was for Vitality.
Oh no, he's gonna be thinking about that. There's not enough time. Somehow you gotta get past it, Zen. He had the chance to get his team in the lead. This is game 7. Boston implications so much here. And yet, whenever you get the chance, you come up short. But there might be even more opportunities down the line. He's trying to make it himself into the corner. Zen took the boost. Abject flying up early. Exotic, no touch for him, but it's going to go right back to Zen. And a booming clear all the way to the other side. GK, well, we haven't seen much on the offense. Their defense holding strong, but for how long, Johnny?
Well, Vitality are knocking at the door. They look like the more dangerous team. GK just trying to hold on, trying to wait for that opportunity to come their way. Here's Stizzy again, this time trying to combine with Zen to create something. Exotic takes over.
Flip reset.
Abjact's up for it, does well. Seiko in reverse, still able to pre-flip it into an interception. Now here he goes, Seiko with the air dribble.
No way, no way.
Denied by Exotic.
Both teams on a tight deadline. But of course, if this ball hits the ground at 0 seconds, we will go into OT in game 7. We wouldn't want it any other way. Zen takes the boost. Seiko by himself, has some space on the wall, gets past one of the defenders, and it's going to be a casual drop there for Zen into OT, Johnny.
GK won the last game of the kickoff goal. Trying to recreate it here, but failing to do so. Exotic with a double mid. Who's going to be there first? It's Zen.
Where's the striker? Zen!
But he shoots it right at Seiko. Did Seiko just mind game Zen? Was that an attempted read of a pre-jump that never happened?
Or it might have just been a poor shot out of Zen. That was the second opportunity that Zen has had to potentially end this game or get his team in a leading position. Joyo underneath the ball, looking for a flip reset from the ceiling. Doesn't land properly. It's going to bounce off the backboard. Zen has to get a read. Well, I might have missed a few chances on offense. He's there on the defense.
Stizzy unable to work this one too far mid. Exotic does get everyone from GK to commit on that. Yeah, looking at the second time on that, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. I think Zen might have tried to read a pre-jump. But, Seiko the other way. That's off the crossbar and the post. A little bit of Zen as well. Stizzy now taking over in defense, but GK still in the area. Seiko with a slow shot. Zen saves it.
A lot of mind games with the slow shot. It worked. Clearly not the best one and the best approach here for Seiko, but it's coming down to small little decisions. Which way and how do you want to place this ball into the net? There's always going to be a goalkeeper, so you got to outsmart them. Neither team has been able to do that even a single time in game 7. But surely something is on the horizon. You can just smell it in the air, and it could be Stizzy here beneath the ball.
Yeah, Jackson on the backboard, low boost, does get it into the corner. Demo on Seiko. Joyo, the only one with boost right now, but Seiko respawns with 30. Such tension on Champions Field. So much riding on this match for both teams. They want to be in control of their own destiny. They remain so as long as they get the next goal. All of Vitality bunched up in the corner. Exotic unable to get clear. He's boostless. Stizzy behind him with some. GK have got a chance to do something here. This is a good position for them. Joyo's got a free touch, but he doesn't get the right set.
That's a cross.
Oh, it was no one there.
We're still just waiting. Stizzy, big clear out. Something might break for Vitality, or do they get that counterattack that they've been waiting for, hunting for so long? Zen.
Oh my.
Unable, but he's just applying pressure. Wants to loosen a couple of screws here on the side of GK. They've held on with all of the offense, it feels like, in this OT. But now Vitality finding their footing and getting back into it.
Well, this is where all of the willingness to take 50s. It's really shutting down the solo plays early. Stizzy's got one here, though.
Touch over.
No reset, yeah, no reset at all. Joyo gets there too fast for it. And Abjack's demo in the back corner. Leaves in, uncontested. Seiko with the save once again.
That demo from Abjack, it almost cost them the game. At first, you think he's just taking out Stizzy, and it's going to benefit him, but he wasn't able to get a touch, and you got to get in front of it. Joyo can't get in front of that one, but there's two players back.
Goodness.
Abjack, what are we doing? He's absolutely beating it himself. But still, I mean, they are barely hanging on by a thread, Johnny.
He almost baited everybody. It looked like he'd completely trolled the game with a booming touch into the ceiling above his goal. He got back to it. Almost counter-attacked. Now Seiko slowing it down. Again, controlling the pace beautifully. I do love the way Seiko slows it down there, but it doesn't create too much for GK, at least not in their favor. Exotic with a delayed 50 now. So many delayed 50s in an attempt to seize possession.
Seiko. It's just so jarring when you're in a game 7 and everybody is playing very passive, very safe with the rotations, and you hit the brakes. You try to be the one guy with the guts to break the pace of the play. Maybe Exotic could break the pace to play with that 50-50. It's not going to work. And Abjack, he's got some space, but denied by Stizzy.
Exotic with another chance. He hits the post on it. Joyo doesn't panic, gets a 50 with Zen. Stizzy side flipped here. Jack's going to be equal to him. 4 minutes into overtime, an overtime that both teams need to win to stay fully in control of their major qualification. They're not eliminated should they lose, but it doesn't get any more comfortable.
Oh, Stizzy was looking for a demo. Seiko narrowly escaped it. And every decision is going to come into play. That's a good bounce from Joyo. Oh, but the 50 didn't go his way. Is that shot on target? Is anybody back? That's going to go in. It's rolling in. Zen, the player who had a couple of chances early to get them on the right foot. Here he is, ending it in OT and getting some revenge for his team.
Just a clean beat on target does it. Jack was upfield expecting a 50-50. And Vitality eliminate GK. That is, well, for all of you neutral fans watching, the ideal situation. Because the tie-break chances...
We want the drama. We want the drama.
It's definitely gone up with that win for Vitality, but oh wow, what a heartbreaker for GK. They now wait on the sidelines to see if both Magnifico and Manchester City will miss top 4. That is their #1 qualification scenario. If either Man City or Magnifico, or both of them, finish in the semi-finals, there will be a tiebreak. Should they make the final, GK are out, so they're definitely hoping for anything but that.
And they have no control now. They just have to sit back and watch the stream like everybody else and see how things start to fall in this crazy, chaotic game of Rocket League. So take a look now at the replays. It was so close, and I was feeling for Zen. I kept harping on him. He had many chances to make this game not as close, but he just wanted all of the drama. And of course, it's going to end with just a full field clanger from the corner, Johnny.
Yeah, Seiko thought he could just catch that. Zen got a faster recovery than he expected and dunked on him. An absolute pandemonium in the Vitality boot camp. Well, let's go to the break. We've got more action coming up right after.
Well, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents,
Luann?
but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh. Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro. Blacklight. Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now.
Game 7, Game 7, Game 7. After 2 losses, Vitality finally overcome GK and clinch their way to Boston to join the Blue Wall for our first major of the year. GK now having to sit by and watch as 2 other teams vying for their spot play their next series. And talk about that win, I have Eversax joining me on the line. Congratulations, Eversax, on finally overcoming GK.
Yeah, I mean, it was just 1 match, so it's okay, but yeah, thank you. It feels good.
Yeah, I want to talk about that matchup because obviously we looked at the last 2. It went to Game 7 every time, and unfortunately for you guys, GK had taken the series. Can you walk me through what what was going on there? Why is this matchup destined to go to Game 7 every time?
Man, I wish I knew, because I think we could close it faster. If we played the way we want. But no, to be honest, I think they play a very defensive gameplay. And so if they score 1 goal, they're gonna be all in on defense. And if it's a day where we struggle to score or shots are not going in, I guess we lose some games and it goes to Game 7.
Yeah, I guess overall the team looks happy, specifically Zen, about the win. This was important for you guys. You guys clinched to Boston, so really a lot of the stress is off of you guys. How do you make sure that the team stays motivated and doesn't goof off too much, knowing that you've already made Boston, but you still want to win throughout the rest of the bracket?
Yeah, to be honest, qualifying to Boston is just one step, but I don't think anyone is gonna be demotivated tomorrow. I think we all want to win. We all could use a win for confidence before Boston, so tomorrow will go even harder than today.
Now, we were talking about it before because in Boston, the last time Zen was there, there was a historical speech, and they took on the American audience and became the hometown heroes there. If there's any trouble for the team, do you guys feel like that's another possibility? Zen talked about becoming American again for that moment?
No, to be honest, I think we won't need the crowd to win, so I'm confident that it won't be needed.
That's fair. Hey, I'm not going to take any more time. It looks like the team is hanging. Zen maybe needs some. You got to get them under control. Thank you so much, Eversax, for joining. Congratulations on making Boston, and good luck throughout the rest of this bracket.
Thank you. Goodbye.
There it is. Turtle, I finally get you now. Welcome to the death.
Ooh, it's good to be here, dude. I've been need to spray WD-40 all over my body. That's how rusty I feel, dude.
That's right. But you got Johnny here to help you through it.
Yeah,
too.
Johnny clutched out there in that series, and it was a crazy series. Of course, we go to Game 7. I mean, you asked them, why does this keep happening? I love the confidence, too, from Eversax to just be like, look, we could have closed out earlier, but we were kind of messing around. Didn't feel like that, but I'm glad to know they had the confidence, especially moving into Boston, and they earned this win, especially in that last moment.
Yeah, they're calling out GK being a defensive team as well, saying that they're just 1-goal merchants, get 1 goal and then sit back. But that's not really been a problem for Vitality going up against that style in the past. So this seems like a new issue for them. They can't break down the defense. Really, for me, the Vitality seem like they're just their own worst enemies. They're just not taking their chances. They're not confidently making decisive decisions in offense, and it's giving GK multiple opportunities to get a foothold in the series, which eventually did go Vitality's way. But yeah, on the other side of the coin, heartbreaker for GK. They're in the worst position possible, having to watch so many matches and needing a specific result in all of them in order to avoid the tiebreak.
Well, I'm curious then, Johnny, you were just bringing up the fact, okay, are they a defensive team, or was it just that Vitality was letting them just be comfortable on defense so that they opted for that?
I think Vitality were trying to read too much. If they just hit the ball on target, they would have had a couple of goals in that Game 7 for overtime, but they were trying to be too smart with it. Zen had a moment where he had so much time to take a shot, and he's maybe thinking, oh, Seiko's going to pre-jump, I'm going to shoot it under him, and then he just ends up hitting it straight at Seiko. I think in that position it's probably better to just shoot top bins, and if the keeper pre-jumps and saves it, fair enough, but you don't want to look silly just taking a shot directly at a goalie. If they'd lost the series, he would have been kicking himself here, but they won, so it's fine.
Yeah, and you could tell he was happy by the end of it too. They have to be. I mean, Turtle, they just clinched into Boston here. I mean, Gentlemate's also happy. Yeah. I think that clinched them as well. So, 2 spots, Turtle, now gone.
I mean, that feeling is like no other. Whenever you can take a giant Saya, Relief, Johnny, and I were constantly talking about. You just don't want to watch and let things happen without any control in the mix.
Right.
I mean, that's the worst. Dude. You're in like purgatory at that point. So you got to figure out a way, and that's why Zen's behind the camera doing a bunch of dances.
Yeah, moving on again to where we are in the points now. As I said, 2 of those spots locked in now. We got K-Corp, Vitality, and Gentlemates, and then we're waiting to... So the last spot there, Johnny, is really what we're looking at. I mean, like, there's a potential for a 3-way tie coming up.
Yeah, and yeah, with Vitality being 6 points clear of Magnifico and Manchester City, yeah, like I said, I think that does just, it puts them too far away for both teams to catch up, because you need to have like 2 teams winning, which can't happen. So you can have one of them catch up by 5 and the other one wins the event, but that would still leave Vitality 1 point in. So they've just done enough now. They can relax, but yeah, shift their focus perhaps to winning this event, because that's something Vitality haven't done in a while.
Well, those will be determined tomorrow. If we can see Magnifico, Man City make it into top 4, that's what GK is hoping will not happen. But right now we go into the upper bracket. Moving on to Ninjas in Pajamas versus K-Corp. Both of these teams, Turtle, have already qualified in for Boston right now, so it really is breaking rights, a little extra points on the board.
Well, I just love the contrast that we're going to see. I mean, we go from having these series where it's either an elimination matchup, earlier like we saw with BSK getting knocked out of contention, versus Vitality and GK trying to still make it and, as we said, keep things in their own control. But now we kind of shift gears and both teams have secured a spot in Boston. And that means I think we're going to get the most comfortable, relaxed Rocket League. And therefore, the ceiling is going to expand. We're going to get some crazy plays here on the pitch for sure.
No, that's a good point. Both these teams just going to be able to have fun with it. Again, you still want to collect points throughout the season.
100%,
a little extra money too. But at the same time, you're right, that pressure's gone. I think for Ninjas in Pajamas, taking down K-Corp that keeps on winning is going to be a big thing. Johnny, I think that they're probably going to be pretty locked in for this. This is going to be an important match for them to win.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, for both teams, because KC they don't accept losing. It's not part of their DNA. But NIP, they want to get back to winning ways. They started off the season so well. Last event was not so good for them. Now they want to get back in the right direction before the major. I do love the beanie for extra there, because you always are worried, especially in the winter months, about bald heads in the cold weather. I mean, after you get a haircut and your head's freezing, he's not worried about that. He's got a beanie on indoors.
The beanie buff.
He's boiling.
That's right. And these teams actually did face off against each other in the first Open. I mean, that actually went in favor of NIP. They went up 3-1 in that series. So I think this could be closer than people are anticipating, even with the dominance leaf of KC.
Well, chat, progressive fan vote's still going on while we're tallying up your counts. Let's get ours on the board. At this point, I'm going to lead it away again. I just cannot go against the blue wall at this point. They've showed consistently they come out on top. Yeah. Maybe they drop to the lowers and make a way to the grands, but I fully expect them into a grands. Turtle, I cannot go against them right now.
I understand that. And, even for me, I've been obviously keeping my toes in the water with Rlcs over the past few months, but to come back and, really be fully integrated again and just see that KC are still one of the best, if not the best, arguably, and it's hard to go against them. My microphone, this is blue. I mean, there's a reason, right?
For this.
So I was prepped for this. I'm going KC.
All right.
It really is very KC blue, actually.
Right? It's like perfect.
On point.
I didn't even plan this, dude. It's crazy.
That is Rocket League blue right there. That's genius. I don't have a blue microphone, but I am going to go for the blue team. I think KC win this. Shocker, I know. But KC still looking like the top team in Europe and potentially top team in the world. Wow. Yeah, very strong.
Okay, that's actually
as well.
It makes sense.
Yeah. We've seen the blue wall not always win the fan vote before, so the fact that it's this heavy means chat is very confident in it. Why don't we get to the game right now? Both these teams already making their way to Boston. Both of these teams have a second life right now, so what we're hoping for is just a great series of Rocket League. The blue wall facing down Ninjas in Pajamas.
And it's time for the upper bracket game 1 presented by Progressive. It's going to be a vibe session, Stumpy, because both these teams comfortably clinched to go to Boston, and they're here just playing for some cash money.
Yeah, and I think playing without that pressure is going to benefit NIP. I mean, realistically, NIP, they are quite clearly locked in as that number 2 team in Europe. They have come out the gates absolutely swinging. A brand new team coming into the season. CRR has been wonderful. And Jorius, my word, we saw him taking part in the kickoff LAN. He has been an incredible player. Last week, they were an incredible team. It has been such a good showing from NIP early on in this season. However, they are up against the currently best team in the world, Kami.
The final boss, as we say. K-Corp is always there, especially in split ones. They're always the most dominant team. With Vatira, Jorius with a shot early, hits just a bit high, so the first chance goes awry here. And now some bumps coming out by Vatira on Oli, but Oli will get back in time. But Ninjas in Pajamas, while they are comfortable, they do only have a 1-point lead for that 2 seed right now. They are in the upper bracket, so they have 2 lives. As we see CRR trying to do everything against 3 defenders. Jorius cleans it up, and Ninjas gets on the board early. A little bit of pressure on them, though, while K-Corp has already clinched that number 1 seed.
I tell you what, that sort of lag, weird reset from CRR actually benefits NIP massively, not just because they got the goal, but the pressure that it put on. KC weren't expecting it to drop so quickly, dropping it right in front of their net. All 3 panic, all 3 end up going straight towards it, and it leaves it open for Jorius just to squeeze it in that near post. So an early lead for NIP, maybe going against script early on. But they've been a fantastic team to watch. I mean, both these sides have been. KC, of course, they came from the open number 1 over at the kickoff LAN. They managed to take that one down, and it was such a dominant performance in the final. They also beat NIP in the final there as part of the open one and part of the kickoff LAN.
But that went to Champions Field. Like, Ninjas in Pajamas played very well. They were up 3-1 in that series. Exactly. So, like, Ninjas in Pajamas can hang with K-Corp. And especially, CRR with another dunk. Another play by CRR puts Ninjas up too early.
I mean, NIP, they are coming out of the gates wanting to be hot, wanting to be a scary team, and Juicy was getting harassed by Jorius at the back. He couldn't slow down. That meant that his pathing was so much more readable for CRR. Knows he's coming in for it. He can position himself for the dunk. Does so perfectly. In 100 seconds, NIP lead by 2.
And that's a little surprising by Ninjas. They're not known to be a physical team. They're normally like a bottom 5 in demos per game, but they were getting aggressive there. Jorius trying to chase them down. While on the opposite side, K-Corp, they have 5.4 demos per game, number 1 of all European teams. They like to play that physical game and clear out goalies, but right now, Ninja's taking it early in game 1.
Lovely play there from, I believe it was Oli, just a nip in front of Juicy, trying to go for a slower play in the air. He can go in, get a touch on the ball, keeps it away from the attacking man. Vatira with a reset, doesn't really go that far, so Oli can trap the ball quite nicely. Picks up the 100 boost too. CRR has to retreat, covers, Juicy shot, which ends up falling just a little bit awry, going into the 6-yard box, but nothing more. And the rule 1 broken.
Watch out for that. But K-Corp, this is what they do best. They gain offensive pressure, then they start going physical demos. But CRR does get the clear, which will give some boost over to Ninjas. And Oli will make another play on 2 of them with the bump on Atto, which was a huge play to clear it yet again. So K-Corp can't establish that offense right now that they love to do. Just play in the other half for about 1:30 and just find a way to score after that. But Ninja's clearing it early with some good physical play.
Vatira, though, threatening with boost, drops it to Atto. Jorius, I love that positioning from him. Low boost, just wants to keep his car presence in the way, otherwise Atto had a pretty free shot. Again, Jorius low boost into the corner. He's going to have to pick up something that can't last forever. CRR is going to buy his teammate a little bit more time here as he then continues to harass Atto, takes the ball away from him. It seems to be right now that any player on the ball has got low boost. Juicy had boost, but no touch.
Yeah, we're seeing a good bump plays. Here's a give and go. Atto and Juicy just a little bit behind. Back to Vatira, but Jorius will clear that out. The first pass was just a little bit behind, so the whole play kind of fell apart, and Jorius got the easy clear. He'll get another big clear here and allow his teammates to gain boost and try and gain control on the blue side of the field. So Oli will take control, but right to Vatira. He's going to go up. No aerial fakes just yet. That's what we expect out of K-Corp, but a good dunk there. But Jorius with the doink will get a little bit of a clear.
80 seconds, as Atto, the 70 seconds, and Atto, as I make a mistake, he does not. From that sidewall, he can just sneak it home with no boost too. Jorius completely flubs it, and Oli, he starts to creep forward, thinking Jorius has this simple touch. He does not, and so that is going to be the first goal for KC.
And we all thought there's no play here. Atto's got no boost. He can't really do anything, but Jory is off the wall. A slight misplay, but credit to Atto with no boost, and now a dunk opportunity. Can he follow it up? He cannot. Vatira with another shot. Juicy and Atto both diving as well. Vatira with the final shot. Can he get the double tap? Squeeze it in near post. No, he goes to the outside post, and K-Corp all of a sudden right back in this.
I mean, I wonder if Atto could have scored that. He has this second bite of the cherry, but CRR's going to fling himself in the way of it. Vatira now just hunting, wanting these bumps, and he keeps his flip. He jumps off to get a bump, realizes, actually, I can just score this myself, lads, and does it on his own. But Atto bumps him up into position.
The team chemistry of K-Corp is just insane. Like, what is this? Like, Vatira's trying to wait out for the pass. Atto kind of reads it poorly, but it was an awkward spot. But Vatira gets bumped back into the ball. Heads up play by K-Corp. And we talk about Ninjas doing so well early, but all of a sudden, the last 30 seconds, all K-Corp.
K-Corp's press is going to be the best in the world. NIP need to see what they can to deal with it. Vatira now has been bought a little bit of space by his teammate Atto, getting rid of Oli. But he can get the dunk on it. Who's going to be the first to this ball in the air? Atto bullies Oli out of the way. The 50 goes central. Oli will now catch this. Over Juicy, it's a 2v1. Vatira's the man on the goal line. He cannot keep it away. And who do you want to go for the low 50 drive challenge other than big bad Oli?
Oli beats out one, so CRR knows his job. He's got to go for Vatira, who does dodge that demo rather well and almost gets that 50 out, but it just squeaks in, and Ninjas back on top after this last shaky minute of play. Can they hold out? Vatira's up in the air. He's getting challenged early, cannot get it around him. CRR, can he get the ball down on the ground? He will. And we have game one going to Ninjas in pajamas.
We've seen NIP come through to these spots before, but have not been able to take any of the open titles so far with this current roster. Jory's last season, he managed to get his for the first time in God knows how long, when he was playing for Dignitas along with Jack and Stizzy. So those boys, they know what it feels like, and Carmine Corp, they're incredibly used to it at this point, with Vatira and Atto rocking their Birmingham Major Champion titles. Juicy's got his historically on LAN with Gentlemates over in Copenhagen, not the most recent one, the one before that. So all these players know what these positions are like. He's trying to, as we said, Carmine Corp playing for that first place, a little bit of money, and NIP wanting to try to fend off Vitality and lock in their second place seeding.
Yeah, so CRR, just a great opening 2 minutes from him, making two key plays to give Ninjas in Pajamas that 2-goal lead early. And the reason why you want a 2-goal lead early is because K-Corp at any moment can just press you, and they did for the last minute and a half of that game, where they pressed them like crazy, got tons of shots on net, but Ninjas find a way with Oli. He just beat out one, and then CRR goes for the physical play. We talked about Ninjas, not a physical team, but they're showing it so far in game one.
Yeah, it was great pressure from NIP as well. I mean, they took the game into their own hands. They were aggressive early on. I think you sort of need to do that against KC, otherwise they will just wear you down.
Yeah.
I think there's a few teams out there that will think, oh, yeah, we can sustain. They're going to throw everything at us. We can just get some counterattacks. And I think we have seen that work sometimes. It's just, to me, it feels a lot less likely that you're going to be able to sustain that and get a counterattack than it is you taking the game to them. And I think the NIP have got that offensive prowess where they can take the aggression straight to Carmine Corp's front door.
It's always nice when you do a ground dribble too and beat out a K-Corp defender. That doesn't happen that often, so when you do get those moments, the other teammates need to know, all right, we need to score now. Any change you have against K-Corp, you have to punish them, because otherwise, if you keep these games close, K-Corp will find a way, which they almost did in game one, but Ninjas in Pajamas prevail, and they're going to hope to get an early 2-game lead here. But we'll have to see. Right now, K-Corp, no pressure. Some demo plays coming out. Joris avoids it from Vatira and gets the clear.
That was so well played as well. He was getting bumped in net, got dribbled back into his own 6-yard box, and in the end just goes to the in-and-out save off the sidewall. Lovely play from him, a player that has been an absolute joy to watch in the last season and the start of this one especially. First minute gone without incident, and we're not seeing NIP get the early lead they got in the first.
A great infield pass, and the 1-2-3, just a little bit too soft on the final pass. Vatira with the fake. Jory is just trying to get physical to keep this ball out. Just enough time for CR to get back and get the save.
I mean, that was really threatening against NIP there. Carmine Corp are able to not quite squeeze it, but instill the fear of God into their opposition. Juicy on target, CRR now. Oh, that had to get the save away. The Vatira shoots, slams it straight into Atto, who he really wanted to get out of the way.
Yeah, we talk about aerial fakes. That's what K-Corp loves to do, but problem was just a little too close to the ball that time. But Vatira's got a chance to the flip reset around 1, but CRR is there, and we've seen this with Ninjas time and time again. Always having 2 defenders ready. They'll force out the flip reset early, and then have the other member make the save, and it's worked many times so far throughout this first 2 games.
We've seen Karmine Corp go for these attacks, though, on relatively low boost. They're committing very high up when, across the board, none of their players have over 50. I think that leaves them very susceptible to these counter-attacks that you do see happen against them. NIP, though, they need to have that vision, and they need to go down pitch and steal boost, steal their very limited resources. Oli and Jorius have done so. Juicy does not get bumped by Oli in the same breath as Jory is now onto the ceiling. The shot on target from Vatira, and CRR, goal line heroics from him to keep NIP level.
5 saves now for CRR. He's been on the goal line for every single one of these, it feels like, and just making great save after great save. Here's another one, small save, but he mishandles it, but they get away with it. Atto missing the shot.
I feel like Atto maybe could have taken a second longer there. Instead, he hits it, and it ends up going and deflecting off CRR. Does not find its way in. With no boost, he wasn't to know it, but maybe could have taken a little bit longer. Oli opts to go via the big boost, as does I think CRR there, and Oli had different ideas, because CRR steals the boost, then goes for the man, and Oli thinks, all right, I'm going to steal the boost, then go for the man. Oh, you've already done it. Okay, I guess I'll take the ball here.
Yep, no boost. I'm like, great, what am I going to do with this? Thanks, CRR. Appreciate it, bud.
Jory is now on towards that right-hand side with Jory is bumping again. Oli to go long. CRR is up. Can he shoot it? Can he pass it? Drops it low, and Juicy just wide of the goal line can clear it away. Atto up high, a reset, does get caught out by Jorius, doesn't commit the flip to it. CRR, if he can get this on target, it's at least a bit of a threat, but Vatira works his way back just in time. 80 seconds, neither team managing to break each other's deadlock.
And so far, K-Corps have more of the offensive pressure. Here's a double chap. Squeaker by Atto. He almost got it in with the triple. Unfortunately, just a little bit off. But Oli will get the clear. No boost yet again. See what Atto can do. Jorius up early. Has a chance for a flip reset. He doesn't go for it. Goes for the fast shot. Throws the defense. Oh, outside shot. Oli misses just wide. Post and out.
Oh, the goal line dented from multiple attempts. Another one on target. Oli can't get the second. The shots are racking up for NIP. Nothing is working. The defense from Karmine Corp has been sublime. Oli to the ceiling, manages to secure a reset. So Atto has to get into the corner to try and clear it away. And so Vatira can do so. Both players, both defenses sitting back right now. Atto on target, and it's completely open. The vision's there from him. NIP couldn't do it down the blue end, so KC returned the favor.
And that's all Vatira, just beating out 2 CRR. But he misses. The Vatira just has to get a good challenge to go midfield for the shot. And just a rotational breakdown. CRR had such a fantastic game going, but one misplay right there, and K-Corp takes the lead.
We've seen these late game comebacks so far, and Jory's going to be continuing on that trend. A great kickoff play, ends in the back corner, and the dunk, you have to dive into CRR. Jory is there immediately, shoots it very center of the net. I think probably a little bit thankful it doesn't get saved, but the heroics from NIP to bring them back level. Late goals being story so far.
CRR making up for his defensive mistake with 0 boost, going for the challenge, and only to follow it up, also basically 0 boost as well. Ninjas threw everything at that to tie it. Now Atto's got a chance here. He gets it around run, and Joyce gets bumped, and Atto hits the double to give K-Corp back the lead.
3 goals in the last 30 seconds. Magnificent play. Atto gets bumped, and it does not faze him. Joris gets bumped, and it opens the net entirely. A tale of 2 bumps. One of them comes out on top. Karmine Corp, 7 seconds to hold.
So Atto just pulled out the Garrett G shot from Season 5. Bump to the ceiling still makes it happen. And quality shot as well. Joris gets the clear here. They need to keep this ball up. Ninjas in pajamas. CRR with limited boost.
Pre-jump.
Atto just going to throw it on net. Joris keeps it alive, though.
Low.
CRR does have boost. It's going to go to CRR, but Juicy's there.
Ooh.
And this should die down. There it is. K-Corp. Game number 2, tying up the series.
I mean, that was a hectic ending to that game. Game 2 managed to see Casey come out on top, but it really felt like NIP had chances to secure it. They just didn't have the clinical finishing. I feel like there was maybe 4 goals in that game, despite it being a 2-1, that could have gone in total for both sides. But in the end, yeah, Karmine Corp managed to just about take it out on top. 12 shots for them, 6 for Atto, and he gets both the winning goals for KC.
Yeah, it was kind of the opposite of game 1, where game 2, the Ninjas playing a lot of defense. And then all of a sudden, for like a minute, they have an onslaught on offense. They score a goal. They have multiple chances. But then K-Corp just finds a way to take the game late. And that's exactly what happened, but on the flip side in game number 1. So both teams kind of feeling each other out right now, and now we're down to virtually a best of 5.
Yeah, either of these sides, as we said earlier on, they're not playing to make the major. They are both in the major. Karmine Corp have locked in that number 1 spot. And NIP, they're fighting just to try to gain a couple of points in vitality, stay that 1 point clear, make sure that they are going to be in that second spot, because Gibbs, you know more about the seeding situations than I normally do. I'm not afraid to admit that. How preferential is it in Europe to be going for that second seed as opposed to falling to the third seed based on who you then face at the major?
I feel like people or teams don't care about who they play at the major necessarily for the season, but the points matter all the way to the World Championship. We saw last year with North America, there was a 1 point gap from being in the play-in versus being in the main event. So you want to gain as many points as you possibly can, especially in Europe, where everyone is so tight outside of K-Corp, where just gain as many points as you can wherever you can, just to have a better chance at that World Championship main event. I really don't think they care at all who they play in Boston.
I mean, if you can get points in Boston by going a little bit easier of an opponent, then you're going to be wanting it. But you're right, they just want to be playing and beating whoever they can. Vatira sets up Atto there for the first goal of game number 3. It's a lovely drop down, and that kind of synergy and this shooting prowess for Atto. He has locked in all 3 of the last 3 goals that Karmine Corp have had on their score sheet. He has been playing brilliant Rocket League, supported by both his teammates.
And also, I just want to apologize. I basically did a really long answer because I have no idea who the EU2 is. So I'm just letting you know that
You're
now.
normally so good with that.
I didn't have it ready, all right? I'm sorry. Atto, though, has a free shot here. Doesn't take it right away, but will score anyway. And Ninja's getting a little bit too hasty on the offensive side. And Atto just gets a wide open net here. K-Corp already up 2 with 46 on the clock now.
Either intelligently burning off 1 more second Atto there by popping it up high and then air dribbling it in, or just wanted it to be a little bit safer, because if he shoots that wide, he's going to feel like a right silly Billy. Matera ends up letting that ball go somewhat awry, as now CRR has to dive back into his own half. Ball gets escorted by Oli. Becomes a lot more awkward, especially with bumps like that. It's a miss from Juicy. He does have the reset, though, so he can put it back in the center. It's lovely play from Karmine Corp, looking incredibly cohesive.
Yeah, I got to watch out that this first minute, K-Corp's been so dominant. They should have probably scored 1 extra goal there. So Ninjas have to figure this out, but a demo comes out, the physical play, and Oli just gets back in time. But now, K-Corp with the offensive pressure just goes for the shot. No infield pass. Vatira, though, going for the flip reset. Also just going to shoot, just trying to force out bad rebounds. Atto double tap. The fake to Juicy. And he somehow finds the 1 pixel where this ball is going to go in.
The fake from Atto is unbelievable. He boosts so high to get out the way. He had Vatira shoot into his back previously. Doesn't want that to happen again. And Juicy nearly has his shot saved, but it ends up being perfection. 3 goals for Karmine Corp in the first minute and a half.
And this is why you just can't be boost starved by K-Corp and be on defense. Because once that happens, the aerial fakes come out all the time by K-Corp, and you can't react when you have limited boost. You also can't challenge those plays, so you just never know what's going to happen. And K-Corp is so good with their comms that they know exactly what they want to do, and they showed it there. And also the shot was just perfect as well. He had barely any space to score that. But K-Corp already up 3 in this game 3.
From the crossbar, they can clear it towards CRR, and they need something to happen relatively soon. They've not really had that much attack so far. They've had 2 shots in total compared to Karmine Corp's 8. They're being shot out 400%, 300% I suppose. 2.5 minutes now. A long clear from CRR. Juicy is back. and can get the ball towards the boost, which does not end up spawning for him. CRR's going to be able to steal it above the crossbar. Does go the ball just for a second. Vatira is incredibly awkward there, but can still just about wrangle the ball away with no pressure.
Yeah, we saw Ninjas that they had offensive pressure there, but it was usually with one member who had boost, so they really couldn't get a whole lot done. We saw Oli have a chance at a double tap, but he had such a limited boost, he really couldn't do anything with it. So as long as K-Corp can keep those boost totals down, they should be perfectly fine to kind of bleed this clock out and take this win.
And bleeding the clock is going to be easier said than done, as NIP, they've shown what they can do offensively. That's a nice touch central, but CRR, he may wanted the fake there. Leaves Oli in an awkward position, who can recover nicely. He has full boost. We can dive into that challenge versus Atto rather on nothing. Jorius goes high, goes low, but only finds Vatira.
Vatira, the patience on that save. He doesn't go for the challenge right away, just waits it out. He knows the ball's going to wedge and just go by the goal. Perfect save there by him. And just, he's so cool and calm. It's just annoying. It's just annoying.
And it must be so frustrating to play against as well. You think you've broken down the entire Carmine Corp team, and then Vatira, he stands in your way. Atto stands in the way of Oli's. He manages to get one demo. Double tap from Atto. Actually finds Oli, so it's quite beneficial for NIP. Vatira gets only as far as CRR. We're seeing NIP really start to assemble more plays here and more chances. But Atto with a touch and a pass and a doink and a goal. For the good for Carmine Corp.
Beautiful counter attack there by K-Corp, and their defense was so good that, like, yeah, the ball's on their half, but there was no real threat of a quality shot, and Ninjas really never got one. And finally, there's a chance for them to clear it out and get the counter, and they know Ninjas has to send everyone. They're down 3 with a minute left, so K-Corp just waiting it out, perfectly patient, and they get it done. Vatira with the pre-jump, the give and go just goes a little wide to CRR. That could have been a great goal by Ninjas. But unfortunately, down 4 with 45, it's probably about time to go next.
Yeah, against any team, you're thinking that this game is done, let alone against Carmine Corp, who have looked relatively infallible. However, they have gained a lot more shots now. They're sitting on 8 NIP, whereas Carmine Corp are now on 12. So they have gained, I think, what's that? They gained 6 shots as opposed to the 4 that KC have got. KC have got all of the goals to show for it, whereas NIP have none. Final 20 is going to take us into game number 4 with Carmine Corp up 2-1 in the series.
K-Corp just looking so incredibly good. Game 1 was like, you know, it's a feeler out game sometimes, and now K-Corp has really turned it on these past 2, or at least the back half of game 2, and now game 3 was just a dominant performance. So it's what you want if you're a K-Corp fan. And if you're a K-Corp fan, you're just sitting in your lounge chair like, oh, this is great. Watching them win, no pressure at all. Watching my boys win some money. It's always nice. But for Ninjas, again, they're only 1 point up on Vitality right now, so they desperately want to get wins wherever they can. Plus, I guess the benefit is no matter win or lose, like if they do make top 4 Ninjas, they won't be on the same side of the bracket as K-Corp. They would play them in the final. So, but Ninjas, they're not worried about that. They're worried about trying to figure out this K-Corp defense, which it seems like they just can't crack.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of extra time to figure it out as well. They call the timeout. 2-minute timer has begun. So NIP buy themselves 1 more minute. Well, earlier on we saw, and I'm still going to rag on them a little bit, BSK not take their timeout, which is just absolutely crazy to me.
Leave them alone. Their split is over. They're not going to Boston.
No, I simply won't. I simply won't. I find it churlish, quite frankly. Carmine Corp, they have to sit through another minute of time. They can think, but LBP has got to speak some confidence into his boys all the way from Australia, staying up. Fair play to LBP for doing that. Staying up to be there for these games. He did them very, very well in Copenhagen at the kickoff LAN.
Yeah.
But they didn't necessarily get the results that they wanted. Carmine Corp did. That's the tale of these 2 teams so far this season.
Then I would argue for Open 1, I think they were very happy with a Grand Finals going to Game 7 versus K-Corp. They're a brand new roster. And yes, K-Corp is 2/3 of their old roster, but still, like, Ninjas were like, all right, like, it's only up from here. Well, then Open 2 happened, and it didn't go that well for them. Yet, now they're back here against K-Corp, like, in this upper bracket, and now's the time when you have to start to gel. And, like, we want to be major champions. We want to be world champions. Here's our test. We've had this team together now for 2.5 months. we need to figure this team out now before Boston, and if we can't, obviously, then you try there. But everyone knows that the bar will always be K-Corp. That is the bar. That is the bar you have to hit in order to be the best in the world. And right now, Ninjas has not shown that, but they still have time in the series to do so.
Yeah, so far Karmine Corp are the big bad of Europe. They are the big bad of the world. They were unstoppable at the kickoff LAN. They have been a force for years now with Vatira at the helm. And various teams have come and gone, trying to be the key that will unlock the secrets to beating them. And NIP, they've not been able to find it so far in this series. As the defense starts off for KC, they are 2-1 up, game 4. And NIP, they need to begin something after that timeout. They should have a couple more answers.
Yeah, we'll see how these first 2 minutes go. Like, I want to see them better when they're on the blue side of the field to make a better offensive plays happen, to cause K-Corp to use their boost when they're on defense so they don't get counterattacked on. It seems like they're just playing corner ball, and we're seeing it so far here as well. And then K-Corp can just conserve boost and get easy clears that could turn into counterattacks. So just want to see if their boost starve comes out, like if you play corner ball, or you go for the more dangerous infield passes to cause K-Corp to have to move.
Yes, his reset. Atto teams up with Juicy. The double tap down isn't successful. The pass, however, is to Vatira. It's very aggressive Vatira, diving in as that third man, but it was a very intelligent play. And everybody at home, as Gibbs is saying, keep an eye on your top left and your top right of your screens. Look at their boost totals. See what NIP do when there is pressure against the Karmine Corp side, and then see how Karmine Corp do it on their side. How do those boost totals look different? There will be a quiz at the end of this series. Oli sends it central towards CRR. Only challenges versus Juicy. Torres with the reset, gets caught out by Atto. He's got a lot of boost and Vatira takes over.
So far, we've seen a little back and forth play, but again, nothing too crazy on both sides of the field, which is a good sign for Ninjas. Like, as long as K-Corp's not doing anything too crazy on offense, you want to keep it tied as long as you possibly can when you're the underdog. So right now, Ninjas is feeling pretty good about this, but need to see some better plays. Atto now taking the ball by himself, 1 versus 3, cannot get it done. So now Oli can do his own 1 versus 3. He ran out of boost a little bit earlier, though.
Yeah.
Just got to throw it away.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're seeing at the moment as well, is that if it's a fast play from NIP trying to get that counter-attack, they are burning that boost like nobody's business. And Vatira from the blind spot, boost be damned. He is going to be there, ready to strike. Nips in front of Oli. At the last second he dodges. It will not be enough.
Yeah, Joris and Oli both, just coasting around on defense, just driving in circles, not feeling any pressure. But Vatira from that blind spot finds the goal, and they just let off the gas for a split second, and K-Corp is there.
I mean, already, though, it does look a little bit better. No, until the snapshot from Atto. Oli in the midfield did not see, sorry, CRR in the midfield did not see this coming. Atto, right place, right time. You have to have, like, bot-level reactions to clear that one away. Atto has them, CRR doesn't.
Yeah, we need some bots out, but it's like, I don't mind that play by Ninjas. They're obviously trying to create pressure. It was just a pinball effect, and the ball just winds up in the net. But off the kickoff, K-Corp, but you give them an inch, they will take a mile, and they're doing so here in this game.
That's also the no boost play from Juicy to get the pinch, immediately recovers, and then goes for the defender. That forces, I believe it was Jorias, up the sidewall to try and get away from him, and then he has to use his momentum just in case Vatira shoots towards the left side of the goal. Very intelligent play. Juicy made it work, and Vatira is going to be the benefactor. Karmine Corp, that is 3, and they are looking absolutely spicy.
Nice save there by Oli. I thought that was a guaranteed goal after the physical play by K-Corp. But Jorius will get the ball out. CRR turns it around with the physical play, and the ghost of Jorius gets credit for the goal.
Yes, a lovely play. Jorius just about clears it in time. CRR, as we said earlier, he knows his job. 2 men, 1 in net, and the ball is on their side. Get rid of the final fella. You can do it, and you can get a goal.
2:16 left on the clock. It's only a 2-goal game at this point. Like, Ninjas, they don't have to press too hard right now. You just have to, like, maybe the last 45 seconds or so, then you start pressing. Right now, just play your game.
I mean, that game is going to need to improve on the NIP side. If they can just get one more goal, they're going to be suddenly back into it, but Karmine Corp are not going to make that easy for them. Zero just goes along with it. Make NIP waste a bit more boost, burn some more resources. Atto with a low 50. No one's there for NIP for a little while till Oli takes the initiative. He forces his way in, but then another player comes in on his side, CRR. Then they commit a lot of boost to it. It's a bump. Yeah. Joris is a third man though. He didn't want to commit in.
Disaster.
At that point, you need to either go in fully or you need to retreat back. And I think you just need to go for it. You really do.
Oh, just disaster. Just a miscommunication. Then
he was half-half.
Like, he's also going up in the air with like 10 boosts as well. We've seen that multiple times throughout this match where it's just not enough boost to really get anything done. And K-Corp just kind of waited on it and just got the clear and got a free goal. And they didn't have to press yet because with the limited boost, like, you don't have to press just yet. It was only a 2-goal game, but now it's 3 goals. Let's see what CRR can do off the seal in. Almost gets the double tap down, but Juicy will get this clear out. And see if he can do any aerial magic.
Good fate.
Oli has a chance. The aerial bomb. Can we squeeze it in? CRR does. Great job there by Oli to leave this ball just hanging in the air and go for that bump. And CRR to find this angle to get it in.
Yeah, just pinch it through. And it all really starts off with Joris. He had no boost. He can call fake on that for his teammates so early. He knows he's not going to get it. That completely shuts down Karmine Corp. It means that they have to react to Joris in case he gets a skim back across. Very well communicated. I love to see plays like that. It's another one, and NIP find themselves still with some fight left in them.
Okay, just a 50 from Joris and Atto, and CRR are just right there waiting for it. Great read by him to just put pressure on. Anytime you have a challenge on the offensive half, especially when you're down, send another one to try and guess at it because you get a free shot. And CRR guessed correctly, and Ninja's right back in it. And another play here, Oli doesn't take the shot. He decides to go cross court. Gonna wait on it right now. CRR versus Juicy. Juicy wins that battle, but Oli pass it down to his teammate. A little back and forth. Joris just a little bit, a big clear. They didn't have too much on it. And Atto clearing it back out. 40 on the clock, 1-goal game.
His final 40 is going to be very important. Can they just fight for an overtime? CRR has to dive in. Does so pretty well, and it falls into the corner. Jory is central. Atto can get a big clear. Only has to half flip. He can go via the back corner boost, can then beat Atto. Sees one central, sees two central. In fact, it's on target, but Juicy just about gets a nose to it.
Juicy almost gets beat out, but just gets back in time. But now all the pressure by Ninjas. Can they secure a shot? CRR with the bump on the goalie, but the shot's not on target. Batira with the miss, no boost, but CRR has nothing either, so he can't follow it up. But only another challenge, and Atto will finally get this clear out, and he should secure it, putting the ball on the ground, and he does, and K-Corp survive.
Man, that save from Juicy at the death of the game. That is incredibly clutch. He had very little boost. He had to jump and boost with the remaining stuff that he had perfectly. Otherwise, that was going to be going in, and overtime was on the cards. Karmine Corp, after 4-1 up, NIP wrestled back two very important momentum goals.
Yeah, it was a high-scoring match. And that's one of those when you're like, like if we didn't make one extra mistake, like if that pinball effect goal didn't go in, maybe we take this one. But K-Corp will get the win right after a timeout as well to now go up 3-1. So, it was a brutal loss there for Ninjas, but at least it shows that, like, all right, we can fight these guys.
Yeah.
We're right there with them. We just need to fix a few of these small issues, and we can take this next game. Just take it 5 minutes at a time.
Yeah, I think that was also, they got the goals not from counterattacks. They got them from being aggressive. They got them from really getting in the faces of Karmine Corp and shutting them down nice and early. It's the confidence, though, to think, yeah, we can do that. We can do that to the most aggressive, fast-paced, scariest team in Europe. And NIP, they're starting to gain that confidence. And we head over to, I believe it's called Parc de Paris. Goodness me, maybe that's completely wrong.
No.
The Eiffel Tower map.
There you go, yeah.
Yep, this is the Eiffel Tower one. There you go, beautiful map. We see the sunset over Paris. And will the French be able to come out on top and take it 4-1 and move on through?
We'll have to see. It's going to come down to CRR. Like, I feel like he's been doing very well, been very speedy. There's the aerial demo. Turns into a save by Atto with limited boost on the goal line. But CRR has been that X factor so far for Ninjas. I want to see him continue to put on that pressure.
That was the safest shot potentially literally ever made. It was low, it was slow, it was center of the net. Any height on that becomes a lot scarier, but Atto does incredibly well to get to it, but he just has to half flip and stay on the goal line. That really could have been a lot better, and maybe could have started off this game well for NIP, but Joria's and a 1v1 versus Juicy, a reset. Juicy has to guess. The Musty can't find its way in. The dunk doesn't do so either, and Carmine Corp stay firm. A reset, can't beat one. The second with Atto, ends up passing back towards Juicy, but only with a dunk. That is over the net, and Atto, an incredibly important touch.
A little unlucky there. I thought it was going to bounce off the ceiling and in, but still the pressure. Jory is trying for a little ground pin shot. Just can't get it on target, but sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to throw that flare into the shot versus this great K-Corp defense. We saw that with the Musty by Jorius that was still saved by Juicy.
Another peculiar looking reset from Jorius. Wanting to get a lot of height on that, but just sort of lag resets it down. Oli does get one towards the backboard, but Atto has his wherewithal to keep it away. And again, gives a lot of this corner battling that we've seen previously. This time, though, it does end up working out. I was about to criticize it, but with no one attacking the ball, what a play from NIP. It pops out lovely for CRR.
Look at that flip by CRR and then immediately just boost down as quickly as he possibly can to get that angle on the bounce shot. The bounce shots are so hard to read because your first guess is to dive as well towards that floor, but then you realize, oh no, this is way too short. Now it's going to go back up in the air, and CRR with a great flip and just a boost control to get that touch. And again, he's been my X factor, and he's looking fantastic throughout this match.
And that touch from him again is actually brilliant. And Jorius manages to get in the way of it. Can he get the skim? He wanted to. I was about to call it a fake, but I'm not going to give him that credit. He just couldn't quite make the contact. That was a good chance for NIP, but the boost was not on their side.
But Ninjas and Pajamas are making plays now. We see that with the little back pass on defense by CRR, then a double save by Jorius. The plays are starting to happen. Here's a nice pass and play, but the shot goes wide by Jorius. Had no boost left. Couldn't get the angle.
Atto to pop in his own back half, and KC are trailing at half-time. What can Vatira do from the back corner? He sees Jorius bearing down on him. The 50 goes well, and Jorius steals that back boost. We spoke about boost control as well. Chat, have you been keeping up with the boosts? All right, remember there will be a quiz at the end. So far, we're seeing a lot of boost on Carmine Corp side. And NIP, I think they've been doing a pretty good job of stealing when they can. They just need that little bit more to be going in their favor.
Yeah, like they're making plays. That's really all you can hope for versus K-Corp. It's still only one goal game. Just credit how good K-Corp is. But Ninjas and Pajamas are playing very well throughout this game. 2 minutes left. They're holding the 1-goal lead. Can they get another to relieve a little bit of that pressure?
Chance though as Atto gets a catch into the 50 in the corner. CRR with contact can clear it. Not quite past Juicy. They would have beaten Vatira with it. Oli, not sort of a nothing touch there, but Juice doesn't do much better. Sets up Vatira for one. The reset secured, so NIP need to back off. Respect it. Final 90 seconds. What can Carmine Corp do here as NIP have really turned up the gas?
I feel like Oli, anytime he's in the air with 20 boost, just don't bother. Just don't bother, dude. It just feels like nothing happens on any of those plays, so it's been a little bit of rough for him. But here he goes. This time he had 30 boost, got a little bit more of a challenge there. And CRR trying to play it slow, but Juicy with the read. Jorius back. We'll get the challenge out. Oli will take control on his wall, gets demoed for his troubles, and Vatira's hunting for CRR. Turns the infield pass, but a great save still by CRR to avoid everything and clear it out.
I mean, they managed to just about hold it level with NIP. Rather, sorry, no, they managed to hold the lead. Oh my goodness, I thought they were level for some reason. That was a brilliant play from them. Carmine Corp, they had a decent attack, and Atto wants it again. No one there midfield for him to be able to clear it away. Final 40. Over towards Jorius. Can only go as far as Atto. The backboard is his. Can he do his best Diaz impression? The flip reset has not come off, and Jorius removes Vatira, so the defense momentarily weakened.
And CRR, with the mistouch, had tons of boost there, had a pretty wide open net with the defender with no boost and did nothing with it. Ninjas really just trying to hold on for this last few seconds. Juicy with the shot. Holy great goal line save and the control. But the infield to Vatira, it goes wide. Only needs to clear. Is there one last chance? No boost. There's no boost on K-Corp. It's going to be very difficult, but Vatira keeps it alive. CRR puts it down, and Ninjas gets the win, and they're still alive in this series. We got 2 competitive series going on right now as well, Stumpy, because Twisted Minds and Falcons right now are playing, and they are tied 2-2 in MENA, and whoever wins that will be the #1 MENA seed. So very important to series over there. Lots of great Rocket League happening around the world.
Yeah, right now, that series being 2-2 is huge for MENA. Obviously, they have those spots going into the major. If you want to go give that a watch, that is on /Rocket League MENA. Rocket League MENA. Give it a watch. Have both open. Just have 4 of the best teams in the world having a right jolly ding-dong on Rocket League.
I mean,
what a way to spend a Saturday.
Yeah, that could definitely be our top 4 like at Boston, is these 4 teams that are playing right now. I think they're probably the favorites to be the top 4, like at this point, outside of maybe NRG as part of that conversation. But, they're like the 12th best team in NA. So, we got to just keep harping on that, even though it was 3 months ago. Well, yes, lots of great Rocket League happening, but Ninjas in Pajamas, I loved what I saw from them early on in this match. I think they got a little bit too cautious by the end, and it almost cost them. But early on, they were making plays, great touches to create offensive opportunities. They only got 1 goal out of it, but sometimes that's all you need. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they're still alive here.
Yeah, I do think that, to me, it is it becomes interesting to look at how each of these teams now going to approach this series, right? How are Carmine Corp going to come out and be as aggressive as they want to be as soon as NIP really start taking it to them? How are NIP going to continue the exhausting Rocket League playstyle of let's get in their faces? It becomes a big battle of endurance. Even though it's just 1 series, it's very tiring. NIP, we've got a little bit less experience than a Carmine Corp at this kind of, when it gets to this tiring spot.
Sure.
But they have got these chances, and NIP have shown how much they can do. It's 3-2 in the series, Carmine Corp lead. And these first 30 seconds is already a statement of intent, because we are seeing NIP be aggressive early on, but Juicy shoots into an immediate Joreous save.
See if Ninjas can get any type of clear here, but Vatira will control the ball, keep it on the orange side of the field. But this time around, if you look in the top right, lots of boost there for Ninjas in Pajamas. Can they use it on defense? CRR has to make a difficult save, but gets it done. Oli will get the clear, but Vatira with full boost. Trying to make a touch. Oli, great challenge there on low boost to keep it away from him. And Ninjas in Pajamas, while on defense, playing pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think that it's just going to come down to how can KC break it, and can they not get counter-attacked on? That'll be a big part, but of course a lot of that then comes down to can NIP get the boost steals to then make sure that the counter-attack will not be on against them. It's 90 seconds as well, with I think both sides having a decent chance to get a goal each. One towards the right-hand side, Joreous to collect. Vatira challenging, rather. Just like that word was for me to say. Vatira manages to get the ball off Atto with a fake. We're seeing these fakes be a little bit less effective now.
Yeah, they're a little bit too far away from the net, and they're a little bit too easy to read at this point. So right now, it's a lot of midfield game, I think, by both sides. Nothing too threatening on the opposite side, but here's a chance for Vatira. The quick double tap opportunity will go away from Oli, who is on low boost yet again, but making plays so far this game with it.
Lovely reset from Atto. Pops it high, but Joreous can save. And Philip was saying Joreous' name a lot in defense. Offensively, he's not really had much to say in this game. And with bumps coming in from Oli onto CRR, KC could find their time to strike. They do so. Juicy on target. And it was a miscommunication in the 6-yard box that left this open.
It's 8 shots to 1. And this is the K-Corp playstyle. They will just bleed you dry. They'll make you play defense for so incredibly long until you make that one little mistake, and then they get the easiest goal of their life. Just a quick infield pass or a quick pass off the back wall, and it's a wide open net. And that's how K-Corp wants to play. And Pajamas just could not find that clear to get them back on to the other side of the field.
I mean, they held on so well. They had a lot of attack against them. Vatira with a lovely skim does get it just wide of the goal, but they can act just as much as passes as they can do shots. Oli with a collection, a pop up, and Juicy a quick ticket to send him to the scrapyard. CRR wants to pop this one middle and then maybe get the bump on whoever's going to be coming in. That man will be Atto. Instead, he takes the shot, but not quite enough of an angle on it for it to be threatening.
Yeah, I like the idea, though. There's 3 defenders. They're all guarding everything. Just throw it on net. I'll try and go for the least probable one that he'll go for. Vatira, though, with 0 boost, tried to get that touch, just barely cannot get it. But boost has been at a premium, and we've had so many close offensive opportunities by both teams trying for this place. Jory is here, has the opportunity. Oli, can he control it down to CRR? They do, but Juicy is there to turn it away, and Ninja's finally on the offensive side.
A lovely catch from Jorius, fakes out that reset, but with not enough speed, KC can just send the player to it. Oli, a great pre-jump, goes up high, above target, but what a statement of intent that is.
Less than 90 on the clock, and Ninjas is threatening, but they just can't get anything too close to the net. It seems like K-Corp defenders, there's always 2 on that back line, so even if you get a quality chance, it's really difficult to beat them. Juicy will play it slow here, wait out Jorius.
So much time.
Yeah, like Jorius did not want any of that, which was probably the smart play there. CRR now will take over. Atto, though, an easy clear. It just seems too easy right now for K-Corp. They're playing 3 men behind the ball, and Ninjas is not doing enough to threaten them.
Tier wants to go to the ceiling for this one. Oli actually helps him out. CRR is quickly called in. Recovers nicely, and Oli punts him towards the midfield. Not too sure why. CRR, I'm sure, called that one. Only then misses on Vatira. We're seeing a couple of flounders coming through. Final 35. KC still leading 1-0. They can get this. It will be a big win in terms of making sure that Vitality have that slight chance of getting through into the second spot. It just brings them a little bit closer. NIP stay in the competition, but it just raises 1 or 2 questions about who gets that second place seeding.
15 on the clock, and Ninjas just need to get the ball out of their half. Like at this point, it's been tough. CRR finally gets the clear with the bump, but Vatira is there, turning it away. Will he secure the last goal? No. Big save by Oli, and Jorius out to CRR. Vatira has no boost, so he had to actually retreat, and K-Corp will win your set and another top 4 bare minimum finish for them in Europe. They still are that final boss.
Yeah, they retain the title, they hold their crown. It's thinking time for NIP, but they look good. NIP look good. Take nothing away from this series. In 2 games against Carmine Corp.
Yeah.
A good statement of intent for the rest of the competition going forward. And I'll be intrigued to see how NIP do tomorrow. They're still in the competition. But NIP, or rather KC, move through into those semi-finals. And that top 4, Gibbs, it is looking like it is a veritable home for Carmine Corp now.
Yes, but Ninjas in pajamas, a lot of positives, and they will take that into tomorrow and try and run that bracket. But K-Corp will be waiting for them in the top 4 rounds. But we still have 1 more match today, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Walking on them. One moment to escape. Walking on the moon. Never been. All that trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away.
Here's the thing, ladies and gents. You just can't take down K-Corp. That's a rule of Rocket League as they move on into the semifinals there, knocking Ninjas in Pajamas down to the other match to play Manchester City. Now to talk about that victory and how they're feeling, we've got Juicy on the line. Juicy, my man, congratulations on yet another win.
Thank you.
I got to ask you, you guys already back with Copenhagen, already clinched into Boston, so that has to take a little bit of stress off. Does it, though? Or do you feel like a little relieved with the fact that you can play these matches knowing that you've already clinched Boston?
Yeah, I think it helped a lot because we already clinched, but we play like we have nothing to lose, so I guess it does matter, but in some way it doesn't, so...
Right.
So,
yeah. No. I mean, like you can't let up on the gas, right? Because that's how everyone catches up. I was going to say, is there anything that changes, like the approach, or is it just the mental, or do you try to play as if everything's still on the line, or do you allow a little bit more fun maybe through?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely having fun, but we prioritize winning and destroying our opponents. So yeah.
I like the word. The key word is destroying, not just winning. Destroy.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I mean, you guys got a lot of physical play in that last series against Ninjas in Pajamas at the end there. It felt like you were specifically, doing that. I gave a lot of space for you on defense. For Ninjas in Pajamas, I heard some of the other analysts talking that CRR maybe was really stepping up. When you notice a player is stepping up a little bit more for an opponent, do you start to target them more, or is that even in your heads?
No, I think it's the same for everyone gets the same treatment,
Right.
So.
Okay. They all get destroyed.
Yeah, eventually, I guess.
That's what it comes there. Anyways, I don't want to take your time up anymore here. I just want to say congratulations. Going into the rest of this bracket, it feels like you guys are feeling confident. Juicy, I hope to see you in the grand finals. Maybe do another interview when you win. Either way, congratulations, and keep the good games going.
Thanks, man.
There's Juicy again, having fun. It really does take a lot off of your plate, Turtle, when you know you've already locked in.
I mean, you could just, the interview and the difference between, a team that's already made it versus what we've had all morning long is just very, very big contrast of how much these nerves are affecting the players. But it was a crazy game nonetheless. And I think that's what allowed for everybody to be flying as high as possible and truly bring in as much mechanics, risks, crazy plays from CRR against this KC defense and offense that at this moment simply cannot be stopped.
Yeah, and I think that it's still worth mentioning that I think NIP did well in that series. I think that they had times where they slipped.
Sure.
We saw the occasional point where there was an overcommit from Jorius for one of the goals. There was I think CRR who couldn't quite react quick enough to a backflip. It's on this goal actually. As it comes midfield, CRR just doesn't quite read it. Atto does. Very hard. That ends up deciding a game. I don't think that you can necessarily take too much away from NIP here. I think that's still a very, very strong team. A team that is deserving of going to these majors, of going second in Europe, realistically, in my opinion. I just think that KC ended up being a team that looked pretty unbeatable, pretty much across the board. And Vatira in particular, as ever, every time we see them play, it feels like their season. It feels like this could be Vatira's one, and this is one of the steps on their road to lifting that trophy at the end.
Yeah, the question is, will it happen this time too, right? I mean, it feels so up and down and back and forth with the squad, but right now it's all up. So if you're a fan of the Blue Wall, you're eating good right now. They're looking good in the semifinals. Of course, they'll play the winner of Team Vitality or the winner of that matchup against Team Vitality. Could be Gentlemates or Magnifico. Of course, that's the last matchup we have to play, so we may as well just start talking about it a little bit because Gentlemates already threw Turtle in this. They've already locked in. It's that 5th spot that everyone's fighting for. Magnifico is one of those teams.
Right, and it's going to come down to the wire, and I love whenever things get messy. I like how I come back and do an RLCS show, and now it's where all the juicy drama starts. I didn't have to sit through the first few opens. We could just come here and have all the drama just thrown right in front of our faces.
I love it. Yeah, and then again, as I said, last matchup for the day. We only do 4 on the Saturday. We'll have some more for you tomorrow, 5 best of 7s, as we get to our grand final added in there. But right now, we look at Gentlemates Magnifico. I mean, we talked about the Blue Wall Summit just a moment ago, having a bit off their plate. The pressure's not really there. Gentlemate, same thing. Does that play into this at all? Do they have an upper hand because of that against Magnifico?
I think it can go one of two ways for teams, and I think normally it goes the way of, oh, we've just qualified? Cool, let's show people why we're qualified. Let's absolutely go Insanio style and see what we can do on this opposition team. I think Magnifico here, they've still got stuff to play for. They still need to make it through. There's still that chance for them to be going through to the major. Their only now really direct competition is going to be GK and Man City esports. So they want to get through for their own good. I think Gentlemates, though, they can play a little bit freer, and they are looking like one of the best teams in the world at the moment.
Well, sometimes we do see that start to work against you, though. If you let all the tension and stress off of a series, a lot of times you end up climbing up the mountain only to slip and fall back down. And that could be a potential here for Gentlemates, depending on how hungry they are to take down Magnifico, who are fighting for a lot. And it could, if you're a fan of Rocket League and you want to watch more RLCS, then you want Magnifico to kind of take this W, because we get into those tiebreaker scenarios where, Gibbs will be on the screen explaining all of these crazy plot schemes of what's going to go down and how we're going to get more Rocket League.
That's true. Well, the progressive fan vote is up. Get your hashtag. Oh, you're already doing it. Why? I don't need to tell you guys. You already know what's going on here. They're already throwing in their votes right now. The question is who's gonna win it at the end here. I mean, you have to look at this on paper and say, I think it'd be silly to argue against Gentlemates. I feel like it would be. So we'll see if chat goes against that. I know I'm not. In a matchup like this, Gentlemates should be coming out on top. Again, I kind of want to see the three-way type, but I guess the Magnifico winning now would help that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you want here? Do you want? See, you can't even change your pick though. You already picked.
Yeah. Well, I did already pick, but yeah, they'll have to do it against Vitality, I guess.
Same. I'm gonna go with Magnifico. I believe in the team right now, because I think they had a pretty high set. I went back and watched some of their games in Open number 2.
Does not believe me.
What are you talking about? You don't believe me, dude? They had a good game against NIP earlier in Group A. I'm serious. Okay. They also beat KC. Come on, dude. There's something here.
Okay, I love that you think that. I can't express how happy I am to have you back, Turtle. But I think that this is a bit routine for Gentlemates here. I think that Gentlemates have not necessarily shown off everything that they can do so far in these opens. They got top 6 during the first open over in Copenhagen. They got 3rd to 4th. They've not yet made it to those finals. But in the off season, they look like they look like the hottest team in the off season. And also, Archie was on Team England, so I do think that I've got to go for my boy on Team England.
This is a long way to say, Gentlemates, you're wrong.
Yeah, give it Gentlemates. And also, they're in pink, and I love that they wear pink, and I say that every single time they play, but I want to reward that behavior. Yeah. Give me the pink one.
Yeah, it does look good.
Bro's picking off of colors. That's not fair.
Studio, well, I mean, we've seen that happen. I think I've seen people vote off logos before.
That was kind of me with this as well, with this thing last time.
That's true. Literally did it.
Yeah.
Tell you what, though, chat want Magnifico. They've gone 60-odd% Magnifico.
They want
here.
the drama. See, start the fires. This is what I'm talking about.
What do you do though?
Like,
so if you're Magnifico though, and you're going up a matchup that you have to realistically say that on paper that it's not going to be as good. Like, is there a game plan? What do you go? You just go hope for the best? Like,
you just got to go full send. You have to just go full send. See what you can do. Go full power. Yeah, full boost. Take that boost button down and just knock them out of the sky.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out if they do exactly that. There is some belief for them as they just won the progressive fan vote. Unbelievable. Everyone else in chat thinks that they're going to do it. We'll find out if Gentlemates will overtake Magnifico if Magnifico makes their top 4 they're looking for.
It's time for Gentlemates to prove that they are that next up team in Europe. Karmine Corp in a league of their own, but teams not named Karmine Corp have only managed to beat Gentlemates one time in main events this season. That was Vitality in a Game 7. Magnifico are not Vitality or Karmine Corp, so they're trying to join a very exclusive group here in Game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
Yeah, we talk about Dark Horse teams, and it's Magnifico. They're definitely one of them, and Man City is the other one. Magnifico took them down yesterday in Game 5. Now they're fighting for one of these major spots, and if they can get this win, they will force, at the bare minimum, a tiebreaker for the Boston Major. So Magnifico's got 2 chances at it, but they would love to get it done right here.
That would be the nightmare scenario for GK fans who are hoping they can at least go to bed tonight with GK's leading in points for now. I mean, Magnifico have been a tough team to beat. They've been one of the solidest defenses in Europe since they had their run last event a couple weeks ago. Gentlemates really haven't had that many hiccups games. I mean, they did lose to Vitality in Copenhagen, but online they haven't lost to anyone but KC in main events. In Swiss, a couple of series haven't gone their way, but this is Swiss's main event, this is playoffs, and they are the favorites.
So it feels like with Mates, it's because of that French land that they won in the preseason. Everyone's like, oh, they could be the best team, and then, all right, they're behind K-Corp, so maybe people are a little bit more disappointed in them, but really, they could easily be that number 2 team in Europe right now, which is perfectly fine based on how K-Corp is playing right now. So Mates just want to secure it, like everything right now, and just get to another top 4. They have already clinched their major spot just because of how the bracket works out, but they want more than that. They want to challenge K-Corp. They want another chance at them, maybe in this grand finals.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right. I think this team does have the roster to look like, I mean, the roster construction, the players on the field, they look like they could absolutely be that top 2 team in Europe. Oski and Nas have all of the outplay potential. Archie's one of the best third men in the scene, has been since he came into this scene years ago. Magnifico, on the other hand, I mean, we really need to see everything fall in the right place for them, and it has it here. Oski makes it 1-0. Pretty simple stuff in the back corner with a direct shot.
Yeah, Nats with no boost. Tox just comes around trying to get the early challenge. Just turns into an infield pass, and Oski with a great shot. And that's the thing Magnifico cannot get wrong. Their defense has to be perfect versus a team like the Mates, because if they start faltering, that's like their bread and butter. They want to play a lot of defense and go for the counterattack against these top teams in Europe. Ooh. But if you make these mistakes, it's going to be really rough.
Nas didn't quite read Archie's reset setup there, but they're still absolutely all over them. Magnifico quite happy to sit back and defend, but probably not like this. They don't want to be having to defend against this many uncontested aerials that Gentlemates are throwing at them. That's a good interception attempt there by Tomic. Actually gets it. Nas is able to clean it up though. And wait a minute, where's the 3rd man? There isn't one for Magnifico, but here comes the reinforcements.
A lot of tempos coming out across the board on both sides of the field though, so it'll clear it out, give a lot of space in that midfield, but at the end of the day, Magnifico gets the infield pass. Tox tries to read it, just reads it slightly wrong, and Archie will clear it away.
That's so lucky for Gentlemates. They could have easily conceded there had the ball ended up going a bit slower, or if Archie didn't get that touch on it. And it's not really the best chance Magnifico have had. They've not had too many opportunities to see the Gentlemates net up close. Gentlemates are such a solid team when they are playing their best. I mean, you know that these guys are going to be difficult to get the ball past in the midfield.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Like, anytime they have the ball on the blue side, they just got to make things happen. Because if they don't, and if they double commit on defense, it's going to be problematic. They double commit there, but it works out. And Raziers has a chance at an aerial play, but Oski will clear him away. And that's with the big clear across the field. But we're just playing a little ping pong. But Raziers there for the redirect, cannot get the touch. Wasn't actually that close to it either, but he tried.
Yeah, good defense. Just calm presence there from Oski. Now a little redirect mid for Nas, who shot it underneath the pre-jumping defender. Gentlemates look like they're just having a bit of an easier time getting the ball forward. As I say that, Tox wins 2 50s in a row. Not what Gentlemates are looking for. But overall, I like what I'm seeing from them so far in game 1. I take it back! I hate what I'm seeing from them. What are Gentlemates doing? As Magnifico score an equalizer.
A 2 on the wall, and then Archie is just flat-footed midfield. Did not see the pass coming out to Tox, and Tox secures the goal. Magnifico, while I feel like their game hasn't been that great so far, but we're 4 minutes in and they tied it up. So I think they should be relatively happy with that.
Yeah, just clinical. I mean, they got the center ball, finish it off top corner. Gentlemates just lost control. They've had control of almost every position in defense so far. They've not had any touches from Magnifico that they've not had an answer to until the one that they end up conceding. Can Nas make good on it? Going the other way. Yes, he can. Archie with the toe poke as Nas leaves it wide open for him.
Nas, known for his 1v1 moves, well, he uses those on 3 members on the defensive side for Magnifico, and Archie Easiest goal of his life. Just drives right into it and secures it to take the 1-goal lead.
Yeah, I reckon most of you guys watching could have scored that one. Or would you be worried about hitting?
Let's not get crazy. Yeah, let's not get crazy. Here's another one. Coming out again with some 1v1 plays. That's all you need. Legacy's got space. He just goes for the 1v1 challenge.
Smart.
Spills mid, and Nas with another easy one. Secure.
Yeah, it's a good 50 there. Oski just squashing it mid. Didn't flip into the ball all that hard. He just lets it bounce off of him. He didn't want the ball leaving that area. Just wants it to be in front of the net. They're just making it look easy, gentlemates. The goals have come pretty effortlessly for them. They've not had to overextend at all. They've not had to really push too hard. Oh, what a bump. Oh, Archie's been sent into his own net. And he didn't have any support from his teammates. They were fully trusting him to have that one.
Every time we think, oh, it's over, mates have secured this win, or they're looking comfortable, then just a play out of nowhere. Again, a little flat-footed on defense by Archie, but he's expecting help on the defensive side. He gets none of it. Atomic gets 0 boost, but he gets the bump anyway. Great play by him.
Oh, nice play. Nas fakes infield off the wall now with the reset before anybody can get close to him. He's past one, dunks it mid. It is a little bit too far back for them to get a shot immediately, but here it comes. Tox is faked out. Oski fakes it as well. Is anybody going to hit the ball? Atomic is the one to do so.
This is Rocket League, I guess. It's a little messy coming out of here at the end of game 1 by mates, but they will secure the win. And honestly, not the prettiest game, I think, on both sides of the field, and I think it'll get cleaned up a bit. But mates do prevail, and if you're the favorite, even if it's messy, and you get that first game, that's all that matters.
Yeah, they were able to win with some good 50-50 in the Magnifico back corner. Good 50-50.
Yeah.
But defensively, yeah, a couple times they did fall apart, and that last goal that they conceded, they'll be careful not to allow that to happen again. It's a common situation these days in Rocket League to have somebody going for a bump in front of the ball. You don't want to have a defender alone in threes at this level. They are just so much more vulnerable to that strategy. But yeah, usually Magnifico making mistakes in defense as well, kind of centering the ball in front of their own net, and yeah, not making life as hard for Gentlemates to score as we're used to seeing from this Magnifico roster.
Yeah, I felt like 2 weeks ago when we saw them versus Vitality, Magnifico, a lot of double commits happening on defense when they go up against these better teams in Europe. And it just can't happen because Magnifico is known for their defense. When they play well against pretty much everyone else, they play a great defensive game. But when it goes up against these teams, like last time with Vitality and Zen, little jumpy on defense, a little bit too double committee, or here with the challenge game, just hasn't been there so far. And those challenges spill in midfield are just not optimal right now. It's allowing easy goals. You want them to have to shoot and make it difficult on them. But 2 of those goals, or actually all 3, were easy shots that made score.
Yeah, they're just direct shots. No nonsense. So here's another attempt. Oski denied on the goal line early in game 2. And just a reminder for all of you guys who are hoping for GK to qualify there. I know they are a very popular team. You are, of course, wanting Magnifico to lose this one, and then their match tomorrow as well. And that match should Magnifico lose here. Oh, that's to the bar. That's it. Could have been 1-0. It would be against that Vitality roster again, Gibbs. So that's who you need to support if you're a GK fan. You need to support Gentlemates here, and then Vitality tomorrow, and also Ninjas Pajamas against Man City. Quite a lot of results, but they could all come through.
Yeah, and they would all be favorited probably in those moments. So, like GK, yeah, it's a good chance. Nice bump play here by Oski.
Yeah.
And again, it's all about the passing. Like, make the pass be difficult, and that is what mates are doing. They're doing quality passes right there by Archie. Full team play with the bump, but make the shots easy. And that's what mates are doing right now. They're making the shots, make it so incredibly easy that me or you could score them, Johnny. So mates doing a great job to allow their shooter to have an easy job.
It's almost too easy for me. I mean, when the net's wide open, we all know that makes it harder. It becomes psychologically difficult to score. So I'd want maybe a little bit less of an open net. But the key for Gentlemates has been putting the ball in positions that defense can't deal with. It's not about rushing the shot. They're just waiting till the ball is absolutely free, and then they're taking the shot. But their touches have been really impressive. Archie's assist there, star of the show, just leaving the ball in a position that Magnifico can't do anything about, and eventually it becomes too difficult to hold on.
Yeah, and you can't even say like Magnifico's defense has been awful. It's more of just the challenge game by mates has just been so incredibly good to to allow these plays to happen, to turn these into passes. Here's Oski, like he's got an opportunity, leaves it for Nas, who throws it off, and Raziers is there to read it, but Archie just waiting it out, trying to get another pass in midfield. He gets it over to Nas, and he plays it slow and gets the goal.
It's just, again, the dissection of the defense as Archie pops it past one, pops it past two, and Nas just takes the slow shot. Full control for Gentlemates. It seriously is impressive how they're making Magnifico look so normal defensively. And before this, we thought this is one of the top defensive teams in Europe.
Yeah, that's just clinical, like right now by Mates. And they're making it look easy as well, which is pretty scary to how well they're doing it. And like Archie, we talk about his third man role and the patience he plays in Rocket League. And he showed it there. Didn't have to press, waited for his opportunity, and got a great pass out.
That's good defense from Gentlemates. They've not had to do too much of that this game, but when they have needed to do it, it's been a bit better than last game. They close down. Oh no, they don't close down the shot. I stand corrected. I thought they were going to have a 50 here, but Atomic slots it just past the last defender, and it was Archie who understeered on his approach.
It just feels like Mates, the few times they are on defense, they're just a little slow on the goal line. They're not coming out early enough for these challenges. They're expecting maybe their teammate to possibly go for it, and then it's a little too late when they do finally bite. So I think they're giving up just a little bit too much freeness, basically, on defense compared to the offensive side, where they're really capitalizing on everything, while Magnifico is having a hard time on defense, but not really at their fault.
Yeah, their offensive 50s have been so impressive, and then the defensive 50s haven't really been there. That it should have been a 50-50.
Yeah, exactly. They're just not challenging
on it. Yeah, they didn't get the touch. So no problems really in the bigger picture, because Gentlemates are still very much in control of this one, but defensively, lackadaisical at times.
Yeah, it feels lazy almost, which feels weird to say, like in a video game, like there's no hustle on defense, but that's what it kind of feels like. But I think it's more of a miscommunication, not knowing who's going to go for the ball. But Nas is going to get around two there, and the ball will spill back out for Oski. The flipper set double tap pass to Archie.
It's just perfect technique. Oski leaning back with the reset here to kick that ball to the backboard. Pre-flips to beat the defender. And it doesn't matter that he's hit the bar, because it's gone wide open for Archie. The same formula, just create open nets for your teammates. Don't rush the shot. They're not shooting at goalkeepers. They're just making life as hard for Magnifico as they can. Now Nas to the point blank range mind game. Archie to the backboard. Magnifico are just all sitting under the ball, hoping it comes to them.
It's a tale of two different teams right now. Mates, when they're on offense, look like best team in the world, but on defense, just been a little bit like awkward, but still, they're winning here. Now Archie wide open net will secure another goal, 3-goal lead with 85 on the clock.
And you know, to me, that's seriously impressive from Archie. In that run-up, you've got so many different ways to think about missing that. And I would have been going through those in my head, and I'd probably go with one of them. But he's just put all that to the back of his mind. Shot it as safely as possible down the pipe, 4-1. Magnifico, they're going to need to call time out here. They're going to need to change something.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not going even remotely well for them. The only goals they have scored have all been, preventable by Gentlemates as well, which is even worse for Magnifico. But defensively, it's not been a good showing today.
Yeah, they've been gifted a few goals, and that's one reason why they're kind of in these two games, which they're not even in really this game at this point. And the Mates are really showing, or trying to show, that they are at least the #2 team in Europe right now by dominating Magnifico here.
And I think Magnifico are kind of just getting into the defensive positions too early. It's 5-1. Nas buries a wall shot. Every time I'm looking at Magnifico arriving in defense, it's like they run back, they get into the defensive area, into the box, and then they stop and they think, okay, well, what now? I've rotated back like a good boy.
like I'm in position. Yeah.
maybe too early. You know, they're then losing their momentum by stopping instead of coming in full speed, in flow, and getting a good clear.
Yeah, and then they just haven't had the ball on the offensive half. It's enough that they can't even make up for those mistakes on defense. So it's been a little bit tough. Obviously right now, a lot of these goals late are kind of pointless, because they're going to just kind of go back and forth and just go through the motions here. Basically use this extra time as a little bit more for their timeout to figure it out for games 3 and 4.
I mean, as for Gentlemates, can't really be happier with the offense. This is about as good as we've seen from them. Really impressed by what they've put on the offensive half of the pitch. And defensively, I mean, they've not had to do too much. They've been in offense for the majority of the match. But the mistakes they are making in defense are fixable. It's not like their structure's wrong or something. They're just missing key touches. And yeah, timeout Magnifico, no surprise there.
Yeah, it just seems like on paper, obviously, it's showing that Mates are a great defensive team. They're doing so well. They only gave up the 1 goal. Well, really, like, Magnifico had, like, 0 chances that game, but they have a goal. So the Mates, like, have to clean that up. And I think a timeout, like, is a good moment here for Mates where it's like, hey, like, our offense is clicking. We know that we're doing great there. Let's clean up this defense a bit as well. So I think the timeout could help the Mates as well here to try and figure out those issues the few times they are on defense, but it's mostly up to Magnifico. They need to find a way to play better on defense, turn those into counterattacks, because right now it's just they're on the back foot on defense, and a lot of that is because Mates are playing that well, but you still can do a better job at the challenge game in those 1v1 plays and spill the ball out to a teammate to try and create some offensive pressure, because right now 3 shots that game to 13 is not going to win you a lot of Rocket League games, John.
Yeah, I mean, that in the previous game as well, they kind of illustrate why offense is just easier to play in Rocket League. Like when you're in defense and you're just stuck and you can't get any momentum, it's so difficult to generate clears. And a team like Gentlemates, with all of the mechanical ability that they've got and the synergy that they're building, they're gonna score on you. It's the same thing when you go against a team like Carmine Corp or any of the other top teams in the world. If you're on defense for extended periods of time, you're getting scored on, or you're conceding clear-cut chances at the least. So Magnifico have got to figure out a way to get the ball out of defense, and be able to fight for the midfield at times as well. They need to challenge at a higher level as a team.
And that's been the hard part, right? Is because these 1v1 plays happen because when they get to the midfield, that they've expelled everything on defense. And now it's a wide open play for the Mates to kind of do what they want, and they can do that 1v1 play with like 80 boost in the tank for Nas, and he's going to make a good challenge. He's a great 1v1 player, so you got to find a way to conserve the boost on defense so then you can also challenge in that midfield, because if you leave it open for a Nas or an Archie, they're going to make you pay with a great pass to one of their teammates. So a lot to work on in this timeout in that last 2 minutes for Magnifico. Let's see if they found anything that they can use for game 3.
Yeah, they're going to need to find a lot. It doesn't look like Gentlemates are slowing down anytime soon, except on that kickoff approach, as Archie deliberately lets it go past him. And the 50 game's been pretty impeccable for Mates up until this point. Curious to see if Magnifico can at least go even in that regard.
They see Razier's getting involved in that midfield early on, which is a good sign, but now Oski has a lot of space here, beats out one.
Oh, wow.
Can he get the ground pitch? He tried, but did not work out for him there.
That would have been brilliant, but yeah, a lot to ask for there to get a clean touch on the ball from that position. Yeah, again, the Gentlemates are just moving the ball around the pitch so well. They're getting so many touches into space to give the next Gentlemate a free ball, and there's no Magnifico players anywhere near it.
Yeah, like every touch here, it feels like just wide open space. That was the one miscue there by Nas, where he could have left that for Oski, who had plenty of space and a better angle to make a play on it, but it feels like every single ball, no one's around any of these Mates players, and they can do whatever they want.
And Nasir just sitting underneath the ball, forcing something out of Magnifico. Oski now getting goal side in what's building in to be one of the better Magnifico pressure positions, but cut off well by Archie. Not too much boost for Gentlemates in this, but they are still getting bodies goal side. It goes high into the backboard. Oski gets something on it. Where's the follow-up? Tox is actually all the way back in his corner at the moment, so he's coming in from deep on this one.
But Magnifico is holding serve. Nothing too threatening here until this infield by Raziers. Off the bar, Archie with a huge save, and Nas gets the clear. Oski now in a 1v1. Can he get the aerial bump? He doesn't even need it with the goal, and that's the problem. Like Magnifico had
clear, and the solo play. Oh, look out. Tox almost deflects that into his own net. Yeah, it's so close, but so far from Magnifico. They're right back to another losing position. Interception on Archie's reset double attempt does lead to a little bit of relief, but again, look how much space there is for Gentlemates to work with.
Lots of space, but Rlcs is starting to challenge a little bit more early, so that is a good sign for them, but we can't be throwing those balls away right there. It's right to Oski, to Nas, who's got some space. A little bit of a heavy touch, though, so nothing for it. But Archie, another good challenge, though, by Tox. And Magnifico is starting to meet them in the middle here.
Nice. That's a good drive challenge, good demo there. Just taking one player out of the game. Gentlemates will return the favor. And Magnifico have got the ball forward again. Archie happy to keep it in the corner. Nas is dove that back corner as well, though, and Oski's not back. No one's home for Gentlemates. Magnifico have tied it.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Oski was. I felt like he had enough time to get around, but he is not there. And just a quick pass off the wall and a nice wide open net for Magnifico. Ties to back up. They're still alive in this game. It's a must-win for them at this point.
Yeah, I actually just have no idea where Oski was in that play. He didn't come into the frame for the longest time. And when he did come into the frame, the goal was already in.
Oh,
Oski's there to save that one. But Magnifico are starting to wake up a little bit here. Definitely the best showing they've had so far.
I love that play by Rlcs. I went 2 octaves higher than I normally go, but it doesn't go in. Tox now trying to bring it around the wall. He does get it mid, but no one expects it, so the ball just goes right across the net. But Rlcs is back on the ball again, and Magnifico is getting the pressure all of a sudden during this last minute of play. Can they capitalize? Can they take the lead? Atomic, the pass out to Tox. He goes for the low shot, and Magnifico has their first lead of the series.
Archie trying to reverse park back into defense here. Couldn't get his car lined up with the ball in time. Expected an earlier hit on it as well from Tox, who slowed it down, waited for Archie to get out of the way, and then puts it through. Yeah, again, the demo's opening up the opportunity there as Magnifico land one and then pounce on the follow-up in a 3v2.
And not only that, they had the ball in the offensive half. To go for bumps, can't get anything done though. Nas will take over, but Tox is there, and the bump in, and somehow Magnifico gets another one here. Challenge everything that it works out here. Tox, I thought he got bumped, but it turned into just Archie bumping him right after. So a free goal there for Magnifico, and they're up 2.
Yeah, it's just a very aggressive play there from Gentlemates. They had over a minute to go, and they still decided to send everyone. Oh, hold on a second here. This could be a chance. No, it does get saved, and now Atomic on the breakaway. Archie looking to force that into the back corner. Atomic knows that, though. He's looking to force it mid. Magnifico don't need to do anything crazy here. They're in a really solid position. Good leave on the boost as well by Atomic. Gentlemates, now they do have to take the risk. They took one when they didn't have to, and now they have no choice.
But this is a great game for Magnifico. The offensive pressure has been so much better. The mates are sitting on 2 shots so far throughout this game. Worlds of difference from games 1 and 2.
Yeah, they've fought for the midfield well. They've played much more of a solid team defense. That could be another one. Atomic with a slow shot on target. It turns into a pass to Rlcs, and it is going to be game to Magnifico, barring the biggest throw that we've seen all year.
Johnny, I think we got ourselves a series. I thought we might be out of here quick. It might be a 4-0 after those first 2 games, but Magnifico, after the timeout, they've done a great job in controlling the field of play, and they're up 3 goals late. Is there any late magic by the mates? It doesn't look like it, and we will be going to game 4 with Magnifico only down 2-1.
Yeah, we definitely do have a series here. You know, to really have any kind of confidence in Magnifico winning, you'd have to see one more game from them. You have to see a 2-2. It's going to be really hard to win from 3-1 down with them trying to play for the major and Gentlemates already having qualified. But that's a good start. That was a very promising execution. Clean game after even Gentlemates taking the lead early. Magnifico came back and scored 4 in a row.
We talked about the mates, like those first 2 games, it was just like they could kind of do whatever they want on the offensive side. Great passes, they had tons of space. Well, this time around, only 2 shots over that 5 minutes of play for the mates, and Magnifico had 9, and they converted on 4 of those. So exactly what you want, basically right after a timeout for Magnifico. And they kind of showed that, hey, we can play offense too. We're not just a defensive team. And they showed it in game 3, but yes, you have to repeat that 3 more times in the series.
Yeah, both goals initially, at least in this game, from Gentlemates just committing everybody to the back corner in defense, trying desperately to get the ball clear. They may not have needed to do that. It didn't look like the threat was all that imminent, but it does continue to be a cause of goals, even at the highest level in Rocket League. It's just too many defenders diving into the back corner because the ball's near the net, so you panic and you think, oh, I've got to get rid of this. But really, sometimes the best idea is not to dive in, just wait mid, because that's probably where the ball's going to go next. It's not going to be a direct shot from the back corner all that often. It's probably more likely to be a mid pass. Let's see if Gentlemates can increase their discipline defensively in game 4.
And you can see momentum is a key factor here. And with the double fake by both sides, Oski will get the clear. But Mates after game 2, all smiles, and now they're locked in. No one's smiling over there. They know they need to win this game. Just get rid of this momentum by Magnifico. Luckily, that goes wide, but Oski's there to secure it anyway. But Rlcs, again, he's going to be that midfield challenger. He's usually the one up first, and he's there, but Archie will follow it up, but he just clears it to a back wall. But he gets the bump, so maybe it will turn into something, and another bump. But Archie cannot get a third bump. He can't bump the entire team and secure that goal.
Yeah, it didn't look like Archie really had a big plan when he hit the ball initially, but
yeah,
did manage to ruin the whole defense off the ball, even if on the ball didn't look like too much. Let's see what Rlcs can do. Mechanical player in his own right who came up in the World of Ones, just like Nas did on Gentlemates. Tomic's not getting any boost, but he's still able to put a huge double on target. Oski lands on it. No boost for Gentlemates though. Can Archie get it out? No, he can't. Huge 50 win for Rlcs, and it's 1-0 Magnifico.
Great play here by Rlcs as well. The patience on this wall. He's got boost. He can just boost into it and drive it home, but he delays just a bit to make sure he's behind the ball perfectly so he can use that power of his boost to push it over the line. And Magnifico, they're keeping up.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a pause here as Rlcs and Tox are both motionless. And yeah, we do have a pause. So we'll luckily be able to go back to a kickoff there pretty cleanly. And no drama, at least in when the pause occurred. Yeah, Tox is DC'd. He's going to get back in as soon as possible. We'll continue with game 4. This is a very interesting development here. It looks like when Gentlemates are in defense, they can make mistakes, which is big for Magnifico.
Yeah.
They know now that, okay, goals are going to come if we can just get any kind of fight going in the midfield, if we can get any back and forth going. They really struggle, Magnifico did. When they were put in defense, it looked like they were just getting rings run around them. But Gentlemates in defense aren't anywhere near the team they are in offense, it seems.
Yeah, it's been like weird for Mates because we praised them so much in games 1 and 2, but we clearly saw that their defense, that there's something up with them, right? And we're like, you still got to fix this even though you're up 2-0 and there's a timeout by the opposition. You got to figure out these issues. Those issues have not been figured out yet, and that is a problem for the Mates going forward. They don't want to give Magnifico any leeway to get back into the series, which they basically already have, right? That game 3 was dominated by Magnifico, and then they basically have given up an early goal here, like in game 4. So now we see Magnifico. They are absolutely back in this match, and if this keeps up, we could be looking at a 2-2, and then we're down to 3 games, and anything can happen, Johnny, like in Europe, especially with 3 games.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely playable now. I did want to see a little bit more from them. That one game's not enough after you've been pretty outplayed for 2 games in a row against the favorites in the series. The Magnifico are showing that they can elevate, and to do that mid-series down 2-0 is very impressive. But we're going to get back into this one shortly. It looks like Tox has reconnected. I see a little bit of a lean in there from Nas, locking back in. Yeah, that's gamer posture there from Archie as well. I think if we do pan back to Oski, he's a bit more of a relaxed posture. How about you, Gibbs? When you're gaming,
I lean forward. Oh no, like I cannot recline and play anything. So even if it's like a turn-based game, Johnny, I can't. I just can't be leaning back. It's just not possible. I lean in for everything, no matter what. All right, we're getting right back into it, Johnny. Here we go. It's a 1-goal lead for Magnifico, down 2-1 in the series, but they could tie it up here. Only 1 minute drained off the clock, though, so still plenty of time in this game.
And we did have a DC on a kickoff, so right back to that same kickoff. And let's see if Gentlemates can figure out how to control this newly buffed Magnifico offense, which has been a factor for the past 6 or 7 minutes. This is looking pretty good for Gentlemates here, though. Archie putting the ball in a dangerous spot. Nas shoots it low. Atomic did breach up too high. That's the key there. Just managed to stay low enough to save it.
What a save by Atomic. He's got to try and guess a bit, but he's also got to put his car in a position that can make the most saves possible. And he does a great job there. Nas had a pretty quality shot there, but Atomic with a great save.
Tox looking to advance now. Oski, boostless, no doubt still going to somehow get a dangerous shot on target here. This time it doesn't work out for him. The patience and I think the composure for Magnifico is elevated. Where they were panicking before, now they're actually arriving. Look at that, Razier's arriving with momentum. He's not just sitting in the box watching the ball go over his head. They're coming in at the right time. Even if one player's getting outplayed, someone else is there to follow. Huge win in the 50. Nas has to be careful about here. He's getting pumped around to his own back wall.
Watch out for Raziers. He's a midfield menace. He's going for everything there, but Nas finally got a little bit of space over Tox. Will there be a follow-up? A demo by Atomic. Oski with the shot. Atomic, big save. And this ball will be cleared by Raziers, but Archie has another opportunity, another demo. It's getting physical in the orange box, but no goal as of yet. Oski, though, he's got 100 boosts. Going to go for a flip reset. Is it a pass or a shot? It's a pass, but it's still saved by Magnifico, and they're holding on for dear life finally. Oski puts it home, and credit to both teams here. They both played exceptional Rocket League. Great defense by Magnifico, but Gentlemates, the offense was just that bit better.
Yeah, that's a sneaky shot as well. The near post by Oski. Tox was turning towards the mid pass that he thought was coming towards him. He kind of had to cover one and the other at the same time. But yeah, eventually, the Gentlemates pressure is going to break you down. They're relentless, and they've shown us this whenever they've got into offense in this series. They look like they're going to score. Eventually, that's a really good 50 by Oski. He actually gets bumped back into the ball as well, so he's still got this one. Magnifico have to just shrug that one off. They still have to shake it off and get back into the match. They're still very much in this as well. They've still played some of their best Rocket League in this game.
It really does come down to, it feels like ball possession. If the ball's on the orange half for a minute, there's going to be a goal by Gentlemates. If the ball's on the blue side for a minute, there's going to be a goal by Magnifico. So it's going to come down to these midfield challenges. Who can control the pace of play more and then wait for that mistake to happen, or wait for the great offensive play to happen.
Oski looking long here, but it is going to be cleared away by Magnifico again. Gentlemates looking for the angle to build the next attack with. Archie and Oski on the different pages. As looks like Oski wanted the fake. Archie tried the touch instead. Just 1 minute to go here. Remember, we did have that brief pause, so it feels like the game's a bit shorter coming out of that one. If Magnifico can win this, they might even be favored from that point onwards. It's a GK fan's nightmare. The Man City fans' nightmare as well.
Well, we'll see. Mates have the ball on the offensive side. Nas, with limited boost, though, will just throw it off the back wall. But Oski now has space in the midfield, and Nas has 100. He's going to look for the pass. No, he takes it himself, and Tox will get the clear. And Nas went all the way back to his side of the field. Just a big clear out, and just trying to gain that possession on the offensive side. So a little bit of boom ball so far to clear it out of your own half.
Yeah, I think Nas is afraid to air dribble there in case he got pre-jumped. So the boom is occasionally a good thing to mix in just to keep the defense on the ground for your next air dribble that you do attempt. I'm sure he will at some point, if not in this game itself. Nas looking mid. It's going to be defended by Raziers and just leaves it actually. Overtime game 4, Magnifico can tie the series here.
Huge game here either way, because Magnifico has all the momentum. So if they win this game, that's just going to keep on going. But Mates can go up 3-1 if they get the win here. Mates has the first offensive possession, but Raziers again, these early challenges by him have been exceptional.
Yeah, again, blocking high there. Tox and Raziers make it 2-1. And that is going to be the second game for Magnifico. Huge block by Raziers. And then he flies in for the shot. Tox fakes it. And Archie had no chance.
The speed of Raziers has been fantastic these last 2 games. Really showing Magnifico, like, they're just looking so good in that midfield because of these early challenges by Raziers to get offensive pressure, and this time it was just an offensive counterattack by Rlcs, and the speed of play gets them the win. Magnifico 6 shots in that game to Gentlemate's 16, but Magnifico got the win and they keep the momentum.
Yeah, I think half of those shots must have come from that one sequence leading to Gentlemate's only goal this game. They had so many opportunities. Magnifico made it really difficult for them to score for this entire sequence. And even when the goal did go in, Magnifico didn't panic. I feel like that's been the difference in the second half that we've seen so far, is that Magnifico have been far more calm. They've not panicked. They've not been just rushing into bad positions and then realizing that they're out of position too late. They've just been arriving at the right time and, like you said, challenging really well. Rlcs have winning the game there with a midfield challenge and a quick follow-up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now, because what did the mates say during this? It's like, I feel like they still got to clean up the defense. They didn't really lose that game because of defense, that's for sure. It was more of just a great counterattack by Magnifico, but when you have all this offensive pressure, maybe trying to figure out how to score a little bit quicker or trying to force some confusion on the defense of Magnifico, because while Magnifico did give up that goal, it was exceptional defense the entire match. It just happened that they finally gave one up. So they're playing a lot better there as well. There's no double commits happening like in this match earlier, or even 2 weeks ago when they played Vitality. Lots of double commits on defense. So Magnifico have cleaned that up. Now it's about the mates. Do they clean up the midfield challenge game? It feels like that is a key component right now in trying to create as much pressure as you can. But it's not about the pressure, it's more about how long do you keep that pressure? Because it feels like that is the main goal for both these teams right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Gentlemates probably discussing here how to maintain that pressure that you're talking about without overextending. I think really for them it comes down to recoveries. If they can keep recovering, if they can keep the offense flowing smoothly, they should be able to win this by virtue of being the more mechanical team. I don't think it's more mechanical by a landslide though. Yeah, they do have the creativity of Oski, they have the 1v1 solo play prowess of Nas, but Magnifico can match. I think they can punch up in terms of speed. That's something that they're going to be quite able to do. So you have to be smart with how you go about this, Gentlemates. Let's see what they can do.
And Magnifico, this is a huge match for them as well, because if they win this, they're at least guaranteed at least a tiebreaker.
Crazy.
Very likely going into that. So, like, unless Man City goes on a huge run or something like that. But we'll see how it all plays out. Magnifico trying to enter Tier 1 of European Rocket League. Can they get it done? Mates, though, we have all the pressure right now, but Magnifico is holding serve on defense.
Yeah, it was saved there by Tox. The shot was about to sink into their net. If he was a split second slower there. Double commit from Oski and Nas, and it was a really committed double commit. They kept going at that one for a while. Not the best look in terms of synergy coming out of the timeout.
But Nas, though, will let off his back wall. Great control there to allow his teammates to get some boost and get back on defense. But Magnifico keeping the ball on the other side of the field. Archie, though, will throw it deep. And Rlcs, he's going to go up. He's got a little bit of space. Oski going up for the early challenge. He'll get a piece of it, but Rlcs will follow through. And 2 touches by Nas, though, will throw it around to the side, looking for the infield pass to Archie, but no one available. And right now we got ourselves just a little bit of a midfield battle here, Johnny.
Yeah, this is what Magnifico wanted in the first couple of games. They couldn't get this. They couldn't get the midfield battle. It was just defense, simulator. So they'll be quite happy with how this is going. They're a very patient team. I think more patient than Gentlemates, especially a frustrated Gentlemates who have just lost 2 games in a row that they've been favored in. Magnifico stepping up to the task, showing that they are truly a contender for that major spot. It's another great save. Atomic pre-jump in that one, controls it, lands on the backboard with the ball. Oski 15 in mid, but it's too volatile for Archie to react to.
Yeah, Archie was diving pretty close to the net, but still couldn't get it. But this turns out great for Oski. Go for the quick double tap, and Atomic is there with the save. And now the ball's just in midfield. No one's available for the mate, so counterattack opportunity by Magnifico. Atomic down to Tox, who won't get a quality shot. Archie will pinch it off his crossbar and get another clear attempt as well to throw it.
Oh, yeah, that's well played by Archie. Just doing a lot with not much boost there. A massive dunk by Nas. It's caused Tox to have to control the ball for a second. He gets taken out of the game though. Oski with the catch, with the dunk. It's off the bar though, and the follow-up is good for Magnifico for now. Can they get another one? No, it's eliminated. Archie had so much time, he puts it through as the demo lands.
I was surprised Oski just won that one cleanly to hit the crossbar there, and then it turns into physical play by the mates, and we really haven't talked about physical play by either of these teams throughout, but finally we get some offensive demos coming out to secure a goal.
And this is not the end of the world for Magnifico, but it is unfortunately for them more of the same. Whenever they are stuck in defense for extended times, they concede. Because the Gentlemates find a way to do it. They always create a clear-cut chance and often take it. Archie with the follow-through flick there. Not sure he meant it, but it did give Magnifico a brief scare. And the challenge on the recovery is looking good as well. Oh, Oski's not able to get there. Azirs smokes it top bins. That was off Atomic's pass as well.
And this all began when Nas had a ton of space on the offensive side, and either he whiffed or he went for a fake that none of his teammates went for and gave possession back over to Magnifico, which forced the midfield challenge. It was just one domino that fell that made a full collapse of the Mates defense, and now Mates, after a great offensive performance, they falter yet again on defense and we're tied back up.
Magnifico have a chance to really throw a wrench into the EU power rankings and shake things up in a big way. Obviously, GK are their main opponents for that major spot, but doing it by beating Gentlemates in uppers, that would give them a chance of going seriously even further in the bracket, even further in the rankings. Do wonders for their confidence if they do end up in a tiebreaker as well.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Still 1-1 game with a minute left on the clock. Who's going to get the next great opportunity? Atomic is trying to clear it out to Raziers, but Nas actually gets past to Oski, who now is pressuring.
Wow.
Tox has to make a desperation save and does so.
Oh, wow. No way. Archie nearly slotted that one. I think he was just trying to get the ball mid, nearly puts it in perfectly. Magnifico now working it forward slowly, methodically. Their patience looking for those countering punches continues to impress. They look a lot calmer, like we keep saying. Oh, back pass for Archie. Tox is there for it. Oski's not ready. Nas covers him. And that was risky for Gentlemates. And now the back pass from his ears. Slow down from Atomic. He's faking. Leaves it for his ears. Oski's just driving into the ball, though. And apparently that wins in this position.
We talk about patience. That was great by Oski there. It's like, I don't have to do anything. I'll let you wait this play out. I know you have no shot, and Magnifico knew it as well. But they have another chance here. Atomic midfield. Raziers redirect. Cannot get it on target. Archie with the clear. 5 on the clock. Tied up. A huge game 5 for both teams. And Raziers, can he get over Nas? He cannot. Nas actually controls it with 2 taps. Oski, the double tap. Tox turns it away, and we do go to overtime.
What a save by Tox. It would have been very easy to just rush the net there, but he knew the threat of the double was real. And now here comes Tox in overtime. Oski stops him before he could get too much done. His pass only goes as far as Archie as well. Now Oski looking for that tight angle shot. This one flashes across the goal as well. Archie's already on the far side. Now 50 back to Nas. Bumped by Archie and a goal. And Gentlemates break the momentum.
And Magnifico just gave up a little bit too much field, basically, the entire time from the back left corner to the right-hand side. And a little bit of a double commit, like in that right side corner, allowed a wide open net for the Mates to secure that win. And what a game that was. So incredibly close by both teams, but the Mates take the series lead 3-2, but this is far from over, Johnny.
Oh yeah, this is still a very close series. Magnifico had a slow start, but they've really stepped up, giving Gentlemates a run for their money. Class from Archie there. The 50 back to Nas, and what looked like it might have been a trip or a bump actually wasn't even needed. The net was in fact just open from that pass back. They've had so many 50s back to teammates. It's something the original Gentlemates did very well when they won in Copenhagen. Juicy, Itachi, and Seiko were sort of pioneering that strategy in modern Rocket League, where you try to lose the 50 towards his teammate, thus winning it. But yeah, we're seeing it a lot there. Archie just letting the defender hit the ball into it, not forcing the ball to go mid, but instead just deflecting it mid. Really good pass there to leave the net open. Magnifico need to be careful. They are falling for that quite a lot.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in games 1 and 2. A lot of good 1v1 plays that were just 50s that would just spill back right into the midfield for those wide open nets. And we see it again here. So the mates maybe found something yet again, going back to what made their offense so good early on. So especially in game number 1, and they get it done at the perfect time, game 5 overtime, to take this lead.
Force there from Archie to bring Oski into the play. Atomic's just landed in the perfect spot here to take this one briefly. Now Nas on the ground, looking to work the ball forward. We are going to have another pause here. Looks like there might be a similar sort of issue to Magnifico earlier on. We'll get them reconnected, hopefully as fast as they were earlier, which wasn't too big of a break for us. Yeah,
I don't appreciate this, Johnny.
His ears.
I don't appreciate this. I'm normally a desk talent, you know. I don't have to deal with pauses during matches, and now I got, you know, now I'm feeling the pain. All right, now I know.
See, now when you're on desk, a pause is just an extended break. You're just
it's just more nap time for me. Yeah, it's great. We'll see what the
you've got really live analyze Razir's ping. Yeah, Talk's going to be out here as well. It looks like we're going to remake that one, so we'll get back into it as soon as we have that new server set up for you guys. But yeah, in this kind of instance, all these guys, they're experienced enough. It's not going to really affect them. We have seen moments like these where the flow of a series gets broken up by pauses and disconnects. It can affect new teams, but I don't think it's going to have any effect on these guys.
Yeah, I feel like mates, though, you know, not a ton of pressure on them. They know they're going to the major. And Magnifico, though, they're playing for everything. But it does feel like they have a lot of momentum. Even though they lost that game 5 overtime, it still feels like Magnifico have figured something out, and they've made the series very, very close, which as an underdog, I feel like, yes, we lost a big overtime, but I feel like they have to be feeling pretty good about this. Like, we can win the series, guys. Like, after games 1 and 2, how badly those two went, to then be battling every game here on out. I feel like Magnifico, there's a lot of pressure on them, but they have to be feeling great because of what has happened over these last 3 games.
Yeah, I think this is what they want to. This is the Magnifico they want to be. They want to be the team fighting for that midfield and not just having to make crazy goal line saves. Even all the best teams in defense, all the best teams who are known for their goal line saves, they don't go in with the game plan of like, all right, guys, what are we going to do today? Yeah, we're going to sit in our goal line and make crazy saves, and then maybe the other team overcommits. No Rocket League team is saying that. Not in 3s at least.
Yeah.
Maybe in 1v1. Somebody could get really good with that strategy, just playing goalie. But they're fighting for the midfield. They're finding ways out of defense, things that they couldn't do in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, because they know, like, all right, like, we're good on defense and we can counterattack. But the end goal is not to counterattack to win every single game. They have to win the midfield game. And we saw that over games 4 and 5, like the Raziers being a lot more fast on the ball to go for those challenges early. And it really worked out in game 4. That's how they won that one. And then game 5, they fell just a bit short. But they know that they can play up to what the mates have shown. They do have to win 2 in a row, but I don't think they're too concerned about that. I think they're more like, all right, we're competitive. That's exactly what we wanted going into a Neo Tokyo. And now let's just try and win it. And that's kind of how they have to go. They have to go in with the underdog mentality. When you know you're an underdog, but you've made it close, the last few maps puts all the pressure on the favorite. Like Neo Tokyo, tons of pressure on the mates to actually win this match, and then Champions Field's like, hey, we're the underdog. We weren't supposed to be here anyway, so we're playing with house money. That's how they have to kind of go with it.
Yeah, I think the map is an interesting one. Neo Tokyo's been the home of so many memorable misplays in Rocket League's open era, and we've not even often made it to Champions Field as a result. Everything just falls apart in Neo Tokyo because it's in that business end of the series. I think game 6 and 7, those are the ones that really feel like, okay, it's all going down, because if you're tied 2-2 in game 5, nobody's on match point. If there's a 3-1 up in game 5, it feels one-sided. But 3-2 though, okay, it's close enough, and it's also in at most the penultimate game that everybody starts to get a little bit more nervous. Like, we do have everybody back in the lobby here, so as soon as the players confirm that they are good to go, we will get this one up and running for you guys again. I believe we're just waiting on Raziers to confirm that he's good, so let's see if Raziers confirms.
He's figuring it out. He's testing his lag. It's gonna be interesting. Like, it is always hard though when you're on the team who has the lag issues. It might not honestly be that bad for a team like Magnifico, because then like you're distracted by the pressure of the match is obviously huge, but because you're having issues, it's really annoying, but it puts your brain in a different place, basically, right? So it's like, oh, I gotta deal with these issues. It's very frustrating, but I'm not thinking about how important this match is for my Rocket League career, because that's kind of what it is for Magnifico. These guys have not been up to this level before, basically. Like, this is Europe, that this is the top tier of Europe that you're trying to enter. You're trying to force a tiebreaker or just win it outright and then go to Boston. So I feel like, yes, it's issues, it's very frustrating, but at the same time, when there's all the pressure on you, it might not be that bad, because you're not really thinking about that. You're more thinking about, oh, I got to reset my router, I got to do all this. This is so annoying.
Yeah.
So it might take your mind off things just a bit.
And that is what he's doing. Our update is we thought Raziers was about to say, I'm all good, let's go. But he said, everything's terrible, I'm off to reset my router. I switch. You guys, everybody else says router.
Yeah, router?
Am I the only one that says router? I know.
It's a Canadian with a boot or something. Yeah.
Maybe it's just me. I thought that's how it was my whole life until I started hearing international people saying router, and I was like,
router,
wait a minute.
yeah.
What's going on with that? What's going on with that? Yeah, we've got about at most 6 or 7 minutes left on the DQ timer, so that's the limit. And at that point, Raziers should be back. He knows that. I always get a bit scared though whenever I reset the old router. I think, is this the time where it just doesn't come back on again?
Yeah, right. It just goes out. And then you got to find a really long like Ethernet cable and just run it down to wherever it is, or move your PC like really quickly in 5 minutes and put it right next to it. Yeah.
I back him. I think he's gonna be fine. I think he's gonna get back in, and we're gonna have a game.
We hope.
But we're just waiting on Razier, so this we'll see, I guess, how fast that cycle is for him, how quick the restart is going to be. But gentlemates, they're looking pretty chill. I feel like it's got to be difficult to be angry in this extremely pink environment they've got. I mean, they really went in on the pink with all of the metal, the paint, the chairs, the jerseys. They've not skipped on the pink today.
And also, they've done a good job, because they used to have those screens behind them that were just slightly off center. That was very tilting for certain casters. And maybe it was very tilting for them. So now they're out of that environment. They got all the pink going. They're ready to go. Just good vibes only. I feel like they're a good vibes team. Like, Archie's a good vibes guy, right? So I feel like, well, like, kind of works.
Archie's like, he used to be the too cool for school kind of guy. And now he's just got I mean, actually, the thing I'm worried most about with Archie is it really looks like his hairline is encroaching on blocking his vision, and that might be what Magnifico are going for here. They're thinking, if we could just extend this a little bit longer and then get into game 7, Archie's hair is going to have grown out and he won't be able to see the ball anymore, because he's really pushing the limit there.
So he's pulling the old Cloud9 gimmick when his hair was just in his face.
Daniel does this. I don't know how on earth he can see. Like, I swear he's like, the top half of his screen is just a forest, pretty much. He just looks at Rocket League and he sees a forest through his hair. But Archie is in good company there with Gimmick and Daniel, 2 world champions, 1 former, 1 current.
And we all know that when you cut your hair, that's a bad thing in Rocket League. So
true.
You lose skill.
Yeah.
So that's fair.
Yeah, that's actually very true. Has anybody done that recently? I don't know if we've seen that recently. Maybe Joris is the most recent example of that. He had the haircut for a while. He wasn't looking like himself, then he grew it back out, and bang, goal of the season. Joris is back. So there could be something there. Yeah, we've got, while we're waffling here, Raziers is back in. It looks like he's fine. Looks like he's ready to go. And it looks like we're about to get Game 6 underway again.
And we're what, about 1 minute in as well through Game 6, so.
Oh, I can't remember. I think
Another
it was
4
less.
minutes?
Oh, they're just going to start fresh.
Oh,
actually.
no. It's a fresh start.
It was
Okay.
really close to the start, so I think they just, we're just going to clean.
Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about last game. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
last game we had the 1 minute gone. This one's going to be a clean restart because the lag was pretty much immediate off the go. And yeah, nobody's going to be complaining about that. 0-0, pretty much.
No,
it's just clean, more time to farm stats. They're going to be happy about that. Archie's got more time to farm his epic saves. But Magnifico are the team who need 2 games here. 3-2 lead for Gentlemates, mostly off of a strong start to the series. Games 3, 4, and 5, though, have been very close. Magnifico winning 2 of them.
Yeah, and Magnifico, that game 4 as well was one that I think they kind of like took where they had a very few shots. Well, Gentlemates had all the pressure, but they found a way with their defensive shell to win that. But Mates bounced right back in game 5 to kill pretty much all momentum, and now all momentum is killed for both teams. But we're going to start with Atomic getting on the board.
Nas looking to get a sidewall double here. Gets immediately challenged by Raziers. It's been one of your themes of the series, standing out to you. And whenever Raziers can get in and about the play early, it does work pretty well for Magnifico. Now they just have to hold on for 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and they're made it into game 7.
Easy right there. But Thomas got a little bit of space. Oski up early, but Archie's got to help him out. So Raziers has a chance to get this midfield. Only one defender goes to the bump, but Nass avoids it. And Tots will keep the pressure up, though. A demo in midfield, though, will relieve all the pressure in the Mates now on the offensive side.
Oh, huge clear out of Atomic. Nass was ready for it. And Archie collects it in the back corner. The ball bounced off the wall, though. He didn't want it to do that. Still has control. Now Nass with the reset. Doesn't actually get the follow-up, and it might have worked in his favor that he missed it. It does put Magnifico in a bit of an awkward spot. It's more of those touches who continue to be faked by Gentlemates, just letting the ball do the work again.
We haven't seen a ton of physical play, but Archie just tried for another one. He had one other moment where he tried to bump everyone, and it didn't work out. So see if the physical play will open up the defensive shell of Magnifico, if Archie can continue that. But right now, Magnifico, again, is on the blue side of the field more than you expect. Atomic with the quick double tap. Oski, great save out to Nass as well, who passes it back to Archie, the only member who has boost, but Raziers there again for the challenge.
Oski snaps a shot from the back corner. It's off target. Magnifico not panicking. They're looking like a stoic version of themselves, like we expect to see from them. And now here comes the bump. Oski gets it. Archie slots it, and it's 1-1.
There's the physical play we hope for. Oski, great aerial bump play. He had one earlier in the match as well, where someone just tried to avoid the demo. This time he connects, and Archie gets the shot to the outside post, or near post, I should say, and all tied up. 3:19 on the clock.
Dead ball kickoff. After all the fakes and tricks both teams have been trying, we do get the occasional standard approach that nearly results in a goal. Sometimes the normal play is the mind game, when there's so many mind games being thrown around. Atomic with the air dribble. Reset. Not able to get the touch on the ball. He would have needed to get past Oski, though, but Raziers might. He's got control. He's got a reset over one. Archie in the backboard. Collects it. This is some more organized defense out of the Mates.
Yeah, great save there by Archie, not only for the save, but to collect the ball and then get the clear anyway, with 2 members just waiting for Magnifico for some type of juicy rebound, but there was none available. Some more physical play coming out by both teams, it feels like. Getting way more physical, trying to open up a scoring lane.
It's a nice clean interception by Archie. The reset's slow enough. Atomic can save it. Nass with a missed touch. He didn't mean for that one to go behind him, but he does get back to it. Archie, not for the first time in the series, kind of diving across the box from the blind spot, trying to create some chaos. It's definitely caused some chaos here. Raziers reading the back ball bounce, getting the ball semi to safety.
Well, we saw Nass there too, with he's just patient, just waiting third man like on the offensive side. He doesn't have to use his car speed, just waiting for a play with 100 boost, but fortunately it goes away. But he's got another attempt here. He's going to try and beat at least one member. He does out to Oski, but he gets beat, and Archie has to clear this last man back, and he does so.
Oh, that's a great 50. Oh, well played, though. Raziers follows it the whole way. He's still going.
Uh-oh.
landing on the ball repeatedly, but both teams are getting a bit overexcited in that play. Stretching very thin. Archie delaying his flip as long as possible. Gentlemates are into a good offensive position here. There's another 50 back for once. Gentlemates are not able to turn it into a shot on target.
But Magnifico now on the back foot. Tox has no boost. Oski, though, doesn't have much either. Can he get the pass down to Archie? He does!
Oh!
Archie finds the spot with the redirect goal, and Mates take the lead.
Oh, that's just brilliant. Tox turned away. He thought Archie was coming to try and bump him. He steered away to dodge a bump that never happened. Archie just plays the ball, shoots it bottom corner. Minute and 17 for Magnifico to respond. What can they do? They're going to be in the lower bracket, not out of the running, but in a much harder position.
And that's great by Archie, though, because the tendency all game long was he was getting way more physical. So he forces Magnifico to think, oh, he's going to get physical again, go for the bump. Instead, goes for the redirect shot and perfectly placed to take the lead with a minute left.
Oh, big chance for his ears. It's going to go through. Nas being harassed, and he can't get the save. Raziers gets past one in the midfield, and it looks like the bump wasn't even needed. I think Raziers just did enough there all by himself.
And Oski, a little flat-footed, tried to put on the brakes and backflip challenge, and those usually do not go well. And it left Nas on an island, and he could not get the job done. And Magnifico, not dead yet.
Raziers has been such a strong player for them in offense today. When they needed him most, he scores once again. Is, of course, impactful off the ball by Atomic, whether or not the bump was required. It was definitely a distraction, giving the defender something else to think about. 20 seconds to go, Atomic takes over. He doesn't have a flip, but that's a great handoff to Raziers midair. It's defended well by Nas.
Great save by Nas on limited boost, got up just early enough, so Archie did not have to jump as well. They got the clear. Oski, great zero boost challenge as well. So two great low boost plays by Gentlemates, but they cannot get the ball out. Atomic leaves it for his teammate. Tox can get the shot, but Raziers is going to keep this ball up. He beats one.
No way.
Going for the shot, goes for the pass. Atomic, and Tox cannot reach it. And we go to overtime.
That was so close to game 7, but Magnifico are going to need to do it in OT. They've also got to start off by doing some defending as Gentlemates have put them on the back foot early. Oski pitches it forward. Atomic slows it down. Gentlemates can't be too aggressive here. Oh, the miss! Now the goal line save. That could have been it. Gentlemates with a hero winning as well.
And Nash was about to push forward, but he didn't. And now he's got control of the ball, going to try and beat all three. He can't get around two of them, and Raziers will get the clear. He's gonna throw it back out. Oski's up early. He gets beat easily, though. The double flip reset! Raziers! We're going to Champions Field.
Raziers with a scenic route. He flew off diagonally and then somehow got it back on target with 2 resets. I mean, when he took off, they had no idea he was going to try and shoot that one. He was headed towards the mid boost, but how about that for an angle change? He's somehow air dribbled more than the length of the pitch because he did it in a circle. Unreal.
Wow. Absolutely insane. Raziers with the goal of the year, I feel like, right now to force game 7. Magnifico. They're still here. They're still challenging. They want that Boston major, and they are 5 minutes away from very likely at least forcing a tiebreaker for that spot. And obviously being in the tournament in the top 4, they can make a run.
What?
That is insane. Insane.
He took off from the far post. He started air dribbling towards the other mid boost. And then after 2 resets, he scored it. I can't believe that. Wow. That has to be the longest distance traveled in one aerial goal because he went in a curve. It's like he's playing Heat Seeker there after shooting the ball completely off target. He pulls it back on and carries Magnifico to a game 7 with one of the best air dribbles you're ever going to see. Gentlemates will not believe what they've just seen. That is unreal. And now they need to win it in 7 or they're going to be in the lower bracket.
That's just wild. Like at some point for the mates, you kind of just have to say a nice shot and just go on with it. And we're going to get a new server yet again, Johnny. The drama keeps going.
Yeah, the this time I think the server just crashed. So we're getting all of the different types of ways to keep you on the edge of your seat today, ladies and gentlemen. Like, if your mates, not gentlemates, if your mates haven't tuned into this one, if they don't know that this is happening, then now's the time to tell them, because Magnifico could get a big upset here. Gentlemates who are trying to prove that they're the team to contend with KC. They're ready to make the jump and just be the second best team in Europe, and then maybe fight for #1 later on in the year, later on in the event. No, they're actually having to fight Magnifico, who are trying to climb up the standings as well. And Magnifico could get at least a tiebreak. Well, assuming Man City don't win the event, or go on to make the final on their side of the bracket. They could be favorites for a tiebreak at minimum if they just win this one game.
Man, so much pressure on the line here, and everyone gets a little bit of a breather to figure it out. But for the mates, again, it's like it's a weird spot, right? You lose on like an amazing shot, so you know what you have to do. They know they're going to the major, but they might not even know that they are going there, because it's based on how the bracket kind of shaped up throughout the day. So they're probably still playing for everything, but you just got to bounce back and be ready for the next one. And oh man, and for Magnifico, you're on an all-time high. Like, your teammate just scored the most amazing shot of his career, and Razir's just sitting there like, I'm a god. Now let's just go to Game 7 and let's do it.
Yeah, you just did the impossible. When we started seeing these full pitch air dribbles being popularized by players like Diaz, we're thinking, wow, players can now air dribble the full pitch and score. Razir says, you could make the pitch longer, I'd still air dribble the full length. I'm air dribbling the full pitch in a curve. He's out here playing Heatseeker solo, but I mean, if that doesn't give you the momentum you need, if that doesn't give you all the confidence, I don't know what will. Because sometimes you just need a goal. I'm sure you've all been there when you're playing ranked and you can't score and you're just feeling like you have no chance, and then one goal goes in and suddenly you have hope. Well, that goal is going to be that times 10 for Magnifico, and that could be the one to put them into the tiebreaker for the major against GK on Sunday. Well, that's just the minimum, of course. They'd actually be on the good side of the bracket to maybe just qualify outright, because if they win this, they're playing against the winner of Ninjas and Pajamas Man City, dodging Vitality, dodging KC. It would be looking pretty good for the Magnifico boys if they can win here. I think they'd be favorites for the major.
Yeah, that's the thing with K-Corp already up there as well. Whoever loses this immediately goes on to K-Corp's part of the bracket, so you definitely don't want that. But there's so much on the line, and these are what like Open 3s are all about. We love these matches where literally everything's on the line. Like, you played a whole split for it to come down to one game, maybe one play, to see if you can make it. And obviously, we still have way more drama tomorrow, because these teams, they force tiebreakers, but they still got to win other matches so they get out of the tiebreakers, so they don't have to play them, or you have to win that tiebreaker match. So a lot to be played for, and got a lot of exciting Rocket League left. We got 5 more minutes today, Johnny, and then tons of great action for tomorrow. So it's going to be a good weekend.
Oh yeah, we're about 2 minutes out from Game 7. Hopefully that's given the tension enough time to build. Just to give you guys the summary of where we're at. Gentlemates took the first 2 games. Comfortable. Offense looking great. Defense, they didn't even need it. And then it's been Magnifico since then. Have really stepped up. They called a timeout after losing 2. They massively improved their chances with their midfield battle, going way better. They just look like they gained in confidence, and then since then they've won 3 of the next 4 to send us into Game 7 with a wonder goal from Razir's. So all the momentum's with Magnifico, and in the bigger picture, if they could win that, they suddenly become favorites for the major ahead of GK, who started the weekend almost looked like a lock. So yeah, a lot to take in here in the immediate and also in the season. But this is one of the most important games of the season, not just for Magnifico, but for multiple teams in Europe.
And not only that, those first 2 games, it felt like mates were just leagues better than them. You know, Magnifico looked like, oh yeah, you're a tier 2 European team, but there's a difference between tier 1 and tier 2. But then Magnifico battles back, obviously wins a pretty convincing Game 3. Then we've had 3 overtimes in a row, John. So it's like these teams are evenly matched. It's so incredibly close right now. So Magnifico Absolutely, yeah. Like, you might say that they were underdogs coming in, but at this point, coin flip, maybe even 55% Magnifico because of momentum going into Champions Field.
I think so. I think the fact they've just won Game 6 in that manner, I think it makes them the favorites for 7. The fact they've won 3 of the last 4 as well. And we're not coming off a Gentlemate's timeout or anything. This is just a server restart. So we're going through a regular restart here. Yeah, the underdogs are now the favorites. And if they're the favorites here, I suppose they're also the favorites just to go to Boston, in a way, if you want to stretch it even further. But it's what we talked about earlier. This is the nightmare scenario for all of Magnifico's rivals. They're sitting by on the sidelines watching, and the team that they want to lose are now playing their best Rocket League.
It's wild, but also we got to... So Magnifico, if they win, they could force a tiebreak with GK.
Yes.
I'm trying to do quick math here real quick. Man City, though, would be on that side of the bracket. If Man City runs that side of the bracket, Man City goes.
Yeah, they just
and Magnifico's out as well. So Magnifico, it's not like at best a tiebreaker. It's like they still have a little bit more work to do, but it does look good because Ninjas and Pajamas obviously look fantastic. But like after watching Man City today, who knows? Man City could go on that run as well. So every single game matters here in this final open.
Yeah, that would be the worst scenario, of course, for GK is if Magnifico win here and then Man City beat NIP, because then GK are out. Both the teams
and then winner of that last match.
Yeah, max 4th are playing each other in the semis, so you guaranteed lose. That would be pretty exciting for us though, because we'd watch a semi-final deciding who goes to the major, which is pretty super far on in the tournament. And yeah, tomorrow that's going to be happening all around the Rocket League world. We've got it happening in OCE, hopefully, in the grand final. Got it happening in SSA in the grand final as well. Lots of matches deciding who goes to Boston.
Yeah, and then we saw today, like obviously not as much pressure, but the MENA #1 seed, it was Falcons over Twisted Minds, so they won that. So they got their revenge after losing Open 1. Falcons won the last 2, so they got that #1 seed there. So lots to play for, and it all then comes down to Boston, which is going to be a lot of fun. But here we go. Game 7, Champions Field, Magnifico, Gentlemates, everything on the line to stay alive in this upper bracket. Loser, though, not out of the tournament, will go down to the lower side of the bracket.
Does the momentum carry through for Magnifico? They do get the first goal in offense, but it's not going to be all that exciting for them. Gentlemates get everybody back behind the ball. Nas going to switch sides here. He's got Archie over there, cut in field, blocked by Raziers. Tox follows up with an interception as well. And lots of space now on the left side of the pitch. Atomic decides to go down the middle with the reset instead. He's faked out Oski. He's trying to slice and dice past everybody. Backboards it. Archie has control, but he might be getting bumped here. He is. I like what I'm seeing from Magnifico early.
Yeah, I like that by Atomic. He made all 3 members do something, but Magnifico just didn't follow up at all. Both members were just chilling midfield, waiting for the rebound, when one of them should have been more on the attack. A little bit of a miscommunication on who's a third man like during that play. But great play by Atomic to at least force a lot of mates to do stuff. And now we got a demo play coming out, and we have another pause, Johnny. We have another pause.
We can't keep letting this happen as we have another pause. I think somebody got kicked. That's so unfortunate. He got booted by the server. The server didn't like Raziers. He got sent back to the garage. Or the garage, Johnny, if you want to say it like that.
I'm going back to desk, Johnny, after this.
He's fine, though. That wasn't anything to do with him disconnected. I think he just got booted. The game said, get back to the menu. And now he's gone back in here.
To be fair, after his Game 6 goal, maybe they're like, hey, maybe there's some cheating going on, Raziers. I don't know, because that goal was too good.
He's back, though, and this is good. These kind of reasons, we should be quick here. I'm not told anything yet, but I think this should be a fast one, because usually when somebody gets a DC of this type, you don't have to test anything. Admin's just asked the players if everything's okay, and they've spammed the quick chat with yes and no problem. So I think we might be good.
My hearts, please, just let us play. Yeah, we're going on kickoff at 4:10, it looks like, and but it will be a new kickoff because whenever play is paused, like in between, it comes down to your kickoff strats again. So
here we go.
Here we go yet again, Johnny. 0-0 game, but 4 minutes and 10 on the clock, and we're going straight to kickoff.
And so far, Oski's only got 2 points. He's hit the ball once. Braziers has 4 points. He's hit the ball twice. And you don't get points for 50-50, so Oski's still on 2 points despite going for the kickoff.
And Braziers got a little bit of space here. Just going to throw it deep. Archie, though, we got the big clear. And again, it's going to come down to where does this ball reside. But not too much happening just yet. A little midfield control. Oski, though, took the corner boost, trying for the redirect pass. But Atomic is there for another great touch by him to beat out 2 members yet again. Atomic has looked great so far in this first minute.
The Magnifico boys are definitely, they're surprising Gentlemates with all these touches. Look at the angle changes. Crossbar comes to Gentlemates' rescue. The switching sides, left to right, lateral movement of the ball from Magnifico, doing work.
Can Magnifico keep it up? But not only keep it up, you got to find a way to score when you have that momentum. And Braziers going to battle Nass in the air. Nass wins it out, though. Atomic, great save. The pass out to Archie, though. He's got a shot. Braziers just gets back in time.
He just got a fingernail on that one. Very good save, deflecting the ball to the crossbar. Now Nass muscles it through. Braziers is ready for it. Follow-up 50 is good. Tox is looking for a 50 as well. So many 50s are needed to be accepted. I should have that one under control. Always a little bit tricky when you got to jump off the post. Make sure not to fall. We're back to that back and forth in the midfield, which we said, Gibbs, seems to favor Magnifico. Gentlemates have been favored when they can keep Magnifico in defense, but when Magnifico are getting out, when they're finding ways to clear the ball, they actually seem like the better team.
This ball spills out to Tox, and he's got an opportunity there, but the midfield challenge goes Mate's way, and Mate's now getting a little bit of pressure. Nass with a shot, a double save. Archie off the post! Can't secure the goal, but Mates, they keep the pressure going, but they have to retreat with no boost.
That had to be Clopen. There's no way. I mean, it had to be a good shot. The defender was lunging across the goal, but part of the net was definitely open there, and booming the post was not the answer. 2 minutes to go. Gentlemates with the best chance of the game. They've squandered it. The triple commit from Magnifico goes unpunished.
The pressure's on both teams. We see Archie just missed that shot. He wants someone back, but Nass is up early. He's going to go for the pass or the redirect. Gets neither. Atomic will get the clear, but Oski will keep it alive. Braziers with the double tap. Great control on this sidewall to get it out, and it goes mid, but Nass has space.
Big takeover by Nass there. Deflection by Tox into the backboard, slowly on target. Nothing Atomic can't handle, and Oski's back past it with a skim in reverse. You got to be careful, but Nass is back to collect it now. He's trying the full pitch air dribble.
He gets one reset, going for the dunk at Atomic. Atomic will clear it away. Oski with the touch. Tox just throwing it mid, though, but Archie has an opportunity for a shot. Atomic will turn it away. But Mates slowly getting more pressure. See if Braziers gets a clear. He does over Nass, and Nass jumped early, gets bumped out. Archie with the save, another shot, it's open! Atomic, he gets the juicy rebound, and no one is left on defense for the Mates. And Atomic, Magnifico, the 1-goal lead with a minute to play.
On Nass as well, he dodged there. I wonder if he could have saved it if he just kept flying. When you dodge, you kill any vertical momentum you got. You just stop dead. The bouncer goes through with less than a minute to go. Atomic with a defensive 50. Oski taking his time, does get it mid towards Archie, but Braziers is all over it. Here he comes again. Nass denies a double.
Mate's got to send everyone soon. Only 40 on the clock. Archie with a big clear, just so they can all collect boost. But none of them have boost. So Oski's got to retreat back. An awkward challenge there, but Archie will secure the challenge. But nothing happened in midfield now. Magnifico holding the line. Archie finally getting it deep. Oski going to try and do it all himself. Gets the pass down, but Nass is a little bit late. Magnifico turns it away.
Surely. Oski makes it 1-1. The demo on the goalie, the center ball, and the finish. Tox didn't realize he needed to make a play on the ball there. He didn't realize he had no one behind him. But they've lost their lead with just 17 seconds left.
Yeah, Tox thought he had time. I thought he had time. But Archie was there, and they got the ball out. 15 on the clock. We might go into another overtime, but Braziers wants to do something magical again. Nas turns it away. Tox cannot get the touch. Atomic. Oh, we're clearing it back out, and Braziers is probably going to kill this ball down. He has to kill this. He has to. There's no way.
No, not Raziers. He's going for the pass. Tox fake. Oh, Raziers had the shot on target. Tox still has it in the air. Atomic's waiting mid for it. Is he going to get a chance? No, into overtime.
Everything on the line here on the kickoff. Archie and Tox. Nas up first with Atomic. He wins it. It's in, isn't it? Oh, at the post. Oski though will secure it. Nas wins the first challenge in the air. Magnifico tries their best to keep it out. And Braziers tries for the pinch. He didn't get it. He didn't get the pinch. And Oski.
I can't believe that's not a pinch. Raziers has got a bit unlucky there.
He got robbed. He got robbed.
He tried to time it. He tried to pitch that into the post. I mean, it could have gone absolutely anywhere. That kind of play, it can go anywhere or nowhere. Unfortunately for Magnifico, it's gone nowhere, and Gentlemates have won.
Wow.
But what a series. Magnifico coming back in style and almost giving GK fans a heart attack. But as things stand, they're going to need to do it tomorrow. They're not eliminated. They're not out of the running yet, but they are going to need to win against Vitality tomorrow to at least get a tiebreaker. But yeah, you can't really expect too much more than that, because next in the bracket would be KC. So it's tough position now for Magnifico. GK fans can go to sleep tonight, resting a little bit more easy.
It's a game of inches, and it really came down to like maybe an inch where his car is for Braziers, and that is a pinch off his post, possibly even to the other net. You know, it was that close. It was like, but instead the ball just falls flat right out to Oski, and just unfortunately after his game 6 heroics, the ball just doesn't respond to his pinch attempt. And Gentlemates, they find a way to win the war.
It's just crazy. So Gentlemates they are moving up the rankings, not as emphatically as it initially looked like, but they advance to the semis. Magnifico back tomorrow to play Vitality, but to break it all down for you and everything else, we're going to head back to the desk.
Of course, I had to go to Game 7 just for them still not to overtake Gentlemates. We end up in the situation that I think is ideal. We potentially have that three-way tie still on the docket here, Stumpy.
Yeah, just about. And unfortunately, for Tox, it could be another LAN where he is potentially a single spot away from making it.
How many is that now? Like 80?
It's like 7 or 8. Like different lands that he's like one spot away. Not confirmed yet. There's still, potentially a tiebreaker that he can play. But like, oh man, I can't fathom this. That's just it's so
I think he
hard
was
to
the
be
one
that
rotating 2 in the backfield, trying to get that save in the last second too. So I mean, the pressure that these players have to feel, and then to fall short in just one of those clinical moments. And I thought Magnifico, dude, I believed fully, wholeheartedly, and they started turning things around, and I was in the green room. I was like, guys, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? And then they go up. You guys were bozos. You were bozos. You didn't even put any. I picked Magnifico, and you guys were like laughing at me, thinking I was a joke. And then the first 2 games were painful to watch. There was no midfield presence from them whatsoever. It was actually all Gentlemates. And then we gotta mention that there was a pause every 5 seconds, so we didn't know who actually had momentum at any given moment. So it was just up in the air constantly, and Magnifico still got to Game 7. And I believe, please. I believe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, how about that? How about the Razier shot, though? We'll see in a little bit here. I mean, they were still looking at it. The fact that you're still going to a Game 7, Stumpy, is great.
Yeah, I mean, when we get to the Razier shot, I can't wait to talk about it. But I was so impressed with Magnifico throughout that. I didn't put the respect on their name. I will say I did not put the respect on
you were laughing at me. No, you
should have done.
And me. Where's my respect?
Momentarily, I was a bozo turtle, and
Thank you.
Such an incredibly fleeting moment, were somewhat reminiscent of intelligent.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
I think you're welcome.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with staying. I'll stay in the bozo state for as long as possible because I thought it was some great Rocket League, even though with the distance and it didn't go the way I expected it to. Still, I mean, you never knew what was going to happen. I thought the pauses anything added to it, but check out this goal. I mean, Braziers. This is full field carry.
How long was he in the air for? That was insane.
It was through the opposite corner, so he went like. He curved it round with 2 resets around all 3 players. That's one of the best regional goals we've ever seen, surely.
Yeah, no, that was phenomenal. If you're looking for the top place tomorrow, you're definitely going to see that one in it. That's for sure. But there it is, Gentlemates with the win. You see the pop off from Naz at the end, and here he is, my buddy. Congratulations on the win. That was a bit of a heart stopper, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really close towards the end. So yeah, it's a bit. The pressure was really high, but we still we still won, so yeah, it's good.
Yeah. That's true. At the end of the day, you could let the sigh out. I want to ask you, I know you just won, but I have to ask you about your opponents. We just saw it, that Razier's goal. What were the comms like for you guys when that happened?
I mean, Oscar was the first man, so he just said, I'm up, and then he beat him. And then, I mean, I had to go next, because Archie called it, and then I thought I had it, to be fair, but he just got that extra touch on the last bit, and he scored it. It was a nice goal, to be fair. But we should have defended it, for sure. Yeah.
It was definitely a beauty. And, that was a very, emotionally charged series. It was up and down all the time. You guys took the first 2 games, and then it was back and forth. We had pauses. And specifically in those, breaks, for you personally, how do you, stay warm and stay, in the zone whenever these awkward interruptions happen?
When they happen, we just talk to each other. We try to make jokes and try to stay locked in as well during them. And we just play free play or play in the test server. And I think we did a good job for staying locked in, especially in the last game. So yeah.
I mean, you guys, you personally, you've now qualified for your second RLCS LAN, the first one being Worlds last year. You're going to be going to North America. How exciting is that for you? You get to compete again, obviously, alongside Oski and your teammate Archie.
I mean, it's great. It's my first major after, a couple of years, so I'm really happy. And I think we're also a LAN team, so we'll probably perform better as well. And yeah, I'm just hyped to go to NA and to go to Boston especially.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on his there because obviously that's the thing you're looking forward to. You still have some matches this weekend, but with the major coming up and it being so long between, previous LAN events, I guess you're at Copenhagen too. Do you feel any extra nervous this time, knowing that, okay, you want to do better this time, or does it feel like it's going to be easier?
You mean at LANs?
Yeah.
Or oh yeah, I don't think we have pressure for performing better because last time at Copenhagen, I think we all think we should have won, but we just came a bit too short. But now I think we're all really confident going into Boston.
Cool. Yeah. Hey, that's good. Yeah. The best you can do is just have fun. And honestly, it looks like you guys are doing that. I love watching your player cams when you guys are playing. As you said, you're cracking jokes. It's a great team to watch. So keep that environment going up, and can't wait to see you in Boston. And good luck in the rest of your matches this weekend.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Naz from Gentlemates move onward into the semifinals. They'll face off against Manchester City or Ninjas in Pajamas, whoever wins that one. And those are the big talks right now. We got the bracket up here, but really it's the points, Turtle, that are really going to matter. With Magnifico dropping down to face Team Vitality, we have that 3-way tie potential on the board, and that's exciting.
Right, and that's definitely what everybody's going to be paying attention to tomorrow to see how things unfold. Meanwhile, KC and Gentlemates, and of course all the other teams that have qualified, we've got NIP and of course Team Vitality. They're going to come out. They're going to have a lot of stress off of their shoulders while they sit back and watch the chaos just erupt in front of them.
Yeah, the fact that, we've got GK currently kind of teetering on that spot. Will they, won't they? They just kind of have to watch and see what happens. Are they going to be having to play in that tiebreaker? They're going to have to... It's such a weird moment for them because they're not going to be competing tomorrow, but they might have to. So they're going to sort of have to stay warm, but also it might all be for nothing. You're going to have to book off your Sunday, all of GK, and see what you can do. And any GK fans are going to have to watch the entire show tomorrow to see if your boys are going to end up playing. But yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see what ends up coming up.
I will say it's something they probably already had it booked off. I'm sure they
I would assume so.
I should
Hopefully they
so.
didn't plan anything on Championship Sunday, you know?
Yeah. But as you can see, it is that last spot there for the European region, trying to lock in 3 teams fighting for it. If Magnifico and Manchester lose tomorrow, then GK will lock it in. The problem is that GK's out. They have to watch, and that's so stressful.
Horrible.
Yeah,
Horrible.
it's so brutal to have to be in that position. So, yeah, they're going to keep warmed up, but they're hoping that they don't have to play. They're hoping that this is it'll just be given to them.
Yeah, they're going to be preying on the downfall of City and of Magnifico. So any GK fans out there, keep your eyes peeled on both these first series. They are very, very important to you. And yeah, the rest of it is going to be seeing, can Carmine Corp get yet another open title? Are they just going to continue running through all of Europe, no matter who stands in front of them? There's a lot of games. Yeah, probably. But yeah, we'll see. So. Maybe I'll be a Bozo again. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't think we're Bozos, man.
I started bringing that word around. I'm sorry, dude. I'm getting everybody a little bit spooked here.
But that's all the show tomorrow's going to be is those corners with Bozos.
Well, tomorrow's going to, even if the Bozos are still here, tomorrow's going to be a great day. Look at our lineup.
Yep, that's true. But hey, Naz is excited about going to Boston. I know you are too. So please join us for the event. Again, last time that we went to Boston, what an incredible experience that was. I mean, it's always going to be remembered as Den's homeland now because of that speech that happened. I've never seen that in any sport before. So hopefully we get something to live up to that. Join us, have some fun. But that is it for today. Turtle, I just got to say, this was a blast having you hanging out with us today. Oh my gosh.
Dude, it's been a blessing just to be up here and talk to you guys. Even just hanging out in the green room has been nostalgic, but it also feels like different. It's very, very mixed feelings for me. But like I said, it's a blessing to be back here. I'm super happy, and I came at the best time. Like this is what everything's getting mixed up, so I'm happy to be here.
That's right, Stumpy. Keep him in reins for tomorrow too. All right,
I will.
Tasking you with the babysit.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. We're going to keep you on a strict leash. All right, we're going to be making sure that we come back fighting ready. Hopefully you didn't book Champ Sunday off like GK might have done.
No, I'm ready. I got the whole day free. Okay.
Good man.
Well, please join us tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be 3:30 UTC time in the afternoon for that pre-show. But if you want to join when the game starts 4 p.m., come join us. Watch some Rocket League, and we'll try not to be bozos. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Solar eclipses.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never